past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live, and we thank you for being with us. If you are listening live, you know we are kicking off the second live week of 2022 in our new home. That's the unnamed studio. Still kind of getting, getting everything situated the way we want, riding in a different way to a new place, but it's all coming together. And we've got great news. Big Boy's right there in the corner smiling at us. And so anytime any of the staff is having a bad day, just look on over at Big Boy. He's just sitting there smiling. We have got a lot of things that we could do today, like the Wheel of Meat. We have not done the Wheel of Meat yet in the new studio. That could happen today. I know Eddie Van Adler, he's got his drum set ready for Greg to go in there and just go nuts. He's got his little band set up, and, you never know, Greg. He might join you, he said. He could just get in there, and y'all could just have a session, you know what I mean? Also, the Bible study is live today at noon Central with Rick here at the new studio. So all that's happening today, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Have a lot to discuss, both personal stories and look at this, just a thick stack of show prep of this crazy world we live in. So let's bring him in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. And to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Eddie Van Adler standing right in there. There he goes. All right, then.
There you
how are y'all today?
Good.
Y'all good? I've noticed you've
Fired up.
started something different, Greg. You know how he is over here.
Well, I'm testing the waters. You got to test every inch of this place.
He's already, you know how he was at the other studio? He would park in different parking spots and stuff.
like musical chairs.
Yeah, he's already parking in a new place and going in a different door.
Kind of liked it this morning. Kind of like my little
makes
system.
Sense. It's
Yeah.
not, you got to go to there anyway. So what's
Exactly.
the difference?
Yeah.
Well, there was a couple reasons. I heard Bubba try it yesterday, and I thought, kind of like that.
I went
idea.
that route when I brought breakfast back the other week. I just
Well,
walked,
you have to.
I walked.
Well, that's what started it.
Yeah.
Yesterday, when I went and got breakfast, I had to.
Yeah.
And so
Unless you hit a break, yeah.
thought this morning, I thought, you know what, I'm gonna give it a shot. So I like my park. Number one,
Okay.
I like it. Now, somebody that thinks they get here early is it's going to be theirs, and they're going to wonder why this black truck's in their parking spot.
I can't believe it.
But that's fine. Well, now you got to go through a couple more doors than you would to get in here, and that's a downgrade. But what I do notice is when we get here in the morning, there's only maybe one or two other people in this building at the time in which we get here, and it takes a few minutes for the coffee maker to warm everything up. The one we currently have. And I've noticed that if you're the first to get coffee, you're not going to be able to do it in a commercial break because the time to warm it up and get coffee, you don't have time.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, you know what? I'll go by there. I'll take a peek at the coffee maker, see if anybody's got any coffee yet. And if not, I'll use that time to warm it up before I come in our door.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did.
Okay.
And then you go in your office, you get settled, and then I've got a time in which I come out here.
Yeah. Well, you kind of spooked me. I didn't know you were here.
See,
and you came in the other way.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm scared.
I'm scared.
Who was
I think
that?
I got here a little later than I wanted to, but I think it was like 4:13 when I pulled up. I remember looking at the clock because I had a little bit left of a podcast I was listening to, and I questioned sitting in the truck for an extra minute. And I thought, no, you're already a little later than you want to be. Let's go on in.
Yeah.
Let's try out the new door.
Well, for the second time in 14 years, today's trash day. And I drove 4 miles down the road when I heard my trash can still in the back of my truck. When I hit the brake, I've done it the second time I've done it. I heard it slide up, boom. And from my house to the main road's 4 miles.
Yeah.
And that's when I didn't know it until I put my brakes.
You took your trash can all the way.
Yeah, I turned around, had to go back. That's the second time in 14 years. That ain't bad.
Horrible feeling.
I couldn't believe it. I heard shoo, boom.
Hit the front.
Up, and it hit the back.
I'm not going to ask what you said.
Did it scare you?
A little bit. I thought somebody hit me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's dark.
Helmsy, we couldn't play what he said. I can guarantee you that. Yeah.
I handled it pretty good.
You did?
Well, one, the clock wasn't. I was ahead of time anyway.
Yeah.
So, but of course, I lost all that ahead of time when I.
Now, did Mr. Buddy, does he run down the driveway with you?
So
did it freak him out? Like, what are you doing back, Daddy?
What I was doing.
Yeah.
Him and Marty
You're not
came
supposed to
check
be
me out.
here.
Yeah, him and Marty escort me down the drive every morning,
They
especially
do.
if I got trash.
Okay.
They love that.
Do they bark or they just run?
Oh, they bark and run.
Bark and run.
Lisa
Okay.
loves that.
They're still trying to bite the wheels and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there ever a moment where you thought, I'm just going on to Birmingham with it in the back of the truck?
I can't get on I-20 no, because I now one time, the first time I did, I considered, but you can't get on I-20 with a big trash can riding in the back.
Right, and then where are you going to dump it? You've missed trash day.
That's right. So I just turned around, went back.
Is
4
it
miles.
not? Is it not a loser feeling when you miss trash day?
Oh,
And now you're like, what do I do
would rather
with
miss
that?
trash day than still have it in my truck, though, as I'm coming to work.
True.
I'll be honest.
Yeah. We'll miss a recycle day if you don't watch us.
We never do that.
We don't
You know what I use the recycle?
Well, we have
bin
2
for?
cans.
We
so,
don't have that in the country.
Yeah.
Well, I use it for the overflow. You know, if we have too many garbage bags and I can't get everything in there, I just move one to the recycle bin and wait for the others to be empty, then move it to that one.
Okay.
That's the only time I use the recycle. I never take it to the road. If I had a better situation and didn't have to go up that hill, I'd probably use it more.
Mm-hmm.
But I just
You
don't.
put plastic in it.
Ours is every other
Cardboard.
week. Yeah, it's a lot of boxes, especially during Christmas
Yeah.
time. We had so many gifts and
I'm
stuff.
burning
It's just full of boxes.
You hear
and-
me? I'm burning boxes.
Plus-
I have
no,
no
yeah.
need for that.
Well, you
Plus we
love the
had-
burn box.
Plus,
love
we
it.
had those sanitation workers tell us it's all going to the same place. So
Yeah, I kind of.
Yeah, we
That
did.
hurt.
We did a whole
Yeah.
show
forgot
on
about
that.
that.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I can see around the other,
I can't imagine they
1
have
acre
the-
They're,
away.
they're side by side dumping the same thing.
they don't have the resources right now to divide and conquer
Yeah,
what they're supposed to.
Right.
it looks good though. Have that blue can. out
Sure,
there.
you're making a statement, I guess. Mine's green, by the way.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
A
well,
lot
you
of
know,
blue ones.
You're talking real soft today. Could you get in the mic?
Really?
Yeah, there you go.
a little subtle.
They're turned a certain way.
You don't like
I'm,
it, do you?
I'm uncomfortable over there in
Yeah.
my proper place
Right.
during the big show because I don't feel like my mic's turned the proper way, and I don't know.
You
we
got
all
a little-
getting
yeah, 'cause
adjusted.
yours is going,
Yeah, we're all.
Yeah.
I
having to
wish
get
all of
adjusted.
I don't
would do
know
that.
what's
Yeah,
going on.
Right.
I wish we had them that came from up.
But I can't. I never can. I'm gonna have to put me a little piece of tape or something because I got a lot of room over there, and I tend to shift.
Well-
And so if you shift, then you're gonna be off. And so
Yeah.
I need to put me a little mark so I'll know this is where I need to be centered right here. It's on me. It's not on
Have your
anybody
little
else.
strips is right here, goody.
And the height of it, I can't get comfortable.
Right here, Goody. Right here,
But
Goody.
it's on me. Helms,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to do something, buddy. Just put you a little piece of tape
Right.
so you know where to go.
I know you should have left something on the counter. Adler was not happy with you.
Oh, we can't
really?
leave things on the counter. That's my reminder that we got live reads today.
It's not as bad as it was.
That's 2 live reads. That's
You know what I'm saying?
money laying on
That's
the table.
business.
That's
Business.
dollar
Okay.
bills
I
laying
don't
on the
care.
table.
I don't care.
Adler
It's
said,
okay.
"Take it, William, and bring it
That's,
back."
No, I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, you got to yell.
I'm fine.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, guys. First of all, I need you guys to please take off your shoes, leave them right over there. Once you're going to the box, stay head first at all times. Okay, if you don't, there's a chance you may not get out. Okay. So stay head first. You're gonna go in right here. It's around 200 feet of crawling.
200 feet.
200 feet.
That's why I'm going first.
I'm following you, Greg.
Wait a minute. Where do you go from here? I
Keep going. Keep going. You gotta find out yourself. Okay, we're gonna go right here, in there.
Oh my God. If you're claustrophobic.
If you're claustrophobic, don't do it.
That glare's killing me.
I have air conditioning, so it's not that hot.
You gotta be kidding me.
Greg! Where are we going, Greg?
This is horrible.
I should have put my shirt on before doing this.
I have to pull my drawers off. I'm serious. This sucks.
This is this is a day I didn't know how I would really respond to it, really, because it's been 8 years since I've done this conference. It was 8 years ago. I was at this very conference, the Strength to Stand conference. I think the name is interesting that it's called Strength to Stand, with the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. When I got the news that Bronner had gone to heaven. And I don't know. It's not. I didn't have any plan. I just never have felt the desire to go back to where I was. And with this being the 8th year, Sherry's book coming out and that being completed, I just felt God telling me it was time to go back. I don't know what kind of emotion it'll bring to get back there. Not only have I not been back to this conference, I haven't been back to this part of the country since then. And it used to be a place we went as a family. My wife just prayed over me before I left, and there's people praying all over this country that it's going to be powerful. And my 2 sons went with a group from our church, so I'm anxious the 2 younger sons will be there. So
don't know what this is going to be like, but it's here, and it's God ordained. So if I would just be obedient, I think He's going to speak. I really do.
Skinny. I lost 40 pounds.
Great, man.
Well, I just wanted to look good for you. I didn't want to look bad.
As a lot of you know, 8 years ago tonight, I was here. I got the news that my youngest son had stepped into the arms of Jesus. And 8 years, and this is the first time I felt like God has directed me back here. Toby was one of the many people who called me when he got the news and comforted me, and I'll always be thankful for that. And he and I have got to see each other here and there, and we're, two brothers just trying to serve Christ and walk that line, like you said, of being in the world but not of the world. And let's just bow in prayer tonight.
Lord, good, man. How you feeling? I feel great. I'm good. It's weird, but it's good weird. It's not bad. Being here? Yeah. There's no oppression or anything like that. I think the Lord's going to move.
I was asked earlier to give them the verses I'm going to speak on, and it never fails. Now I'm here going through what I thought I was going to speak on, and I still think I am, but God's adding stuff by the minute as I'm checking into the Word of God. It is living. It always has something to say, no matter how many times you've read the same words. Suddenly it'll say something different to you. This night, I have so many brothers and sisters, the audience, my family, praying over this. It's so anointed. There's so much prayer on it. God bringing me back here on His time. And so the struggle I have right now is to get myself out of the way. Just completely release it and let God say whatever He wants to say, as He has taught me over the last 8 years. And I had a pastor mentor me one time, and he told me early on when I began to speak, he said, you need to pray more and speak less. He said, because what you have to watch out for is if God has gifted you or given you a talent set, be sure you don't just start leaning on the talent, stop leaning on God. Then you get to where you just know you can pull it off. And boy, every night or every day that I get a chance to speak on His behalf should be that way, but tonight especially.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Tuning in, kickoff hour live. Good time gang here. One Eddie Van Adler. He's behind the window. He's right in there in the TV room. I'm Speedy. There's Greg to my left. Helmsy to my right. And Rick and Bubba join us at top of the hour. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. And Willamette could spin at any moment. There it sits right there. Normally it's seen right behind Bubba, but today right behind Greg. As he's dialed in. I noticed, Greg, that you're slid over a little bit more so you don't look like a peacock like Bubba does on the camera.
Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose, but yes, I
there
like
you go. That's a little bit. There's that view. Look right there. I love it.
Where's your turkey call?
It's in my office.
You need to get it for that particular reason.
That's true. We can do it with Bubba.
Do you know in Jurassic Park when what's his name's trying to get the samples to the ship and he crashes or whatever, and that little
you're talking about
that little animal that
played Newman.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
and it goes down the
and then that animal comes up and all of a sudden it goes. It does. I don't know what that is. That's what you look like with that behind you. Yeah, like. I don't know what that
was spooky.
What do you call that?
So you went with a Jurassic Park reference.
Yeah.
Well,
when I saw it, it's like you went, and he's like, like he could still make it. Did he think he could still make it?
Yeah, he was.
I mean, boy, he was in a handle. Couldn't see. His glasses are in the mud.
Guys, it wasn't real.
I know, but I mean, look, there it is right there. There you are, Greg.
I don't know how to
Fan
get
out.
dinosaurs there.
Is it called fanning out?
Yeah, I guess that's it. I don't know. But how did he think he could still make it?
Scary.
They already told him, hey, man, I can't promise you. We might have to leave. He's like, no, give me a chance. Hey, guys, I'm doing a little I'm doing an update on the system, and it might go down, but
You must have watched it a
You
lot.
have seen this recently.
I don't know.
I didn't know you was a big Jurassic Park guy. Have you watched them all?
Yeah, that's it.
You and Adler got
That's good. Well, I mean, that is one that if it's on, I'll stop and just say
the original. What about when you get down to all the?
I don't know about
the original
that.
is the best.
The original is the best.
The original.
And I'm not saying I'll stay with it. I'll just stop and go. Okay, where are we?
It's kind of like a Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yeah, if it's at a good spot, I might stay and sit with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, right.
You love that.
Mm-hmm. And then you see the Jeep shaking.
Oh yeah.
He's in the handle in there.
Done.
He's not taking them now.
No.
All right, so Helmsy, your daddy Novak.
Speaking of handles,
he's supposed to be playing in the Australian Open.
Who is this guy? I thought it was a Formula One driver. That name.
Novak.
Yeah.
Djokovic.
Yeah. What is he? A Formula One driver?
No, he's a tennis player.
Okay.
Djokovic.
He has been in all this Australian Open.
Sure.
Down under, they got different guidelines, and he's been in a handle.
I know what you're doing over there. That's
good.
I don't want you to stop.
Hey, don't you fall for that.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, I get it.
And anyway, why are you low talking today?
I don't know.
What are you liner guy? Are you liner guy?
You want me to yell?
I got my sexy voice.
Hey,
on.
everybody.
My name is Greg.
It's 24
That's my
minutes.
new image. You mind?
24 minutes past the hour.
It's my new image.
It's
Hello.
my
Soft hits.
2022 image.
Soft
Hello.
hits, rock.
Hello, ladies. But anyway, there's an update today.
Well,
and I know you're all about it.
Well, I mean, I want to know if he's playing in the tournament or not. Australia, it starts next week.
You love
Sunday.
Don't that thing last like 2 months?
Yeah, all the majors start
Ridiculous.
I mean, they take about 2 or 3 weeks. But
Let's
Novak has finally admitted. So this is still practice week. There's some qualifying going on for people that are not already in the tournament to get in the tournament. So there's some tennis being played. But Novak has admitted that, first of all, he was at a children's tennis event when he had COVID. Now, he claims that he didn't know he had it at that point in time. So there's a discrepancy there that everybody's,
Now, following this story, every time it looks like he's getting out of it, it's something else. They go, oh, boy,
correct.
Yeah.
That's exactly. But now he's blaming his agent on the visa era. So evidently,
What, Greg?
he was at an event that was that he had traveled to, and so he had marked on the visa that he had not been anywhere. And then they go to social media and they're like, hey, pal, you're not where you said you are. You're at this children's event. And, oh, by the way, you've tested positive for COVID. So
after hanging out with them.
Right. So
good.
that he has said, that's actually what happened. He's admitted that. And now the Australian governments, they may decline the visa again. So he is not in at this moment. And they don't know. I mean, for sure, anyway.
Yeah. And then the story we had yesterday was that they had
reinstated everything.
Well, no, not that. Just the disturbance in the crowd. They're concerned about it.
Yeah.
Because
people booing him.
Yeah, everybody's mad because it's like y'all are holding us to one
then
standard.
They're gonna fight each other.
Yeah.
And then you got y'all kind of bending the rules for him, and we're mad about it.
But nothing ever came, and I know y'all think I'm making this up. That day I was driving in, and it said breaking news: his dad said that he got arrested.
Yeah.
And then I heard nothing else about it.
Yeah. Well, and then there was a story later that day.
Moron.
Yeah, that it looked like he might be getting arrested, but he had to have so much police presence there to help him with the crowd. Some protesters and other people that it gave the appearance as though maybe he was
kind of dramatic.
Yeah, I don't know.
I heard his mom, that family must be because she was the same way.
So the update is he's kind of blaming his agent for the way he filled out the paperwork.
He's admitted,
and then now he's had to come out and go, okay, I was at an event.
I was in an event. I had COVID. I was around children. Didn't know it.
Which is understandable. Now that part's understandable.
It is.
Okay, you don't. I think on the first day or two of having it, you don't know you've got it.
And I don't know. And I don't know if he actually told his agent one thing and his agent did another, or his agent actually made a mistake, or did Novak go, hey, make sure on the visa you covered up that I was at that children's event. Now,
it's possible.
I don't know any of that, but that's what's being discussed. And
possible.
Now the government's going, well, wait a minute. If that's the case, we may decline this visa again, and you're out.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Back and forth a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Good gracious alive.
I'd like to see them settle it and us just start playing.
Raise your hand if you're done with it.
I am.
Okay.
Maybe you can start driving again.
Yeah.
Well, they know that in the tennis world, you want the number one player there for ratings and revenue. I got to tell you, if I hear that he has been kicked out of the tournament, it's not as big to me. I'm not watching it as much. Novak is a I go watch the TV when he's playing. I look for his matches. And knowing that Federer's not playing, Nadal's, I don't even know if he's there, but if he is, he don't usually do as well on hard courts. So he is the guy that the world is watching right now. And the fact that he's got 20 wins, looking to go 21, that no one has ever accomplished, this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but he's got to get by Agassi.
But now the difference
between him and Jimmy Connors, he's got a long road.
He's been locked up in some roach
detention hotel,
and so has not been able to practice or anything. They won't even let him. Well, they won't let him do anything.
Well, finally he was able to practice Monday and Tuesday, so he's been able to practice the last couple of days. But he was, to your point, he took about 3 days off.
At what point? I think I guess we're past this. Where does he go? Hey, I'm done.
I'm done with this.
I'm out. This is ridiculous.
I think it's getting close. I think the next decision.
What if he does all this and like gets upset first round or something?
Well, I mean,
that'd be funny.
It's possible.
Yeah.
They go after all that.
Yeah.
He's so good though.
You lay an egg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Greg, you want to take us to break with your soft voice? Tell everybody we'll be right back.
I'm just kidding.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. Your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Plus, we've got some questions here that Helmsy wants to ask us. And I've got a question or two for y'all on some things that I'm looking at over here. So we got a lot to do.
Yeah.
30 minutes left here this hour. Then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Changed forever by the power of who I am, now reflects your thankfulness. You're not trying to keep a bunch of rules. You just say, I love you, Jesus.
Well, it was the first night, and just like I knew I had the things that I thought I was going to say, and some of those came out, but then there were things and places that God took me. I mean, I just sense in my spirit the urgency of now. We're in times that God keeps pressing on me urgency. And there's a generation that's just going to be persecuted. The fruit of it will come. Billy Sunday, great evangelist, had a great phrase. Somebody came up to him after a revival and said, Billy, so many people gave their life to Jesus tonight. And he said, we'll see. We'll see. This is day 2. I'm speaking tonight. My sons are here. I've already seen Brooks. I just caught Brody. Mm-hmm. Both of us are, when they call it the Christmas Inn, there's a reason why, because it's never ending Christmas.
Very Christmassy.
This is that weird thing where I want him to see me and he wants to see me, but he doesn't really want me all up in his business because he's here with some of his buddies.
This is fine.
Okay, so is this all the dead time you need for this morning?
I'm fine.
Caught up in seeing Brooks and Brody.
Story about how you scared Scott Dawson.
That one, I almost wish I could just give you the recap of it on the CD.
Hey guys, Scott Dawson here, Strength to Stand Conference. We're going through an incredible time. Already close to 500 decisions. We've got one more night.
You been?
I'm good. So you're about to go up, right?
I am. God's going to use his foot, bro.
I mean, already, it's already happened. I mean, we're getting testimonies now. But I mean, this is meat. There's no fluff.
In the next few minutes, I pray that you would allow us to not just be hearers of your word, but empowered, God, by you to be doers of that very word.
Packing up, because after we finish this next session, we'll be catching the bird home to go back and do the show tomorrow. So be interested to see what the Lord's going to do. The reality of all of it still is, this is a fallen place and this is not our home. That question that kept coming back to me as I was coming here was the question I have to ask myself, and I have to ask you. It is the most important question. Have you been transformed by the risen Christ? Has it transformed your life? And are you in for whatever? I mean, for whatever he may ask of us. Because this is not it. This is not our home. We're just passing through. But we shouldn't squander it. We're here for a reason, and that reason is simple: to glorify him. John 16:33, I say this so that you'll have peace. I'm experiencing that right now, even while mourning and looking forward to that reunion when the whole family is reunited. I say this so that you'll have peace. In this world, you will face tribulation. Not you might, you will. But then I can still smile because he said, when you do, you take heart, you rejoice, because I've overcome the world. He really is the answer. He really is. To whatever you're facing. He's right. He's it. And my hope is only found in him.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler is here in the TV room, ready to go for another day. There's Greg, there's Helmsy, I'm Speedy. What's up? As we roll on back, it is a Wednesday if you're listening live, which means Bible study live today, noon Central. Will of Meat could spin, and we'll have the debut of the Will of Meat in the new studio with the new drum set set up in Adler's TV room. I mean, he's got it set up in there, Greg, like y'all are going to be your own band. Yeah, and what do you say, the Cool Guys Band?
Cool
Is
guys.
that what he said?
Spelled with a K.
Yeah, that's right.
And a Z at the end.
Right.
Cool Guys.
Yes, Cool Guys Band. And so that could happen today. Might not, but it could because it has not spun yet this week.
You don't know.
What
if it does?
It could.
So I got a question for y'all.
Oh.
Ben Affleck. First of all, where you at on Ben Affleck?
I like some of his movies.
Yeah, I do too.
His movies are usually pretty good.
So,
you don't care.
In 1998, he had the film Armageddon.
He did.
Prior to that, 1997, I think, was Good Will Hunting. I like that movie.
Wasn't that his first one?
I think so. That was his first big one anyway. Yeah.
Wrote it, directed it.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what I think is probably one of his better movies? And I can't remember the name. I'm sorry.
Argo may be my favorite.
He's Argo, but he's a lawyer. He's his assassin.
Accountant.
The accountant.
Yeah, that's recent.
That's a good
That's
one.
over the last 5 or 6 years. You did that one.
I'm not sure when it came out. I just remember that's pretty good.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
Well, when he did Armageddon, so he had just done Good Will Hunting.
I loved him in John Wick.
And he even said, he's 49 now, by the way.
Oh.
He even said that he was afraid of what people were going to say, the opinions, once he did this movie. But he opened up and said what he had to change in order for them to take him in Armageddon. They said, "Hey, we've seen you in Good Will Hunting. You got to fix those teeth."
Oh wow!
Fix his teeth.
He had to fix his teeth.
I've never noticed he had jacked up teeth.
Well,
there it is. There in
93. If you see it in 93, they don't look near as bad. I mean, you see that, you don't think bad, but then when you see the after, you go, okay, well, he clearly had some work done, and it does look better, but I don't think that 93 looks bad.
Have you ever noticed Will Ferrell, his bottom teeth are kind of
Will
Jack-
Ferrell?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I hadn't checked his teeth out.
It's like they're all crossed up.
So you look at his teeth.
Well, I just one day I thought, wow, you think he'd have better teeth?
He said
You know.
they made, this was what they told him. They said, what do you need me to do? Because they said, we watched you in Good Will Hunting, loved the movie, but
Hated your teeth.
But you've got to fix your teeth, and you got to work out, and you got to be more sexy. That was their comments.
Wow.
Yeah.
Work out and be more sexy.
That's what they said.
Well,
So
you got
said,
your sexy voice going, Greg, today.
Yeah,
you're doing
that's
good.
So he had the teeth. He had the teeth done. He got in the gym, and he said they started telling him, "Hey,
He
like
gets sexy?
like put body oil and stuff on him to make him
Speedy
shine
does
and stuff
that.
like that." And so I just thought I was reading this, and I thought, well, that's an interesting
got eyes.
story. I like.
Would you go all yourself up?
Well, I like Armageddon, and I
did
like that movie. I like Ben Affleck, and so I started thinking about, okay, if we were actors, us three,
Okay.
and we had done a movie.
Are we pretty famous?
We'll call it.
Are we kind of? Are we headlining? Actors?
We'll call it Good Greg Hunting.
Okay.
Okay.
That's original.
And
Let's go
and
with
so
that.
you've done this movie, and it's a ton of success, and you're about to sign up for some more movies, and they tell you, hey, you got to have that fixed in order for us to take us. What do you think that would be on your body? What would they want you to change?
Hair.
Yeah, I could go hair. And
I need hair.
My nose is kind of big.
I would have went nose first because for me, I would have went nose. It's a ski slope over here.
Speedy wants some collagen in his lips. You ever seen him? Let me give.
What have you been talking about, the Greg?
Celebrities. Let me give y'all a heads up. If you don't have big lips, you can't make them look real.
Yeah.
So just don't even fool with them.
No, you can't.
So okay, Greg. So
hair
let's do
for
this.
sure.
If you can only go one, hair or nose, which one do you think they would have to?
Hair.
So you think
Hair?
they'd leave the nose
Your hair
along?
looks fine.
Buddy.
It's
have you
thinning.
seen
He's
Todd?
worried about the thinning.
I look like Friar Tuck.
Yeah,
Hi, Speedy.
coming from Speedy, your hair looks fine.
That's
Greg.
That's a good point.
And Speedy, you can't use
It's
your
all who-
hair.
who
You
you
can't
are.
say hair
Why?
because that's
Yeah,
a
that's too
good
easy.
natural look for you.
What? Well, yeah, but you're saying what you think about yourself, not what you think of me.
No, what
They're going to do a redo
I'm
of
just
Con
saying.
Air. They need that look.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're like Cyrus
and you
the
could
Virus.
and you could coach Texas A&M.
Cyrus
See?
the virus
Huh?
has the corona. He can't play in it.
Oh,
So now
you-
they've gone to you, but they're going to change something.
Mhm.
What do they change?
Oh man!
And
I
you
don't
also
know.
starting the Scott Van Pelt story. But you had to shave your face.
Yeah. I don't know. Is my nose weird?
Your nose is fine. You got a good looking nose.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
You got a good looking. I wish I had your nose.
Really?
You get a little nose envy.
Wait, so you're a nose looker?
Well, I mean, mine's big, so
Do
you
ever-
kind of look
see,
at
I don't
other-
ever look at y'all's nose.
Yeah, because
Now,
you know
do-
why?
You sniff a
Speedy,
lot.
you know
Greg.
why? Because
My
you have a
gosh.
nice nose.
Oh,
People with
thank you.
nice noses don't look at other
Right.
people's
Nostrils
noses.
are too big.
When you got
I
a big nose, you'll look around at
Yeah.
other noses.
Now I can tell when you've got a booger because your nostrils are open a little bit.
What if Ham showed up with a Michael Jackson nose one day
But-
and tried to act like he didn't have any work done?
But it's a good look.
No, what y'all talking
You
about?
know what I mean?
The
It's
fact
like,
that I have a booger in my nose is a good look.
Yeah, it is a good
Huh?
look.
No, I'm just saying. You know how some people can hide it the way their nose is. Like the nostrils, they curve under. You know, and you got to get up under them to see that they got a.
And that's a
booger.
good thing?
Well, yeah, because it
Oh,
hides it.
okay.
With y'all, it's there. If y'all have got one, it's there.
Thank
I
you.
actually had a booger in my nose real bad for like an hour yesterday morning, and I'm so short nobody can see because
Right. See, we can't get under there.
But I went to the bathroom yesterday, looked in the mirror. I'm just like, well, I'm just disgusting walking around.
And everybody let you do it.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks for telling me.
What a
guys.
little kid
No.
walk by and look up and go, "Hey, pal, that's Boogerton."
I meant that. I didn't mean like you got wide open nostrils.
But
or
we know
anything.
what you
I'm
mean.
just saying y'all can't hide it.
Okay.
You know, that's all I'm saying. Now, I wish I had your head of hair because that's a thick
It
head
is
of
thick.
hair.
It is thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean a good old thick head.
No
of hair.
thinning here.
I used to have thick hair.
My granddad, one of my granddads had real thick hair, and I think that's where I've got this from.
Right. How y'all's eye? Let me look at y'all's eyelashes. Do you know people's
You talking
eyelashes?
about eyelashes or eyebrows?
This eyelashes, and I guess I can look at your eyebrows.
No,
you don't
people
have.
let eyebrows get out of hand.
Yeah,
they do.
old bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Do they
Some
not?
reason.
Do they not see their
And I'm
eyebrow
talking about
hanging
some
over
famous people, and I'm going, you
Yeah.
need to. They got stuff for that.
like a ball cap?
I trim mine.
Yeah, mine get a little squirrely every now
Yeah,
and then.
yeah.
And ear hair too. I'll get rid of that.
Do y'all know the other day I was I did something to my goatee, but
Speedy, you
the
still shaving your rump?
the mustache part. I was trying to get up in there and shave my nostril hair, my nose hair,
Oh yeah, I got a nose hair trimmer.
and
got you
and I clipped the top of the mustache part of my goatee
you
here,
got a little
and
dent.
it put a big old like
Okay.
slash in it.
So do you not
But
have a
because
nose
of-
hair
but-
trimmer? You just use the regular blade?
I was being lazy and using the regular blade.
Goodness.
And
the nose hair trim is hard to find again.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good one right
But
now.
y'all never noticed it, which is a good thing,
No,
which
I
means
didn't
we're not
notice it.
checking
You know
each other
why?
out.
Yeah.
But it also means that
Gray.
the color of
gray.
my facial hair, it blends in with my skin. You can't even tell.
I
Can y'all
forgot
even
you
tell
had a
I have
beard.
facial hair?
Not
yeah.
really. I can't.
I can.
You can't?
No.
Greg,
You
by
can
the way,
tell, Greg.
Greg, by the way, I know which celebrity you're talking about that had the eyebrows that
Who was
were
it?
way out of hand.
Who's that?
I'm not gonna say who it was,
Okay.
but a lot of people know him as Gunnery Sergeant Hartman.
Oh, yeah, he had some. Yeah.
Oh.
And then one of the news guys, the old guy, first of all, his hair was jet black and he was like 75. There ain't nobody buying that. And he had, like caterpillars.
What is your mindset if that's the route you go? If you get to a certain age and your hair looks like big boys, the color, and you think they'll believe this, they'll buy into my hair's actually like this. What's your thought?
I know. I'm going jet black.
Yeah.
I'm 80. But
Like
I'm going jet
I've got
black.
a lot of gray in my hair, and the kids are starting to notice it. And over the last 5 years, I mean, I've seen pictures when Adler throws it. I mean, I
There's
look
nothing wrong
completely
with it if you
different,
wanna have
and
it.
I embrace it. I'm like, bring on the gray.
Yeah, I got it.
I know one thing I would change, but I don't know if I could about myself. Because I don't know if this is something you change.
Can you talk
I
about
like a
it?
Yeah,
darker
bring that
darker skin tone.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I thought we get burnt, man.
Oh my goodness!
I used to be jealous.
And Terry's skin tone, man, she could go out and like sit at a ball game all day and be fried, and then the next day wake up, you can't even tell.
I look like self-rising flour over here.
Man, I'm
so
old
white.
burnt skin, peeling,
miserable.
looking all jacked up, freckles coming everywhere.
And you're only going to get to just a certain shade. It's not going to get any darker.
No, not at all. So but I don't know that I could change that.
Well, I did. With that. I saw the video yesterday.
People put those
spray tan.
They do lotions now too.
Yeah, they do.
You know, so
you remember I saw the video.
What if he did? What if that was his new thing in 2022? He wanted to look darker, so he started playing with different lotions.
And he showed up and didn't even
tell us.
Yeah, and his goatee was jet black.
Yeah.
Now there's a picture around here of your goatee is black.
Yeah.
You had a different look going.
And
I saw it.
Let's see.
Pretty good look.
Oh yes, when I was trying to cover the gray, and I'm like Helmsy. At one point, I was like, "No, I don't want to be gray. I don't want to be gray." And then I said, "I'm embracing it."
You know, there was a shampoo.
Come on.
I don't know what it's called, and I tried it.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that.
When I first started turning gray, you don't have to use it. It just barely just throws a different shade in there. Ever so often you use it, and it just keeps it. There's not a whole lot of maintenance to it.
It don't do like Giuliani when he was talking. He kept running down his face.
Yeah, you don't want that.
But I was like, man, what am I doing?
Oh, I did think of something. I would like bigger legs.
Yeah. I get that.
I need to hit legs a little bit more.
You talking about Kill D?
Mine were a little longer.
How many times have you heard Kill D in your life?
Yeah.
If mine were a little longer, I'd be 6'5".
Well, Greg, if all of our legs were longer, we'd be
but
taller.
I'm saying, well, if you got a upper body though,
So you're saying, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you'd like longer legs, and I'd like bigger legs.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can work on that.
All right.
That was a good discussion, guys.
Yeah. How about that?
Well, I mean,
They can't rewind it back.
I would like a better voice too.
Oh, definitely. We have a little memory from Rick and Bubba history that is that's uncomfortable. It's so far back. It's funny to go back and look at the years before. This one steps outside of the actual history of the show because at this time you were just a character on the show. It was
part time. Yep.
You were the Bubba the engineer that came in and would do good old boy theater and comment on whatever. Bubba the engineer. Bubba the engineer.
That's how you referred to him in this.
Yeah. Why am I picturing him driving a train? Right. Bubba the engineer. Now, the year. How did we? First of all, where did this come from? Eddie Van Adler said that he received this. Eddie, where did this come from?
I had a listener just email me and say, man, I was walking around with my home video camera back in 1993 at the Iron Bowl in Auburn and came across two guys doing a remote. And this many years later, it was y'all. And so they sent me a DVD of their home videos. And so it's just a guy with a home video camera, and he stumbles across y'all in Auburn at the Iron Bowl, y'all doing a remote in 1993.
Okay, so now what's interesting about this, in 1993, no one invited us to come.
No, we were just there doing our thing.
We went on our own. And,
Yeah. And not to make it even better,
we went a lot of places we were not invited.
Right, we just parked in the parking lot. We don't have any passes. We don't have any credentials.
That we got tickets.
Yeah,
we got us a Jeep Cherokee.
Did we even have tickets to the game?
Probably not.
Because in those days we had no vehicle. We actually used Bubba's Jeep Cherokee, and we would put with the shoe polish on the side, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Forget some kind of vinyl wrap.
Yeah.
You know, that was out of the question.
Well,
no budget for that.
And
I, by the way,
we could
ruined
barely
my
afford shoe
Bronco.
polish.
I ruined my Bronco doing that when I had it. I
Yeah,
had shoe
right.
polish, and it would never come off.
Speedy, I had the van that I drove every day with my children and let it be painted into the Rick and Bubba Funmobile.
Right.
Yeah, that was the first time we had an official vehicle.
You're the one that had no reverse.
monster.
Well, I cut a deal that I would let my van be used if the company would pay for me to have the reverse gear reinstalled.
Because we used to have to park it where we didn't have to back up.
Yeah, it was all forward. You had to just keep moving.
I had to everywhere I'd park, I'd have to think, how could I get out of here if I couldn't back up?
Yeah,
true. And that's absolutely true.
Very vivid memory of us going to a famous little pizza place.
Yep.
Where the show originated.
Yep.
And we had us an issue, and we had to go into the restaurant's grass, go up the side of a little embankment, and swing back around. And everybody wanted to know went around the restaurant to park where we could just leave.
You know, and today, if my automobile did not have reverse, I would be alarmed.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
and in those days, it was just like, well, nothing I can do about that.
Rick, it was a workaround. It was a
Details.
workaround, yeah.
Details.
It goes forward, and most places I go, I need to go forward.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah, so
and if you parked on a slight incline, you could back out.
Oh, I was a master of it. I'd go visit my mom and pull up on an incline on the side of her yard and start facing out. So we these are early days. Bubba's not even on the show. It's called the Morning Extravaganza this time. Bubba's just a character on the show. We're there. I don't know why we're there, but we're doing some sort of show out of Bubba's vehicle.
If I was to imagine the station that we were on sold you to do a broadcast.
Right. Now, I was a different man in these days, so we have had to edit out some of the language.
Yes. Bubba has got a trucker hat on, an Auburn trucker hat with it that has it has like the little curtain that comes down behind your neck.
What is this?
I have no idea.
You know, to where your neck doesn't get sunburned, and you are rocking a leather jacket, my friend.
Well, I think it's a blue jean jacket, isn't it?
It's one of them, and you got your John Lennon round glasses
Yes,
on
of
with
course.
your mullet kicking.
Oh yeah,
no beard,
mullet smoking.
Yeah, you got slick face.
Yeah.
And
well, let's see it.
Let's have a look.
And we pick it up. They're standing behind Bubba's truck with the back open. The cellcast equipment is there. Okay,
that was a late model version. I mean, we did some more primitive than this.
Oh, I guess probably in the early '93 we were using the 280Z. Weren't we?
Yeah, at
Anyway.
one time.
So anyway, here we go.
Enjoy.
Oh, flashback.
Yeah, showing into tailgating.
Okay.
People riding by. This is this guy's home video.
And
You're not ready for that.
Look at Bubba.
It must be cold.
Look at that mustache.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh, okay.
Can we do a War Eagle or something?
Oh, yeah. Y'all can sing. Or Q104, Aniston Gasson. This is Rick Burgess, morning show star.
Rick Burgess.
Look at him.
Extravaganza. Hardest working man in radio. No one even close. If I was paid by the hour, Donald Trump wouldn't have shit on me.
Rick Burgess.
How about that hair?
Look at that hair rocking.
Oh, Scotty, mayhem, total mayhem here today.
Got the DJ voice on.
Scott's running.
You are running your blue jean jacket, no way.
Yeah, stonewashed blue
We've
jean
been
jacket.
talking to Alabama fans. We've been talking.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. This portion of the show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, as we kick off the new year, certainly growing a small business is hard, and a lot of you business owners out there, you're busier than ever trying to do more jobs yourself because it's just hard to hire the right person, and you're just trying to keep your head above water and get after it, right, and grow your business. That's why searching for the right candidate for your business doesn't need to take time away from growing your business. LinkedIn Jobs made it easier than ever to find the person that's right for you. They make it faster, and it's for free. Right now, you can join us and create a free job post in minutes at LinkedInjobs.com to reach your network and beyond via the world's largest professional network of over 770 million people. So again, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain as your first job post is free. Don't wait any longer. You do the work, keep your business going, and let LinkedIn.com/Bubba post your job opportunity for free, that first job posting free as a listener and viewer of this show. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors or go directly to them, LinkedIn.com. But remember that / I'm saying that for you, Helmsy, /Bubba.
Ooh.
There you go.
I don't know if it's right or not. I don't know if you need to include the forward.
Well, it's the one leaning forward.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
there is a backslash.
There is. There's a back one.
I always want to point that out.
Yeah. I always say just slash
yeah.
and that the forward's the default.
Yeah.
And
that's what I say.
Whatever.
But
I don't know.
But it depends on what you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah, it does.
Because there are other things that the backslash is the coup de grace.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you went with him, coup de grace.
I have a story here that Greg's not going to believe, and he's going to think that the company's pulling one over on everybody.
Okay.
And Greg's the type of person, and a lot of you will buy from a memorabilia site or something like that. You'll buy an autographed item and think it's really autographed by that person. And Greg, even though there's experts that can say yes, this is legit and authentic, you kind of question that. You want to see the person autograph it. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to buy somebody's autograph. I'm not really into autographs because if you're at a place where you expect it. Yeah.
You know, I pulled my baseball cards out over the holidays.
Signed baseball card
and let Braden go through them. And he has set up like an eBay account, and he's trying to sell and buy and teaching him that e-commerce world. And anyway, so there's quite the process you have to go through in order to make sure something was legit. You have to ship it to them, and then it's a weird deal.
I got that one Honus Wagner card. Somebody said it might be worth something.
Well, then you won't believe that this really came from the soil of some of the NFL fields.
What's
because Lay's potato chips, Lay's Golden Grounds, say that they're getting this first of its kind. They're saying it's an NFL inspired chip made with potato ground in soil from your favorite NFL home's field.
So they grew it in the soil.
Yes.
So they took the soil from the field.
They said
they took it to the fields.
Of course, my first question is a lot of turf out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Lay's pulled
turf.
There is.
To your point, Helmsy, they pulled
go to the parking lot and
pulled some soil directly from NFL stadiums and fields across the country and mixed the soil into separate parts of Lay's potato fields. And mixed chips infused with the grounds, and so now they're saying that in the news, Lay's Golden Grounds, they're made with potato ground and soil from your favorite NFL team's home field.
Which field would you want?
Well, it's hard to remember who's got natural turf and who doesn't.
Lambeau,
I guess
just go Lambeau.
Lambeau's
Lambeau. Yeah,
I think the Titans have grass. They did at one time.
They still do. They still do. You want that. Jerry Dome does not.
No.
Arrowhead Stadium, Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
I guess in the ones with turf, you can go out in the parking lot in the medians where they grow real grass and get it there.
Yeah.
It's not as good, but
right? Because it does say, to your point, it's mixed with NFL stadiums and fields across the country.
It's a bunch of
when it says fields and stuff, it could be the practice field or something. I don't know.
Come on now.
But they say here between January the 11th and January 25th of 2022, fans will have a chance to win a bag of these limited edition chips for themselves. They want you to get involved with their Twitter handle. It's @Lays, and look for special Golden Ground sweepstake tweets and all this kind of stuff. They kind of want you to get involved and all that big promotion going on. But the story is they've hired Jerry Rice to be the spokesman for this, and so you might see some commercials for this new Lay's Golden Grounds. But Greg won't buy them because he won't believe they really came from NFL fields.
Well, you know, we've
buy 'em
actually
for that reason.
We've actually done this in the Rick and Bubba store. If you go to rickandbubba.com and you see our toboggans,
yeah.
What we've done there is we've taken huge sweaters that Bubba has worn in the past, and we've shredded them up, and we've used some of that material in order to make the toboggans.
There you go.
And so you get a little piece of Bubba everywhere you go.
That's just.
How about that?
I love it. Selling point.
Wasn't expecting that.
Well, it's the only thing I could come up with. It's early.
We're gonna make a pill out of Speedy's navel lint. He's gonna
You went
it
navel
for-
lint.
You're gonna collect it over a year.
You
We're
went
gonna make
navel
a
lint.
pill out of it. What's wrong with that?
I don't have as much lint now. Remember I had that belly button hernia surgery? Do you remember that?
Gotta clean that out.
I'm getting real personal here.
Yeah, wow.
It's just, I mean, I still got one. It's just not as big.
Man, what kind of surgery was this?
The belly button.
Oh, okay.
That's what we're
I got
talking about, right? Is that not what we're talking about?
We were.
I got turned around.
Oh, you did? You really?
Yeah.
I don't like anything.
Kind of how you had to do this morning when you had trash in your back of your truck. You're supposed to leave it.
You talking about 4 miles later?
Yeah,
yeah.
that's good.
4 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Belly button's one of those things, and it gets neglected on the cleanliness side.
Yeah.
Does it?
We need to clean our belly buttons more.
What if Hal started doing public service announcements about cleaning belly buttons more? Look, it's just a cause that I've taken up.
You know, there's a best of bit with that has to do with belly buttons.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a little weird where Bubba claimed you tickle yourself and your belly button.
It's sensitive down there.
It is.
On the belly button.
Yeah.
Real sensitive.
Yes.
Last Speedy, he got hernia surgery.
Well,
about
I
3
was
weeks.
I was actually coaching and trying to get a kid's attention across the field, and I'm screaming. All of a sudden, I feel my belly button give.
Dang, you must have really been screaming.
I felt well, yeah. I was
That
like,
kid must have.
try getting somebody's attention when they're on the numbers on the other side of the field, and you're trying to tell them cover him.
And you're like,
yeah, no, I felt it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People from Florida, but now, Bill, I understand we've got a gripped, down-to-earth, real Alabama people, Auburn fan.
Rick Burgess.
Rick, we've got a full lineup of Auburn people here. I'm going to go down the line and get their names.
Teresa Green, Kathy Bridges,
Mike Bridges, and Ben Green.
Ben,
When
where
was
y'all
this?
from?
We're from Montgomery,
93.
Alabama.
All right,
We're from Birmingham. And Birmingham, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do a cheer. How about body there?
There we go.
1, 2.
They're doing a cheer. We're just standing.
Yeah. You just stand. Now look, you're in the middle of everybody.
We're just in the middle of the tailgaters. What
Sure.
are we doing?
Can't get enough
Got
of
that
that. By the way.
stonewashed jacket on, that hair rocking, them round glasses.
Scotty Morgan was running the board, by the way. You
I
referred
remember
to
that.
Scotty.
Scotty Morgan.
Here's my favorite
You
part.
think the
though.
band had a gig that night?
Yeah. Here's my favorite part. Okay, folks,
met you there.
Listen now. It shows a sidewalk view of somebody just walking through tailgaters.
Yeah.
And the camera pans left, and all my look. That's my favorite part. Right there. Right there. And that's all.
You know what he looks
Bill
like?
Bubba Bussy.
You know when on Saturday Night Live, the Bears fans, the guys, the Bears. He looks like one of them. The Bears.
Yes.
The Bears.
Apparently, it was
my
kind of
friend
cool
Todd.
that morning, too.
That's when Bubba was.
I want a ball cap.
Look how thin
Do
you
we even
were.
have any hats? Is this guy asking for a ball
Yeah.
cap?
Now, Bubba, talk to me about this hat.
I have no idea.
Wait a
I have
minute.
no
Is that a
recollection.
French Foreign Legion hat? What is that?
Yeah, I have no idea. I still have that jacket, by the way.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, why throw it away?
By the way, I still have the blue jean
Look
jacket.
how thin you were then.
I don't know that I was that thin right there.
He's got Elvis's sunglasses
I know you got your
on.
mustache like you
I
like.
mean,
Oh,
you've got that.
That was pre-CPAP days.
Todd, Rick, me and Todd had a heart attack.
Had another his 10th heart attack.
I did like my
Look
my
at
glasses
that.
I had there.
Anybody got a brat? You think he wouldn't tear a brat up? Anybody got a brat? So, is this video going to be on the website today?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll put it under show notes today.
How about old Richard Lawson?
Boy, I tell you, Rick, I'll be honest with you, your hair may have been cool as it's ever been at that point. I don't know. You had that Joe Dirt run when it was too long.
Rick still had that fresh look because he'd walked up right before the broadcast. I was the one that got there at 3:30 in the morning to get a parking spot.
So he still arrived right on time.
Well, no, he just came straight from the gig the night before.
I just arrived.
They played at the
Supper Club at Auburn, yeah, right before.
That's probably true.
wearing my John Daly shorts today. There's just not many opportunities that arise to wear these, so I thought today was as good as any.
I don't know if I like that. I feel like we're desecrating a flag or stomping a veteran or something. Plus, I feel a little funny saluting Rick's shorts. Enough of that.
That ought to do it.
How about it? Wake up, golfers. Here we go.
Are we supposed to be quiet? I never know whether we're supposed to be
Well, I
quiet.
think we're past that point.
Hey! Go over and shake his hand. Are you mad at him too?
Are you going to shake when you talk to him?
Are you still mad at him because he coached at Auburn?
I'll take it.
All right.
Good to see you.
Jerry, that's the same thing he held up 6 with.
Well, we wondered if he would be back or not. He is back. Glad to have you back, Tommy Tuberville.
Here to make the highlight reel again, boys.
Yeah, we appreciate all the national coverage you got.
My wife told me when I was coming up here, she said, if you go on Rick and Bubba show one more time.
You run me off at Auburn and you ship me to Lubbock, Texas. Now, I'm going to tell you what, that's like going to Siberia. You know, somebody asked me, so what's Texas, what's Lubbock look like? I said, look like Iraq, you know?
It was a joke. You were just having fun.
Yeah.
And in all fairness, Bill Bubba Bussey said to you, Coach, you realize
you're broadcasting.
You're broadcasting. This is going a lot of places.
Well, I thought this was just a local show.
I know it's got that feel to it.
I had to make the rounds in Lubbock of radio and TV.
Yes, you did.
And the apology tour, which I should, because you know it's not Iraq. It's just it's great people. I'm gonna tell you what, salt of the earth. I heard that, Speedy. The salt of the earth, and some of my best friends are still out there that we still play golf with.
But it's a little flat and dry. And
it is.
Bubba, please.
I mean, it is.
It is. It's and the wind blows. But I tell you what, they love sports. And that's what I loved about it out there, because it's a great college town,
right.
And you know what they've done. You know, they just won national championship in track. You know, Wes Kitley, their track coach, is the best track coach in the country, maybe in the world. I mean, he is just unbelievable. And their basketball team, heck, I thought they were gonna make the Final Four.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are ready to go for another hour. And you've already been, if you've been here in the kickoff hour or watching it, you know the show has already begun, but we will continue. We start this hour with the national anthem.
the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's unpack another one. I hope you enjoyed the kickoff hour. If you have participated with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler, they are here, and then Bubba and I join them as we all go forward. Today, the Wheel of Meat could be in play. It is back. It will happen today, tomorrow, or Friday. Also today, Wednesday Bible study returns as we walk through the book of Genesis. Catch it today live on the YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Bama's biggest fan, Dickie Nadmeyer. We have been looking for him. He has agreed to discuss the game with us and the state of the program on the program today, so we will work through that as well. Your phone calls and the stories of the day, also elements on the Rick and Bubba Show today. That number is 866 We Be Big, and across the way right there, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your two fat buddies on the radio and a lot of other places.
Another night of this rock and roll. Bubba, how are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Lots of unpacking you do. Lots of unpacking.
You know, there's a lot of bizarro stories out there.
Well, we live in a really, 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 really weird world. And we'll work through those. It's kind of a fake world. You have to be careful out there. We tried our best to minimize the fake and try to get you to the truth if there's any way possible. But again, sometimes, you there's some gates between you guys and us, and we're all trying to maneuver around them. So we'll work through that today. I gave you some of the highlights of some things that we'll try to do today, and we'll see. Everything here is still new, so an attempt at the Wheel of Meat today could be interesting. Everything's in a different position, and I even noticed that the drum set is got a new position in there, and actually inside Adler's World in there. Mm-hmm. The drum set is in there.
He's even got the name of his band.
Why do we have it in there?
Yeah,
was that just the most space we had? I know. I know Adler's new office control room there is very spacious
because it's awesome.
Yeah.
It may be in there. It may be in there for no other reason. It's just awesome.
He said he's named his band in there Cool Guys Band.
Oh, is that what it is?
Cool Guys. Yeah, or Rock and Roll City. I can't decide.
One or the other. I like that one.
Rock and Roll City is pretty cool.
I kind of like Rock and Roll City. That's pretty good.
Welcome to Rock and Roll City. Population U.
Population U. That's good. All right, so we'll try to unpack that today. I'm looking down, again on the updates, and this thing I've heard you and Helms try to figure out this Joe or whatever his name is, tennis player guy thing. Well, I tell you what, that is the most bizarre story. I mean, that is a weirdo thing. I heard y'all talking about that in the kickoff hour. So now he's back possibly in trouble again, or
allowed to practice.
Yeah.
But the Australian government has said, hey, look, this is not over. You lied on your visa. Of course, he's blaming that on his agent.
There you
go. And then Evidently, he was in an event with children and had corona and didn't know it. And because of the question on the questionnaire, hey, have you traveled? He checked no. But then they went to his social media and go, hey, well, something's not adding up. We see you at this event, therefore you traveled, but you're telling us you wasn't there. And so he has came out about that.
You know, I think if I was Djokovic, I would tell them have a Coke and a smile. I would leave. And then in the next 3 or 4 years, when they want me there to sell tickets, I would tell them have a Coke and a smile.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Because
I would go get ready for the French, and I would still own the record and move on.
As far as the big three, he's the one that is still healthy and young enough to continue to drive ratings and revenue and win.
Right.
Federer and Nadal, not so much, especially on hard courts. And he's won 9 there, so he is a favorite amongst these people. It amazes me that they hadn't just closed the book on this and said, you're here, you're in, play tennis, welcome to our country.
Yeah, I don't think that the tennis player is a great danger to the country of Australia.
No.
But anyway, so
think about of all the sports, he plays singles.
Yeah.
He's as isolated as anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, more than basketball, more than football, more than rugby, more than whatever. So, you know, it's just it's really it's like they're out to get him now at some point. It's just crazy.
if we want to have some fun today on the whole, and it was interesting to hear it be called Corona again. Remember it was coronavirus?
Yeah.
Everybody would call it. I've got some friends that still
Corona.
do it. They still call it coronavirus.
Dodge the Corona.
But anyway, so we keep letting Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci meet. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they call Fauci up. He has to come and give an account of himself before the Senate.
Yeah.
And
so they got into it.
Oh, it was a dandy. It was a dandy, like always. And he actually got into it with another senator that was a little more heated than the Rand Paul that we usually have.
Roger Marshall, we got him. He called him a moron on a hot mic. And then somebody, of course, Ted Cruz trying to talk about something. The reporters keep asking him why he didn't have his mask on. So it's just just be careful before you're too critical of Australia, because you look at our country and we're doing things that are still.
Rick, there's idiots everywhere.
Yeah. I saw where USC is going back to no crowds again or something. Somebody told me about that. With their basketball program, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw a highlight of them playing, was it Stanford last night, and nobody was there.
Right.
So I guess that's
exciting.
Back in play.
That's good.
Well, I don't know how to break it to.
Look like a Saturday morning practice.
Yeah, you know? I don't know how to break it to the California people. We're getting to the point now where you're basically you're trying to corral the flu, and it's we've never done that as a society, and we're getting to the point now where
Fauci's on the case.
If you're sick, you know, kind of like we used to do with all other sickness. Hey, I'm sick. Okay, well, stay home till you feel better, and if you get to feeling too bad, go to the emergency room or the 24 urgent care.
Well,
I mean that's the way we used to.
In Omicron's case, you're corralling a cold, which looks to be real weak.
Yeah. So I don't. But look, California is a different world, and when I saw that they didn't have crowds last night, and you just confirmed it, all I can hear is the NFL going, "Now what's that backup place for the Super Bowl?"
Yeah. Get Texas on the phone.
16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When I was there, they were really struggling, and Bobby Knight had just stepped down, who was my neighbor. Bobby Knight was my neighbor when I was there.
Yeah.
And
does he come out and complain about a lot of things?
Yeah, first time I met him, he goes, "Coach, and we're going to be friends and neighbors." He said, "You don't ask me about basketball, and I won't ask you about football." I said, "Yes, sir."
Well, so I know you got to go. You about to go play. Now, Bubba's not with you today, right?
I'm
sorry about
that, Coach. You know what? Every time this comes up, I open the newspaper real slowly.
Teeing off here in just a few minutes, head football coach at Vanderbilt University, Derek Mason, joins us.
Coach.
Good morning, Anchor Down.
Anchor Down. Now, how's your game?
We'll see. I think I'll hit some strokes. I'll miss some strokes, but at the end of the day, it's all about fun.
Let me ask you, but you probably noticed this when I stood up that I played a little ball. Let me tell you a very, very funny story, though, involving Vanderbilt. And I had an opportunity to go visit some colleges when I played, and Vanderbilt was recruiting me.
Yes.
Now, there's a very high standard at Vanderbilt. And I remember my brother, who you just met a minute ago, that works with us, we went ahead and took the trip.
Yes.
And as we're standing there on the sideline, he looked at me and he says, they do realize there's no way you can get into this school, right? and I said, yeah, but isn't it great to be in Nashville?
Here's what I do know. I mean, you get a chance to play in the top conference in the country, in the SEC. You get a chance to, chase one of the best educations in the world, and then you get an opportunity to do it in one of the best cities in the country. So for me, I think it's the trifecta, but it's been a process. It's been a process of gathering talent. I do know. I just went to graduation the other day. We had 25 graduates. Man. And for the fourth year in a row, I've got 100% graduation with seniors. So,
awesome.
When it's all said and done, and they're graduating, they're playing ball, they're graduating, and they're getting a chance. Some are getting a chance to go to the league. Others are getting a chance to, go be a professional in something.
Well, even if they go to the league, though, with that education, they're sitting pretty, because the league's great, but not for long. That's not a big part of your life, even if you make it.
Well, I tell them this is a pitch, and everybody's got to understand it. Let's say you play 3 years in the NFL. Okay, you play 3 years in the NFL. Okay, you leave when you're 20, 21. Okay, cup of coffee, you're 24, 25.
Wow.
Okay, let's say you play 10 years in the league. Okay, you're 30 or 31 when you're done. You still can't collect the NFL pension until you're 55. So what are you going to do for the next 24, 25 years?
Wow.
And that's the reality. So I start with the end game in mind. I say, look at the education, look at the opportunity to play in the SEC, and if you're good enough, you'll have a chance to go to the league.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world's greatest athlete has made his way to the table. He's suiting up. He's getting his socks on. I don't know why he's wearing those socks today, but only he can do it. You know what I mean? You make anything work, Bo Jackson. Those socks right there, very few people can make that work.
They had a sale, 5 pair for $10 down at the pimp shop. Figured I'd take them out. I figured I'd go on and take them off the hand.
Yeah. Now, if you need to get dressed, we can. Are you okay right now? You want to talk right now?
I'm perfect.
Okay. Are you fine? You look great.
Man, I'm running like a greyhound.
I know. So you just aging with grace. You look like you could tote the mail right now if you had to. I don't know for how long, but if you plays, it'd be awesome.
I will tell you, like I tell everybody else, the other day, you're out here talking about I could go play ball and all that.
Yeah.
I pulled a muscle lift in the toilet seat a couple of days ago. I ain't playing no ball.
You still shooting the bow a lot?
Well, I haven't shot the bow in a year because I had shoulder replacement surgery last year,
really?
right after my charity golf outing in Chicago. So,
man, you are the bionic man. Huh?
Yeah. So what?
I'm working on
it. Yeah.
it.
What happened? What happened shoulder-wise? That's something you did.
That's a baseball injury.
Oh, okay.
That's a baseball injury. I dislocated it about 25 years ago in Yankee Stadium, the night that was supposed to be the Bo and Dion show.
Oh yeah.
And after I hit my third home run of that game that night, I dove at a ball Deion Sanders hit, and in baseball, you're never supposed to get your head lower than your butt when you dive at a ball, and I dove down at the ground.
Plowed in.
And hit and dislocated it and popped it back in and got up and went to the sideline.
Yeah.
So
you blame Dion for that because you were showing him up. You wanted to show him up in the field everywhere, not just the plate.
I'm going to sue the hell out of him because he rendered me from getting that fourth home run in one game.
Robbed you?
Yeah, but 6 weeks later, first at bat, first pitch off Randy Johnson, I put him in the water fountain in Kansas City. So I got those 4 consecutive home runs with 4 consecutive swings.
Okay.
But it was over a 6-week period.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes past the hour. We have the ongoing, it's almost like you remember at school you'd have these rivals and you'd go, hey look, those two, they'll fight in a second. And you just kind of wait for them to get in the lunchroom. Somebody pop on. Oh, those two fight each other all the time. Well, this is kind of Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, but we do have a new person today that's getting in the mix that I haven't seen fight Fauci in a while or ever. I don't know. And that's Republican Roger Marshall. So anyway, we'll get into that. We got a couple of videos and audio. Here, Fauci always claims that Rand Paul it lies about him and doesn't like him and doesn't tell the truth about him. And So Rand Paul and Fauci have been going at it. It's so funny to watch the visual part of the argument, too, is you always have Fauci, you know, with double mask on and all this kind of stuff and acting like that he has, you know, no idea how this happened. And we all know that, you know, if he just simply told us, hey, we had some stuff going on in Wuhan because we stopped doing it in our country because it was too dangerous. Security wasn't what we had hoped for. And some gain-of-function research has gotten out to the public, and this is what we were doing. So this is probably the information everybody needs to learn how to combat it.
And one of the things you're going to hear Rand Paul talk about, and I believe it's on this clip, is emails became available where Fauci and several of his other scientists were going after scientists who were disagreeing with them and trying to discredit them. And Rand Paul asked him about it. So
here we go.
Do you really think it's appropriate to use your $420,000 salary to attack scientists that disagree with you?
The email you're referring to was an email of Dr. Collins to me. If you look at the email
that you responded to and hurried up and said, I can do it. We got something in Wired magazine.
No. I think in usual fashion, Senator, you are distorting everything about me.
Did you ever object to Dr. Collins' characterization of them as friends? Did you write back to Dr. Collins and say, no, they're not friends, they're esteemed scientists, and it would be beneath me
I did not
do that? You responded to him that you would do it, and you immediately got an article in Wired, and you sent it back to him and said, hey, look, I've got him. I nailed him in Wired of all scientific publications.
That's not what went on. There you go again. You just do the same thing every hearing.
That was your response. And this wasn't the only time. So your desire to take down people...
You're absolutely incorrect. As usual, Senator, you are incorrect almost everything you said.
Well, no, you deny, but the emails tell the truth of this.
No.
This wasn't the only time. Your desire to take down those who disagree with you didn't stop with Harvard, Oxford, and Stanford. You conspired with Peter Daszak, who you communicated with privately, and other members of the scientific community that wrote opinion pieces for Nature. 5 of them signed a paper for Nature, an opinion piece. 17 signed a paper that called it conspiracy theory, the idea that the virus could have originated in the lab. Do you think words like conspiracy theory should be in a scientific paper?
Senator, I never used that word when I was referring to it. You're distorting virtually everything.
Did you communicate with the 5 scientists who wrote the opinion piece in Nature where they were describing, there's no way this could have come from the lab?
That was not me.
Did you talk with any of those scientists privately?
You keep distorting the truth. It is stunning.
So you see, this is how it's always going to be. Is Rand Paul is reading actual emails, and Fauci will just say you're distorting the truth.
Yeah, there's another clip out there of him outlining it a little different. I think it was prior to this,
right?
Where he's saying, look, you guys were emailing back and forth saying you got to take down these people who disagree with us. And the people who were disagreeing with him, one was from Harvard, one was from Stanford, and one was some other group. I mean, they were places. It wasn't like some kind of joke place. It was like real, scientific.
He was listed. I was there.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, those emails came out, and most of the media just acts like it didn't happen.
Well, you know why? It's distorting the truth.
Right.
I mean, I may be in that email, and I may be bragging about an article I did to nail these guys, but I would just say, and Rand Paul did say, but I would just say, how am I distorting when I'm reading from the email? Yeah. What am I distorting?
Wasn't me.
And if you say, did you tell them you nailed them in the Wired magazine and got an article out there or not? You're distorting the truth. There you go again. So now Republican Senator Roger Marshall talks to Fauci about financial disclosures, and you're going to hear Fauci refer to him under his breath on a hot mic that he's a moron. So here we go.
Highest paid employee in the entire federal government. Yes or no, would you be willing to submit to Congress and the public a financial disclosure that includes your past and current investments? After all, your colleague, Dr. Walensky, and every member of Congress submits a financial disclosure that includes their investments. Where would we find it?
All you have to do is ask for it. You're so misinformed, it's extraordinary.
Why am I misinformed? This is a huge issue. Wouldn't you agree with me that you have you see things before members of Congress would see them, so that there's an air of appearance that maybe some shenanigans are going on. You know, I don't think that's. I assume that's
Senator,
not the case.
What are you talking
it's
about?
Not the case.
My financial disclosures are public knowledge and have been so. You are getting amazingly wrong information.
So I cannot find them. Our office cannot find them. Where would they be if they're public knowledge? Where?
It is totally accessible to you if you want it.
For the public. Is it accessible to the public?
To the public.
Great. We look
Senator,
forward to reviewing
You are totally incorrect.
Well, we look forward to reviewing it.
Senator Marshall, Dr. Fauci has answered you. It is public information, and he's happy to give it to you if you would ask. Senator Moran.
What a moron.
Yeah, well, you know, there's more edge to Fauci now. He's getting a little disgusted with everybody, isn't he?
Well, yeah, you start getting a little edgy when everybody realizes what you've been doing the whole time, and now you got to answer those questions. You know, it gets frustrating. Now, back when, you know, everybody thought he was the high priest of health and was just as clean as he could possibly be and was trying to save the world, but now when people start saying, wait a minute, this all looks a little,
If he'd have just come clean about their investment at the Wuhan lab and that gain of function was going on, he would have some credibility in this.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of my favorites is in college when you took Dion's helmet and just pushed him down when he came from the backside to try to catch you.
Kid got in the way. But you know how you're walking around the house and you're trying to do something, and your little but your 1-year-old kid is trying to get between your legs. You get your ass out the way. Yeah.
And you keep coming back for this.
This is home. I gotta come. Look, who else is gonna sit here and give you this type of joy and love?
Nobody.
But me. No. You're not gonna get it from Barkley.
No.
You're not gonna get it from any of the golfers.
No. Well, thanks for always stopping by and visit with us.
Hey man, it's my pleasure. I do what I can, and
so few people of your stature admit that they know us.
Most we appreciate that, Bo. We really do. I mean, that's heartfelt.
Let's face it, you're too big to be friends with us.
Well, but I hear what people say about you, and I don't believe it. I got to witness it first, and then I'll talk about your asses too.
At the Magna Carta Children's Hospital Putting Challenge, you make the putt, $20,000 to Children's Hospital. Obviously, it's fast. You got to hit it probably a yard to the right toward the flag shadow, and it should curl around a little bit, but hit it about half. Listen to me, like I know what I'm doing.
Well, I don't. I've never even played golf.
No, well, just hit about halfway, because once it goes halfway, it's really going to start running.
You say I need to go halfway.
Well, no. Go to see the gentleman in the purple shirt.
Yeah.
Right there toward him.
Purple shirt.
But yeah.
Well, you can see him.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, there you go. There you go. But just go about halfway and let it roll.
So what's my form? Rick?
What's your form? I just want to know what's the short.
This is in the way. John Daly gave me these. There's only 2 times a year to wear it, 4th of July and today. Okay. Am I just doing like that's like a swinging gate?
Yeah, those swinging gate. Just give it a little bump because it'll go.
It'll go. Now that's a pretty good stroke right there.
Curve, baby.
Come on, baby.
Get in the hole. Break, baby,
Come on.
break.
Come on.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you.
Wow, you see, that's the closest to the pin we've had this morning.
Well, I'm a world-class athlete. I was born to play. And, the latest 6 strings and diamond rings. He debuted it on the Rick and Bubba show right when it came out, and it's still out there doing great. So if you don't have that, go grab it today from Taylor Hicks, who's joining us now, and also Auburn University head football coach. There he is. Gus Malzahn's back too.
Coach.
Good morning.
Hey, Coach, how you doing?
Coach, doing great.
Let's go.
Here we go.
What are y'all waiting on?
Let's go.
This is it, Rick.
Do you ever go back and watch yourself on TV? I mean,
no, but my wife tells me all the time. Come on now. You know what you look like.
Well, you can't help it.
I'm in the moment.
You're in the moment. You got to make something happen.
You're living it. You're feeling it.
That's right.
Taylor Hicks, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thank you for playing that song. I was telling everybody I must have sold it to y'all that morning I played it.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. He looks like a professional golfer now.
He really does. You know you're playing with Bubba today, right?
Really?
You about
What? They didn't tell me that. Are you serious?
You about to look real lean.
You didn't check the list, did you, Coach?
Hey, listen, I wasn't in shape, and I played with him 2 years ago.
Look
man.
at him now.
I look like Hulk Hogan out there, man.
Maybe that'll do the trick. I need to get in shape.
It's always fun playing with
I'm in the
Bubba.
worst shape of my life.
Are you really?
Yeah, I really am.
What's going on?
I don't know. It's got too much going on, you know. But it's a good busy. You
It
know?
is.
It's a good busy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what kind of stress you're under or what's going on. Just,
There's not a lot of stress in this job.
Coaching in that conference, nobody really cares about it.
No.
Your November's pretty calm. I mean, what's the big deal?
Now, of course, obviously, when you look to get transfers in, and obviously you got a transfer in at quarterback last year. You know, it looked like early in the season it was a little shocking, but he adapted pretty quick, and obviously that the second year has got to be a much more.
You got high hopes.
Because I mean, what he did last year to never played in that league before was impressive, but do you feel like even more impressive now?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, what Jarrett, a new quarterback with new teammates, with new coaches, and going through the schedule we went through.
Wow, yeah.
I was very proud of the way that Jarrett played, and after game 4 or 5, it started to click.
Yeah.
And now this is his team, and you can just sense it in spring, and he's ready to take that next step. And we hadn't had our starting quarterback back very many times since I've been at Auburn. I think it's the second time in 8 years, so it's very exciting to have him back leading us.
When you talk to a player with all the opportunities, and it's good that you get that kind of player, when you're sitting down across from them, what is your own personal assessment for a young man that comes to you and says, Coach, I want to talk to you? Because I know for me personally, it would be very difficult because I'm sitting there thinking, I want to do what's best for this young man, but, man, if we had him coming back next year. But some are ready, some aren't. What's your own personal?
Well, you do the best you can educating them, but at the end of the day, their goals and dreams. I mean, when you recruit them, when I recruit somebody to Auburn, I want to help them reach their goals and dreams. Right. And everybody's a little bit different. And so whatever's best for them, that's what I want.
And we are thankful that you're here. Will a meet could happen on the program today. We will hear from Bama's biggest fan, Dickie Nadmeyer, today. And we'll see where he is after Bama losing in the national championship. Usually we give him a day on that because of the sensitivity of this rare experience for modern-day Bama fans. Car Shield teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we're glad to have them with us. Car Shield, you get under the Car Shield, if that automobile is no longer has warranty, you now have some protection. And what this means is that if you have a Car Shield protection plan, this means, first of all, that if it's a covered repair, they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice, meaning it could be the dealer, it could be someone that you trust, and they pay them directly. It also means that you have 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance. You get a rental car while yours is being repaired, and you have trip reimbursement. Those Car Shield cars, they just go farther. So if you'd like to find out more, go to carshield.com, pick a protection plan for your situation. Use the code BUBBA. We just saved you 10% by doing that. Mention BUBBA if you call 1-800-665-2157. There's also a link to Car Shield to get your protection plan so you can drive with confidence. Last thing you need this winter is to have that automobile shut down, and there you are stranded. So go to carshield.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
I don't even like that word, stranded.
Stranded. I sang that song the other day in the house, and once again, Sherry was like, what? I said, and, Adler told us about his dad doing it. Nobody ever sang "Stranded" to you, and she goes, that I'm a girl, right?
But I sing the one from the TV show.
Yeah, Oh, me too. Yeah, but if you're doing the
I
toilet,
know Greg is singing another one.
Yeah.
Standing
on the toilet bowl.
Yeah, but even that one is from the show. It's changing the words.
What do you do when you're stranded and you can't find the toilet roll?
Yeah. Stranded on the toilet bowl. What do you do when you're stranded and you can't find the toilet roll?
Yeah, that's classic.
That's a classic.
I haven't gone back.
It didn't
and
go over
watched
well
that.
in my house, FYI.
I haven't gone back and looked at that show as a grown-up, but I loved it as a kid, and one of these rainy days I'm going to go pull it up.
So Ted Cruz, he is, let me tell you, he is put out and tired of being asked every time he gets up to talk why he doesn't have a mask on, and he's so tired of it. He's letting the media know that he's not the only person that when they get up to talk, they're not wearing a mask. So here's Ted Cruz in his own words.
Well, listen, I think there's been wild hypocrisy from the Biden administration when it comes to COVID policies, whether mask mandates, where Joe Biden rightly said we shouldn't have mandates, whether vaccine mandates, where Joe Biden said we shouldn't have vaccine mandates. As far as I know, everyone here has been vaccinated, been double vaccinated, been boosted. And at some point, I do know Dr. Fauci's been all over the map on it. He said, yes mask, no mask. He said, I lied to the American people because they couldn't handle it. You know, at some point, the American people ought to be able to exercise their own freedom and make their decision. If you want to wear a mask, God bless you. You can wear a mask for the rest of your life. That's your choice. But other people ought to be able to have the right and choice not to wear a mask. And by the way, on the question of hypocrisy, you just asked, you people at the podium are speaking without masks. Just once, I'd like to see a reporter say to Joe Biden when he stands at the damn podium in the White House without a mask, Mr. President, why aren't you wearing a mask? Just once, I'd like to see you say to Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, when she stands at the podium with no mask, Ms. Psaki, why don't you have a mask? The questions are only directed at one side, and I got to say the American people see the hypocrisy.
Thank you all.
Well, that was pretty clear.
Yep.
And I don't have anything to add to that.
No.
Yes. The next one is
Sums it up.
another Senator Ted Cruz trying to find out and ask the FBI about January 6th and what took place there. And we have a representative of the FBI being questioned, and Ted Cruz is going to ask a very direct question about January 6th, and then you'll hear the answers. Here we go.
Ms. Sandberg, I want to turn to the FBI. How many FBI agents or confidential informants actively participated in the events of January 6th?
Sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that I can't go into the specifics of sources and methods.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
I can't answer that, sir.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
That was a captivating interview.
There we go.
Wow.
So
you know, the one thing that always gets to me about the Senate or the Congress when they're having these hearings, especially when they do Zoom. Now, keep in mind, these chambers spend trillions of dollars, okay, of our dollars and some that they print on the side. They have the awfulest problem with audio and sound and video than anybody of it. How about it's worse than us?
Yeah.
Which is, you got to go way downhill for that.
Yeah,
you know?
We shouldn't be doing a better job with this technology than the government.
I mean, it's horrible.
But anything you hand the government, they seem to do it poorly. So, I mean, why would that surprise us? All right, so we were talking, we do have our president and a couple of clips today. One where he keeps calling the vice president the president. But
he had several yesterday.
Yeah. Now, this one about the filibuster. So tell me what's going on here.
Okay, so, the Senate is basically deadlocked on a couple of issues. We have two Democrats who are refusing to go along with Build Back Better. They're also refusing to pass some of these voting right reforms that the demos want, which, by the way, is them taking over federal elections.
Right.
Now each state does their own. And then the results determine a lot of things at the federal level. Well, they're wanting to take it all over and under the guise of making it more fair. Well, that's a takeover of one of our basic rights that is a state right.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are opposing it.
Yeah.
And now Joe Biden is saying, look, we got to do away with the filibuster to get this through because that's what's holding them up. They can't do it. You know, the House, you can get something passed on a simple majority. But in the Senate, they usually have to have a supermajority because they want to be the cooling plate. They want it to be so clear and so worthy of legislation that you can't just ram it through by one vote. And
Right.
Joe's wanting to do away with that so they can get this through because he wants it.
So, first of all, didn't you say we go to 2005?
Yeah, he was against this when it was discussed earlier when his party was in the minority. But now that they're in the majority and can't get something through, he's all for it.
All right, so we start with
it's just basically hypocrisy again.
So starting with 2005, Adler, is that right? All right, here we go.
And we should make no mistake, this nuclear option is ultimately an example of the arrogance of power. It is a fundamental power grab by the majority party.
So he's supporting it there.
So
right?
the nuclear option, which is going to a simple majority, is what they're talking about.
Right.
Getting around the filibuster rules. He's saying is a grab of power. It's he used other terms and other clips.
To want to do this is just grabbing power.
That's it. That's it. And now, today, he wants to do the same thing.
Here we go.
Let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
Why is it got to holler?
Yeah, you know why.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah, you know why.
He doesn't realize he's hollering, Greg.
Hollering in the microphone.
But you know why.
Well, they're trying to fire everybody up.
Well, and there's more there.
He can't.
Well, you know what? I'm going to this time, and you're going to be surprised. I'm going to defend.
I love each other, Joey.
I'm going to defend the president because I really believe for the first time ever, it's usually a politician being sleazy and hoping we forget. I think now you can make the case he honestly doesn't remember what he said in 2005.
that may be the case.
Right.
And it's just not politically expedient because he can't get through what he's trying to do because most Americans do not want the federal government to take over our state elections. And that's and to lose the power to decide how you do your elections on the state level. That's one of the, Rick, honestly, that's one of the things that makes it so hard to steal an election in the U.S. because you have to steal 50 of them.
Right.
And that becomes very complicated. But if you put it all in Washington's hands, then, God help you what turns out.
Well, if you look at it's so clear, and the older I get, the more clear it becomes, the brilliance of the Founding Fathers.
Yes.
And sometimes we get frustrated because we can't get what we want because of the way they set the system up.
Yep,
we want it to be more expedient because we have a certain end that we think is best, and what we want gets ruined.
Yeah.
And what the Founding Fathers would say immediately, hey, Burge, I know you were disappointed today, but I'd rather you not get what you wanted than for the government to be able to do whatever they want to whenever they want to do it. You'll thank us for this. Now, you don't like us today because our system frustrated you, but that system is not made just to frustrate you. It's made to frustrate an overreaching government and to limit them from coming into your life and becoming a king. Mm-hmm. So today you didn't get what you wanted, but you need to thank us because once again the government couldn't do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it.
And think about this too, Rick.
Sometimes you won't like that, but it's still overall better.
Mm-hmm. The brilliance of the way the Congress is set up, you have the House, which is the people's voice, okay? They burn with the passion of the moment. They change, they're reelected every 2 years. So when trends are changing, the House changes quick. The Senate, as they have described it many times, is supposed to be the cooling plate. They're supposed to be the upper chamber. They're supposed to be the adults in the room. We balance the passion of what's going on with adults, with people who have been around, know more, and say, wait, let's take a look at this. That's what all of this is, and now we're just talking about changing it because I can't get what I want through.
Right.
As opposed to changing what you're trying to get through to give the other side what they want, which is the way we do it. We're just going to change the rules.
And that also tells you that the first time when he was complaining about it and this time he's talking about it, there's no moral principle here. It's I got to say whatever I got to say in the moment for my side to get what they want.
That's it. That's all it is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Like I said, we had 4 come out, and a couple of them it worked out very well, and but it's really about them and what's best for them.
Okay. Well, you're better than I am.
I'd say, give me one more.
Guys, I'm so sweaty right now.
Buddy, I felt for you. When you came up that hill, I said, that sun gun's gone dead. And Kirby is back on the Rick and Bubba show. Welcome back, Coach.
Thank you, man. Good to be with y'all again. Enjoyed it last year.
Well, lots happened since the last time we talked.
Really? What?
Golly, what a game. I know you're sick about it, but what a game.
Oh, you move on. You learn in this
Well, you
profession.
have to.
You got to.
People always talk about, the going to the backup, the young kid and all that. But what choice did Saban have, really? I mean, what was happening right now, they weren't going to win. I mean, you got to try something.
I think that was well calculated. He knew all along it was going to come a game or a time that might happen, and it so happened in that game.
But what an incredible season. Congratulations. I know when nobody's happy with almost getting it done and all that, you guys went right back to work. But, for you to be there, I know it was a great program. It was in good shape, and all that. And Rick had done a good job. But you come in, you've put your face on it. It's become your team now. And you could really tell that the team reflected your personality throughout the whole season.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy and a lot of enthusiasm with those kids. Man, they play hard. They love the game. Great fan base, and just happy to be home.
Did you ever think that, only because everybody kept talking about, well, the SEC's down, and maybe if you go to the bottom tier, maybe so, but the top tier still could, obviously, as it was proven. Here's Auburn beats you, you come back, beat Auburn beats Alabama, you come back around, and, it was just the craziest finish. The top-tier teams are still as good as they've ever been.
The problem with everybody's theory about that is the top-tier teams have to play the bottom-tier teams.
Right.
You either one or the other.
That's right.
It's really hard. I've never thought that the SEC was down. Because
you hear that.
You hear it all the time, but let's go play. Let's go play another conference. Let's go top to bottom and go play and see who wants to join in with us.
Yeah, all right. I know you got to go. We didn't get much time with you today, but I appreciate you taking time to stop by. The Rick and Bubba fans, there's dog fans everywhere. And they love you, and you've done a great job, and I appreciate how you carry yourself.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I enjoy your show.
Well, I hope you get out there and play well today.
I don't embarrass myself out there.
If you have a good program, then you're not going to be good at golf.
That's right. Well said.
What's up, Eddie? This is the toughest part, going to get it.
There he is, right there. Always got it like he likes it.
Yes,
always.
sir.
There he is. Oh, yeah, he's got it, man. Looking, already showing
so
up.
Funny.
Looking good, Albie.
Gary,
Thank
get
you.
your picture made.
Oh, there he goes. Gary right here in an orange shirt. It's not Auburn orange. It's kind of a hunter's orange.
Look at Gary's face.
Gary and Albie. There it is. We're actually going to talk to the mayor of Birmingham, Randall Woodfin, who weighed in on it yesterday. And I agree with the mayor. The pastor, and certainly I don't know anything other than what he said about this particular issue, and I thought he handled himself poorly. This is not helping. It's only more divisive. Which I thought we had all moved past anyone saying that the color of someone's skin dictates what church they should go to. And so I thought his comments were not helpful for our city. I certainly don't know anything about him, and maybe this was just a one moment in time where he made a mistake. And frankly, I agree with the mayor of Birmingham, Randall Woodfin, has joined us. Thank you, Randall, for taking time, Mayor. I know you didn't expect to come by and I start saying, "Hey, Mayor, over here. I know you're trying to eat breakfast. Did we mess you up?"
No, you're good. Good morning. Good to be here.
Well, thank you. For your words yesterday. That's what a leader is supposed to do. That was a caller just called about that. And obviously, it's been burning our phones up about the pastor's comments concerning another church trying to plant a church into some of the neighborhoods. I know the pastor, Chris Hodges of Church of the Highlands, said he met with you. Is that accurate?
He did meet with me, but everyone should know a couple things.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
I think it's important we have to elevate this conversation.
It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank you for being with us as we roll forward. Still to come on the program, will of meat could happen. we hear from Dickie Nadmeyer finally. Speedy thinks he's got him ready to go. We'll see. And that coming up on the program today. All right, so Bubba, you're speaking of football. If you're a football fan, and look, you and I understand fandom, so somebody's probably come up with a good idea here. But at first, it's like, would anybody want that?
Well, you know, people look at their favorite football team and their stadium as like hallowed ground.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people, and have you seen all these videos of people who have their ashes dumped on the football field?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
And it's
Pretty
like
disturbing.
illegal to do that.
It is
but
very
people
disturbing.
sneak down there and do it, but they're caught on camera. Have y'all seen how many do that?
A lot.
It's amazing.
It is a lot. And well, I mean, that's one of those things where I think, all right, if somebody asks, are you surprised, Rick? I'd go, I don't even know how to answer that. I'm not surprised, but yet I kind of am. At some point, I mean, just down to the, you can love your team and be and not make it be weird about it.
Well,
I mean,
and maybe the teams ought to have a dirt pile somewhere that they just let people dump it there. You know what I mean? And go, we're going to fill in holes with this, so he'll be in there.
Right? Yeah.
Keep it a little more organized. Well, Rick, Lay's has got a revolutionary idea. You know, they grow potatoes for potato chips.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And they are calling it Lay's Golden Grounds. It's a first-of-a-kind lineup of NFL-inspired chips.
Please look.
Made from potatoes grown in the soil of your favorite NFL home team.
I don't know how they got it out of the Cowboys.
Yeah, I was about
has to be a practice field.
Yeah, that was my next thing, Bubba. What about that? There's so many turf fields now. When they came up with that new turf, which was, I mean, I watched and had teams that played on those. I tell you, they are fantastic because if it rains, as long as it'll just stop, you really are not affected by it.
Yeah.
They're amazing fields. What are they called? There was a name for it when they first came up with that turf. It has the
synthetic.
Is it synthetic? I can't remember. And it's just like
Rick,
grass.
you don't mean AstroTurf.
No,
that's great AstroTurf.
That's the one we remember.
That was a green carpet.
But like for instance, you're
Burn
showing,
you up.
and I'm not
Knock
familiar
you
with all the fields now, but I know the Cowboys they don't play on real grass, do they?
Rick, they
Jerry
really don't
Dome,
go
Rick.
into how they're going to do that.
Practice
they
field?
have enlisted NFL legend Jerry Rice to bring fans.
On the bottom of page 1, it kind of does, Bubba. It just says that they're using NFL fields and what does it say? Stadium fields or whatever, and they take a little bit of that soil and then they mix it with whatever
this is
system
kind
they
of a
use,
stretch.
and then use Lay's system.
You gonna check?
This is kind of a stretch because what they're doing, they're taking a cup full of dirt, carrying it out to their field where they normally grow stuff, and mixing it in.
Right,
so,
right.
But I mean, it's molecules.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Don't be.
you got a nice bag that you can collect and frame for your team, the first one you get, and Jerry Rice is going to be pushing it. So,
sure.
But you know what? Good for them.
Sure,
it's
good for
creative.
them.
It's a good idea. And it's better than some of the ideas I've heard lately.
Well, I will say this. I'm looking at some of our stories. We mentioned, there's one group that's been caught scamming everybody. They've set up fake, COVID testing sites. See, that's kind of mean. And you think to yourself, look, somebody's going to hold you accountable for that. But you know what? The idea of getting fans to go buy your potato chips, no harm here.
Yeah, they've got a licensing deal,
right.
to do it.
You think that's sharp?
But
How about
now
this?
the
I would like just buying the way the bag looks. The bag looks cool.
Yeah. The only problem I see, and I heard this from several people who were involved with this, they said that the one for the Minnesota Vikings,
Here it comes.
The potatoes, they grow the size of a marble, and they just can't get much of it.
Not right there.
But they said
it never really finishes what they started.
What I heard is the Vikings bag, it looks great, and you feel so good about it. You open it up, and you get one. It's just disappointing.
Yeah, it is. It is. You thought you were going to have a whole chip, and you just get a fragment. Now, they had one from the Fran Tarkington years over at old Metropolitan Stadium, and they said when they tried to get the potato, it kept rolling around the desk, and they couldn't get their hands on it.
Couldn't get it. Come on with it.
Yeah, so
they cleaned house the other day. I'm so glad.
You've been calling for it.
Yep.
Well, look, I mean, how
gonna
many times can you go? Yes, 7 and 9. That's what we were looking at.
Would you? All right, let me ask you this, Bubba, because I know how you feel on this with you and the Vikings, which I know a lot of you out there have to be if you're new to the show. Wait a minute. one of the guys from Alabama is for the Vikings.
We don't.
Yeah, it goes back to look, we're little kids. Anything could pull you in. Well, I'm a Packer fan. Where'd that come from?
Well, listen, it was a lot of fun when I was a kid because they won a lot of games, and Fran Tarkington was there, and he scrambled all over the field like a wild man, which was fun to watch.
Awesome uniform, awesome helmet.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, sure.
I thought that horn was pretty cool.
It was fantastic.
At the time, you know.
But
I'm surprised there's not more teams called the Vikings at high school, college. I mean, we have one or two. Yeah, I mean, we know one here, but it seems like there'd be more of them.
Well,
and I'm still shocked there's not a rhino.
Here we go.
Can I tell you this? The Viking thing. Mark my words. Mark my words. It won't be long till that one's deemed politically incorrect.
Oh, sure.
You know,
you mean because their whole mantra was rape and pillage? You mean that part, Rick? Is that what you're talking about?
So tell me about the Vikings. Well, let me start off by telling you straight up, we are bloodthirsty. And we come in and we rape and we pillage and we take.
Yeah.
And by the way, if it's a church, we don't care.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we're pagans and we worship gods and we do all sorts of sacrifices you don't want to know about.
But we got some really cool boats with like monsters on the front of them.
Right.
Yeah, a bunch of oars sticking out the side.
And by the way, if you see our ship on the horizon, it's not good.
Here they come.
It's not good. Hey, look, we got guests.
You know, I'm really.
I don't like the look on their face. What's up with the tattoos on the face?
You know, I'm really kind of looking forward to seeing what the Washington football team comes up with. You know, that's coming February 2nd.
What if the Viking potato chips were grown on the old field?
They'd be a lot better, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. That
Right
wouldn't
up
be
to the end.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On 3, 2. Well, and we're so thankful all of you that are catching the show right now. I know when we talk about on the air, and I just mentioned it to Bubba a few minutes ago about how the things going on with Australia, how embarrassing that is. The only thing that's probably as embarrassing is the way America's acting right now. And a lot of you are thinking to yourself, is there a place to go that might be a better investment for the future for me and trying to retire? And the answer is yes. If you were in Panama right now, you'd be 10 times richer than you are. Panama is a high-income nation. These are not third world conditions, so don't think that. It also uses the U.S. dollar as its currency, but every dollar in your bank account in Panama is worth 10 times more than it is in the United States. I want you to picture how much that you have in savings today and now make that 10 times more. So anyway, if you're a fan of the show, you can learn more about the opportunity by getting the complete Invest and Retire in Panama series, including the American's Guide to Living and Retiring in Panama, along with 4 videos. You get all that for free. Okay? Check it out by going to buypanama.com/RickBubba, 100% free to our audience. Just head over to buypanamanow.com/RickBubba. Get your copy today. One more time. buypanamanow.com/RickBubba.
I don't necessarily want to give this guy who said this more energy. What we got to do is acknowledge that there are many positive things going on in the faith-based community and faith-based leaders.
No question.
Way more good than bad.
Right.
And I think what I am trying to do, if you ever see me interject my opinion or thought into the conversation, it's always trying to elevate the conversation. And so with this topic, what's been disappointing for me is that any person that's a faith-based leader should be about bringing people together.
Amen.
The conversation shouldn't be about race. The conversation shouldn't necessarily even be about what's happening at 11 a.m. on a Sunday inside of a church walls. My job as mayor is to take care of and serve people of this community.
We need the faith leaders to work together.
That's correct.
Not to turn this into some sort of turf war, which is the last thing the people in the community need.
This conversation has become petty.
Yes.
It's become gutter. It's become negative. And I think we're missing the point. Chris Hodges and I never had a conversation about a church building.
No.
And so we never had a conversation about theology. That's above my pay grade. I'm an elected official.
Right.
My conversation is about what are we doing for the community.
Right.
And any pastor I meet, black, white, Hindu, Muslim, Buddha, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I don't even care. Do you want to help serve the community?
Right. Yeah, and if they come to you and say, we want to go to where you have some of you talked about the certain places that kind of keep you awake at night that you're concerned about.
Right.
If they come and say, we're here to help, then why can't that just be it?
Here's where we are in this community. I think there's a lot of positive things going on.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I know there is a culture and unfortunately a history of division on all sides.
No doubt. Yeah.
What we have to move to in this community is people who are not only positive, but understanding how you communicate to others, even when you disagree. I'm fine with people disagreeing.
Just overall, people have lost civility just to be able to sit down and, as you say, even agree to disagree, but do it with some class and do it in a way that doesn't have to be degrading and, as you said, in the gutter.
So what we're seeing, unfortunately, is not just we're not just seeing it in our faith-based community. We're seeing it in sports.
Oh, yeah.
When I consider the church, or when I consider sports, those are a minimum of two things that are supposed to bring us together.
Right.
And what we're seeing is something's happening in our culture where people aren't comfortable with other people's thoughts and ideas and opinions.
No, you're
and
right.
I want everyone to know I am.
Okay.
And as mayor, I'm open.
Well, I'm sure I'm glad you took the time. I know that you were in the middle of something else, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Because I know that we surprised you with that. And know that we're proud to be based out of Birmingham.
Yes, sir.
We've been in the community a long time, and we're here to help, too, not to cause more trouble.
Thank you.
So I appreciate your leadership right now and your vision and work on keeping everybody together.
Thank you.
On the same page.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First on the tee, our professional, BJ Singh. Player is one half of the wildly popular syndicated radio show, Bill Bubba Bussey from Rick and Bubba. Y'all make me a thing.
Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba's playing with you. We just wanted to say, hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. We're live now. Rick can't play, but Bubba's going to be with y'all, so take care of him, okay?
All right, man.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll see you later. He looked scared, but he was all right. I think he looked a little surprised. He thought a bald man was trying to tackle him.
How come boats ride and rest underwater?
I don't know.
From Alabama to the world, still going strong. Man, I love to sing that Rick and Bubba song.
Well, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, from an unnamed studio, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. And thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, the gang all here. And we're glad that you are here. I want you to welcome back, hanging out with us today. Over there, rocking in, kind of adapting to the new studio. It's Bill Bubba Bussey. Buddy, how you doing?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what we do. Cranking up the phone troll music. Our first time, as far as the big show, chatting with you today at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And you can bring in the phone calls, make comments, ask questions. We've just handed you the controls. It's your show. Take it. Handle it with care. Bubba, Rick, guys, here's what I want to talk about. All right, there we go. We'll talk about it. Hey, guys, I got a question I want to ask. All right, bring it in. So, guys, I was wondering, can you tell me if I have this right? Whatever it is, You just want to stay away from meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will then come to a close, and then we will move to the next caller if you are trying to do, because remember, we're protecting the audience, and you're thinking to yourself, if I were listening to this phone troll, would I be informed? Would I be entertained, or would I have to be honest? I find myself annoyed. So while your phone calls are coming in, if you move now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, you will get in. I do want to remind you, a lot of folks are emailing me, and this is kind of over in your world too, Helms, and I do have an update. When will the new Rick and Bubba CD, Herd Immunity, be available on all the streaming services? It looks like, from our publisher, it looks like 1 week from today. So if you'll kind of jot that down on your calendar to check that, it looks like 1 week from today, the new Rick and Bubba CD, Herd Immunity. Hard copies are still available in our store, and there's a few copies left. But it'll go to the streaming services 1 week from today. So make a note of that. What's today? What's the date today?
It is today is number 12.
Number 12. So 19th. All right. So make it may come the 17th, but I wanted to kind of give me some days to fudge. All right, so let's start. An anonymous caller out of Montgomery, Alabama. If you want to join us, fire up, you can join us too. Anonymous, you are on the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
When Bubba talks about government and economics,
did I get a?
That's Mama like. Boy.
Well, that's quite a topic to.
Hey,
yeah,
turn it down.
Don't be a stumbling block for these women.
Well, I'm trying not to.
Buddy. Turn it down.
I'm trying not to. Obviously, I'm trying not to.
Yeah. Let's go to Corn Pop.
Thank you, ma'am.
Corn Pop and Ozark. Corn Pop, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
What's going on, fellas?
You?
So I was wondering if y'all had seen the rumor about Lane Kiffin going to the Minnesota Vikings since they fired their coach. And I was really wondering what Bubba thought about that.
Look,
are you messing around? Is he kidding around?
Rick, who knows? There were so many NFL coaches and GMs fired the other day. It may have been a record.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like it's like every other team was getting rid of somebody. Look, as a Vikings fan, I would welcome Lane Kiffin with open arms.
Jeremy in Florida. Jeremy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, are y'all familiar with the guy who does the impersonation of Nick Saban?
Yes.
Like on Twitter.
Yes, he has got him.
Yes. If you haven't seen it, watch his pregame interview for Nick Saban before the game.
Yeah, we'll have to catch that because he does a great job.
Gosh, he's good. I mean, he has got him down. All right, so I will look for
Rick,
that.
can I just say one more thing back to the Minnesota Viking coach? If we could get a coach that would win, I'd support Tecumseh Sherman. Okay.
Y'all don't understand how big that is in Bubba's family. I'm telling you. Now I hope they don't hear you. Let's go to Pam out of the great state of Alabama. Pam, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to give you a suggestion for the name of the studio.
Sorry, that's instant buzzer.
That's right. We have a pause on that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Hurt me to do it, but
I know. But you know what? I think you're right because if you didn't, you were going to have about 6 more.
Yeah,
it could have been worse, Rick. It could have been the cannon.
That's true.
Yeah, you just gave her the buzzer.
Right then, I had a choice to look to my brethren and go, "What are you doing, man?" And I just didn't want to be in that position.
Right. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, let's go.
Sorry, man.
Let's go to Carla out of Alabama. Carla, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, I'd like to know if you've heard of Biden's new voting rights, and what are your comments on that?
Well, you talked about that last time.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Voting rights with Biden.
Biden's voting rights.
Yes.
It last night.
Yeah, I think we talked about that last hour. Bubba, what you were saying, maybe we're off the air, and you said this is going to get to the point where you just have to go up and sign something.
One of the provisions.
I think we were off air when we were talking about.
See, the states run their elections now.
Wait a minute. Anonymous in Montgomery, should I tell her to just kind of maybe turn the radio off?
Lock in.
Huh?
Lock in.
All right, go ahead.
The states run their own elections now. Even federal elections, each state reports their election returns to the to the central accounting of all of that. So, but what this sounds like, yeah, we want people to vote, and everybody does want people to vote. But this basically will federalize elections. It will overturn all the state rules. And look, in some states, you don't have to show an ID to vote. Some states you do. But I think that should be left to the people in that state to decide how they want to run their own election. And once it's federalized, then you're going to lose control of a lot of stuff. Now, they're doing this under the guise of we want everybody to vote. And the other side is saying we want everybody to legally vote, but we do not want it make it easier for people to cheat. And so that's basically your two sides of that argument.
All right, let's go to Andrew in Dallas, Texas. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, guys. How is everyone?
We're good. Great.
All right. Well, I think you may have buzzed somebody out, but
I did.
Got the name for.
I'm sorry. I thought
I hear it, Rick.
Yeah, if you want to comment on the studio, that's okay.
Yeah.
But if you're calling it with a name, it's
so I
buzzer.
hear a woman get a buzzer,
mm-hmm.
and I hear your speech, and I still stay on hold and attempt it.
Yeah.
Well, I think he didn't fully. At least what he said, I thought I heard you buzz somebody, so I don't know if I can do this, but now he knows.
You know what? And I was thinking about this yesterday, and we've all talked about it before. And this is a form of this here. One of the toughest jobs on the planet is parenting.
Yeah.
And the audience is like is kind of our child as well. And I mean,
I was trying to explain that over the holidays.
Yeah, trying to get them to behave sometimes it's not easy. Let's go to Gulf Shores, Sunny 105, where Craig or Greg is standing by. I've called a lot of people Craig this week and last week, and they say no, it's Greg. So I don't know if y'all sound on the phone like Greg's when you're Craig. So are you Craig or Greg?
C.
All right, so you're Craig. All right, Craig, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Perfect parody song. Biden went down to Georgia looking for some votes to steal.
Yeah. Let's go to Byron in Montgomery. They're in a bind on how to use the pandemic this time.
Yeah.
They want to get curbside voting again, but they also then have to be held accountable that they said they were going to shut the virus down.
Yeah.
So they don't really know what to do. Let's go to Byron in Montgomery. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Joke I saw yesterday on the national championship game, talking about Auburn fans getting all fired up. Georgia won it, and they said, hey, don't forget your team lost in the Pick 5 for 1999 Bowl.
Yeah,
the what?
There may be some Auburn fans that celebrated that victory by Georgia, but the ones that I know didn't watch the game at all because they hate both teams equally. Literally,
isn't that good college football rivalry?
Yeah, I talked to young Broderick last night. He's an Auburn fan. He said I didn't even watch it. He said I watched the movie. He said, "Why would I want to watch two teams that I don't like play?"
Well, there's some fans I'm sure was pulling against Alabama. I'm sure there were some that were pulling against Georgia because if you look at their success, Rick, Georgia has given Auburn more problems than Alabama has.
Yeah.
Over the past 10, 15 years.
Yeah. Auburn can't even get close to beating Georgia in recent time.
It hasn't been easy.
Chad, Birmingham, go ahead, Chad.
Helmsy.
Sir.
When you wear that sweater zipped up all the way, meow.
Such a good one.
Oh, my goodness. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continues to crank it out. And we look forward to continuing to spend some time with you today. We come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But last week, we did a show on location.
It's the very first interview of the day, and we didn't quite have the volume of all the headsets and the guest headsets and all that quite locked in. And it's so funny because Bubba doesn't know Bubba's sitting there. He doesn't realize the guy next to him is in excruciating pain,
blowing his doors off.
I mean, blowing.
Hey, please key on his face when he puts the headphones on. Okay.
You need the volume adjusted, just let me know. You need to adjust the volume.
Daily, that common sense is a superpower.
So I'm looking for him to give me a sign, up or down.
Rick.
Go look at his face.
It's loud. It's loud.
That looks like I want it to go up. He gave me the up.
It is 35. Greg, if you go over, look at me. I can't be more loud. I'm over. Rick, of all songs, I'm over mixing. You're doing the air drums. Rick. You're listening. He's doing this. Now wait a minute. Look at you. It's got Adler down. The other day,
it was so loud in his ears, and he's like, "Please turn it down." It's loud. And then Bubba turns it up.
Well, after he does that, I turn it up. I thought, it went down too low.
It looked like he was in pain. He was like, and of all songs. Hello there, Rick from the Rick and Bubba Show. This has been something that the audience has been asking me to do for years. Now, let me be clear. You can go to rickandbubba.com. You can click on Goodies and then click on Document, and you can get the recipe for the world-famous Burgess Spiral hot dogs. I learned this from my dad. I will continue to pass it along to the next generation. But many of you said, Rick, why don't you do a video showing us the entire preparation? And today, thanks to the pandemic, we will be doing this. Now, first of all, you have to have the right elements. Now, I want to tell you some of the things that we have here. First of all, you need to have a pair of sunglasses so when you go to the grill, I grew up watching my dad on the grill. For some reason, he always has sunglasses on. I will likely be wearing sunglasses even though it's an overcast day here in Sweet Home, Alabama when I go to the grill. But the right pair of sunglasses, I prefer the Costa Del Mars, but that could just be a style issue with you. Next, if you're going to do a spiral dog, you got to have the right weenies. Here they are. These are Oscar Mayer all beef weenies. Now you will see, and it's shameful today that you will notice that mine says lean beef. I prefer the all beef weenie. Again, remember I told you we're in a pandemic. These were the only all beef weenies of Oscar Mayer left on the shelf. I would not have gotten these if I had not coughed and screamed unclean. Now, of course, the thing that makes the spiral dog so fantastic, of course, is the barbecue sauce. We have tried various barbecue sauces over the years. We absolutely love Bullseye Original. Don't get weird with it. Bullseye Original seems to lay on the Oscar Mayer all beef weenie perfectly. I'm not being paid to endorse any of these projects, though if they would like to contact me, I'm open to that. When it comes to the buns, I don't really have any favorites. I prefer, if I have my choice, and they're hard to find now, I love the King Hawaiian buns. They just started doing those not long ago. They're hard to find. But really, any hot dog bun will do. Again, we're in a pandemic. Ballpark hot dog buns were all that were at the grocery store. So I grabbed these, and certainly these work. The spiral is the key. You have to have a very, very sharp knife. So be careful with it, but you got a sharp knife so the spiral will go smoothly. Now, there are people, and I know you, there are people out there that have bought this apparatus that spirals the weenies. I don't like that. Also, you got to have something ready today for your barbecue sauce. Put your barbecue sauce in here. You want something to spread. Notice I'm doing weenies today, so I don't want this brush to be too wide. I like it to be a little narrow so it can work down the weenie perfectly, because how we put this barbecue sauce on is going to be crucial, and we'll talk about that when we actually start making the spiral dogs today. And then, of course, you want to have some kind of tongs. This does not call for the Rick and Bubba spatula, sadly, but the tongs for me work the best. You don't have to have these, but these are really nice for picking the weenies up and rolling them. Thank you for being with us. Coming to you from the No Name Studio. How'd it feel? You like that?
I like that better than unnamed.
Yeah, I do too.
And I know Ryan Greenwood will love it.
Yeah, that's a little tribute to the no-name defense.
72.
By the way, has anybody checked on Ryan Greenwood, who used to be part of the team? Anytime Speedy's in duress, that's his favorite stuff. And he sent me a text for us to stop the other day when we were suggesting that on our hunting trip that everybody thought Speedy needed some assistance.
Yeah.
And he literally texted and said, please stop, because I would like to, continue to.
Yeah, he told me he enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was yeah. So anyway, now what is this thing? I mean, is this Wacky World? This guy?
Very wacky, very wacky.
This guy, what in the world is he doing?
How bizarre! How bizarre!
Look around the Wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby.
It's making
Underwater
me
Man.
crazy.
It's making me crazy.
Every time I look around
that wacky world.
Every time
Everybody
I look around.
say.
Rick, Charlotte, North Carolina, we had a man who climbed up a tower that had power lines on it, up 85 foot. The lines were energized, and it took them almost 4 hours to get him down. And in the process, they had to kill power to about 20,000 people. Now, we have a package on it from Channel 6 in the Charlotte area.
Yeah, Morgan, that's exactly right. They told me earlier this afternoon that in the midst of their tense negotiation to try and get this man down from the tower, there was a crowd of people forming on the ground and on social media making light of the situation.
No pun intended. Rick?
CMPD says this man, 85 feet in the air, is lucky to be alive.
That tower was energized with 6 lines, each carrying about 115,000 volts. I don't know what your faith is, but I think God was watching over him today.
Police say the man appeared to be in an advanced state of substance or alcohol abuse.
You think?
As they worked to get him back down, Duke Energy de-energized the tower, causing up to 20,000 customers to partially or fully lose power.
Hey, thanks.
This is about saving a life, so I know some people were upset about their power being cut off.
Greg?
But truly, this is about trying to protect an individual and keep them from dying.
Negotiations on the ground were made even harder by individuals who weren't even involved.
Bubba.
Police say people were
course.
joking on social media, going so far as to place bets on whether the man would fall. One even flew a drone close to the man in danger.
That makes me sick.
Rick,
This is about trying to save a life. And when people look at it as purely entertainment, that's a sad state of affairs for our society.
From CMPD, a plea for people to let those in law enforcement do their jobs and to show a little more compassion.
Look how high he is. He went on up
Well,
there.
I mean, a little more compassion. I mean,
That was courtesy of Fox 46.
Bubba, give us your theory on the gene pool.
Well, look, I understand what the officer was saying.
Yeah.
But if it had been that this guy couldn't avoid being up there is one thing. Now, him being a clown and climbing up there. Now, here's the thing, too. We don't know how many people's lives were endangered by them cutting the power off.
Yeah.
In that 20,000 people, how many people were on some kind of ventilation system or an oxygen or something? You don't know.
He went on up it.
He did.
Yeah,
shirtless.
I wish I could have heard what he was saying. He was screaming.
When he said people were getting involved, I kind of in my mind thought there's a group of people that started chanting "jump."
Yeah,
you know how they always will do.
What
that.
about the drone comes zipping up at him?
Yeah, I've seen things where people were telling people to jump. If people are just standing there and they're taking wagers on whether he falls or not,
right?
That's not as bad as the. I mean, you go to New York and so they're screaming jump. It's wasn't that bad.
They'll be chanting.
Yeah,
a big
they're
mob
good
of
at it.
them.
Right.
They're real good at it.
And how about this? The people that betted that he would fall, they lost.
They did.
And see,
how about that?
This guy. This is self-inflicted,
Right? Yeah,
It ain't like it's a black bear. We've had those.
Yeah,
right. Didn't nobody hold him down and force drugs down his system and anything like that?
We didn't
look at where he's.
We
at.
didn't see how they got him down. Did he climb down, or did they have?
Well, he's really, really up there.
They had to help him.
In the story, it says once the man climbed down the tower safely, he was transported to an area hospital for medical and mental treatment
evaluation. Yeah,
I hope for a long time.
I don't know. There is something from a spiritual standpoint to this thing about taking your clothes off. But why?
Exactly.
Why do they always have to be shirtless? I mean,
it's probably a pretty cool day in Charlotte.
I bet
too.
it was
I
real
know.
cold. So tell me the level of danger this guy was in, not from the fall, but from the actual electricity.
That's a transmission line.
Yeah, very, very high.
Well, how did he not?
Well, he
get
didn't get
electrocuted?
out there in it.
Well,
Okay.
the
So
tower,
he stays on the tower.
Yeah, the tower itself is not energized. I mean, there's insulators
Because
that are
there's big
holding up
spacing on the
lines.
transmission.
Yeah.
Now, if it was a distribution, it's tighter.
There they go.
Yeah.
If
that's
he,
we're not even in the room. That's when the
I
old
know.
BlackBerry gets up there, and all of a sudden you see a big arc, poof, and here he comes
Yeah.
flipping out of it.
As a matter of fact, if he'd have just grabbed one and dangled in the air, it probably wouldn't have electrocuted him. But if he'd hit two of them, it'd have been bad.
See those
Bad news.
insulators sticking down.
Yeah.
That's
You
the
know,
energy.
birds can sit on it if you're not grounded. Even the people who work on them, they jump on them with
They
those
get
suits.
phased with
Right.
it.
Yeah. But I wouldn't want to be that guy.
No.
I mean, I know the theory, but I don't want to get on there. You know?
Yeah, you really
That's just
disrupted a lot of people's lives there.
Greg, can you go up to the TV and kind of tell us what everything is in this diagram here? If you want to do that for us,
Well, you go here
just
on
don't
the back
touch the
one
TV.
back
I
there.
heard you used to work for a power company.
Yeah, but now transmission is not my forte, but I know a little bit about it.
All right.
So Rick, turn wireless up. Let's see.
Okay. All right.
Let's have Greg go to the board and try this out.
We need
If he had
a pointer.
Well, to get started, right here is a jackass.
Okay, that's him.
These are insulators here, and then there's connected on the end. Those wires are energized, and it's 115 line. That's a lot of power.
Now, Greg, you say 100. It's 115 kilovolt.
Yeah.
1,000 volts. Yeah.
Hey, you stirring that woman up
You've
again.
got enough
today. Goodness gracious.
See, you stacked it up.
Wow.
Insulators. And now, if he'd got out here and shimmied down, he'd have been a mist.
He would have been a miss.
Thank you, Adler.
Thank you so much. All right, so we'll be back. So we got.
I like you at the board, Greg.
Yeah,
I did too.
I like that.
You did a good job, buddy.
Nice.
Are you serious, Speedy?
Huh?
So you've got him ready to go?
Oh yes.
What kind of mood is he in?
Not a good one.
Dickie Nadmeyer is on hold. We'll come back. We'll hear from Bama's biggest fan right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Them evenly. Any kind of pan will do to put your weenies in. This is the one that Sherry allowed me to use today. It's no more complicated than that. Now, you also want to have an apron. This one, I don't even know that we sell these anymore at rickandbubba.com. I think they went away quick. But the statement here is still profound. Never, ever, under any circumstance, trust a skinny shelf. You see somebody a little heavy, especially some love handles on them, they're going to take you to the food. And I promise you that when we're done today, you can look at me and the way I'm built, and you can know you got a good hot dog coming up, okay? Some people have actually said, and I'll tell you one thing, it drives me up the wall, hey, Rick, this is just a hot dog. And see, that's where you're wrong. Hey, Rick, this is just a hot dog. I can't tell you how many people have said that and bit into a spiral dog, looked at me with tears running down their face, and apologized. Okay? No, it's not just a hot dog. It's a spiral dog. And we're going to get that done today, and we're going to do it in a way that you should be able to produce perfection every single time. By the way, at rickandbubba.com, we do have an apron. We may be out of this one, but we got a really cool camo one that's really sharp. So, all right, so when we come back, I'm going to show you the most important part, and that is what? I got to get my spiral right. The key to the spiral, why do we do a spiral? Let's talk about that first. Why would I spiral a hot dog? The reason why, look right here, the reason why we love the spiral is when you spiral it, a lot of times with a hot dog, people just throw these things up on a grill, they roll them around a few times, it might wrinkle up, and then you bite into it, and what? It's cold in the middle, or the middle doesn't seem crispy, the outside might be burnt, but then the inside still isn't crispy. But see, with the spiral dog, take your knife, be careful, take your knife, look, and you want to come just like this, look at me working around, almost like I'm whittling a hot dog. You see me turning it? I'm turning the weenie on the blade of the knife, and then right here at the finish, right there, and look, see, that's going to open up for me and when I cook, and it's going to open up at the degree that I want it to. All right, let's talk about the grill. All right, so here's what we're going to do first. You want to get your weenies, and you just grab one out here, and you want to come here along the grill. Again, I know I've got even heat, so I'm fine there. And I'm just going to lay these here. The reason why I'm going to lay them like this is because I want to be able to roll them in the barbecue sauce evenly, because I don't want anybody to get ahead. Now, I'm not putting barbecue sauce on them now, because what I'm going to do now is let them lay there and roast a little bit. And this is what I like about the Oscar Mayer all-beef weenie, is it doesn't get in a hurry. Look, I can already see one of the spirals opening up right now, so we can get into the inside. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sit here and roll them. That's why I like these tongs. But you can use whatever you want to as long as it pulls it off. See, I like rolling them a little bit, and that way I'm going to look and not let any side burn too much.
and then I'm going to keep on rolling them as the spirals open up. The good thing is there's some flavor being trapped in here, but the spirals are still allowing it to cook all the way through. So we're going to let it cook a minute, and then we're going to get ready to perfectly apply the barbecue sauce. We're ready for barbecue sauce. They've cooked about 5 minutes, no more than that if your fire's right. I want to go ahead and get my first layer on relatively quick. And look, see how I'm stroking it right? That's why I like that size brush right there. Because look, that is just perfect. See how that barbecue sauce is just encompassing the whole weenie right there? All right, so now I've put my first coat on. You see, and look, I'm liberal with it too. One of the few times I'll be liberal. Look at those babies right there, huh? I mean, they're looking exactly the way I want to. You see how good even strokes across there? All right, so let me make sure I've got barbecue sauce. You want to flip them and roll them. Be sure there's barbecue sauce on both sides. You know, nothing worse to have a spiral dog that's got barbecue sauce only on one side. Nobody likes that. All right, so let's let these guys roast a minute. Let this keep crystallizing on there and get it down to perfection. So right now, I'll even take this. Look, I'm gonna take this and let them sit in there. Let that barbecue sauce crystallize on top of that perfect spiral dog. Well, the spiral dogs are done. It's perfection. As I said, you don't even have to use a bun if you don't want to. Like I say, Sherry, my wife, she just likes to take them, put them on a plate, cut them up, dip them in some mustard. But we're going to bun these. We've grilled these buns, and that means that they're nice and toasty. And we're going to take these and we're going to put them in here. And notice that I have set up on my plate what I call the triple play. I've already planned on having 3. So we're going to do this. Now, I'm kind of just a mustard guy. That's really all I like on mine. You can put kraut on them. You can put slaw on them. I've tried that before. They're really good. I like mine with just mustard on it. Also, you can put onions on it if you want to. I don't know that they call for ketchup, but if you want to try that, that's fine. But to me, that might be overkill. Mustard is great. As I said, you can do slaw, you can do kraut, you can do onions, and some people even tried chili. I haven't tried that yet. I like it just like this. That's what you call a spiral dog. It's not a hot dog. What is it? Say it back. It's a spiral dog. This is what you call a spiral dog, and it is delicious.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so all day yesterday, all we got covered up in the emails and stuff. Hey, are we going to hear social media? We're going to hear from Nadmeyer after Alabama's loss in the national championship game. And we've just kind of learned over the years that's probably not the way to go, but 24 hours has passed. And apparently, Speedy now has Dickie Nadmeyer on the line.
I'm kind of shocked that we were able to get him this soon, Speedy.
Yeah.
Good job running him down.
Dickie, you there?
Roger.
Oh, no.
Dickie, where are you at this morning?
Roger.
Oh, Dickie, are you okay?
Rough, man.
Are you still in Indy, or have you made it back home?
Well, I do what I always do, and it's rare. It's only happened 22 times in the entire saving era, but I do what I always do if we lose one over the normal stuff, playing against the officiating. And the only way you're going to beat Bama is by cheating. And when I left out of there, I just thought about all the things that were up against us and injuries. And I go straight to the Bear Bryant Museum, and we camp out in the parking lot where I lay as we speak.
You're laying there.
Well, Dickie, I know.
You're just working it out.
I literally get get out my sleeping bag, and I lay here. I just let wins and championships ooze into my system.
You meditate.
Well, I know it was a tough loss for you. I know it was a tough loss, but you have to take some positivity out of it that we already have the first rankings of next year, and they've got Alabama number 1.
Well, it's the beauty of being a Bama fan versus an Albie. You just simply reset and you try again. Unless Auburn buys another player like they did with Scam Newton.
Oh, boy.
It's their only way. But Auburn can't even keep little Bowie Nix. I mean, when you take a Bo Nix and his daddy played at Auburn and he's so disgruntled that he goes to Oregon, I'd rather be a duck than a tiger.
Well,
I mean, what kind of program are you running down there?
Well,
watch out.
you know,
Since
they really were not a part of this game this weekend, but
Albies are always a part of it because they're going to stand up and try to. When you're in Auburn, so you have to win championships vicariously through other teams.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that.
Deep down, every Auburn fan lives through us, and they know it.
Dickie, let me ask you this: were you on some level? On some level, were you happy for a former Alabama coach to win a national championship?
No.
Anytime the Tide loses, it doesn't matter.
No.
Once Kirby Smart put on another color and became a Georgia Bulldog, I hate his guts.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good night. Hate his guts.
He loses every game.
He was fired up after the game. He's kind of in your face a little.
You did have some injuries, Dickie, obviously, to some big playmakers, but how do you what do you think went wrong other than that? Other than the cheating and all that, you've already covered it.
I'd like to tell my Alabama brethren, especially those that are laying out here in the parking lot with me, I'd like to say, and what I'm going to say next is going to be difficult, but if you just look at what Byron Edwards said on y'all's program.
Byron Edwards?
Brad?
That's Brad Edwards.
Brad. That's close enough.
Byron told you that if you look at the schematics, this is the 9th best team of the 9 that we've taken to the national championship. And then the Georgia is the best team they've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can look back and say when they had Rhett Walker, they were good. But it's
before you start touring with the band.
But when you talk about Alabama, I mean, basically Georgia's greatest team in the world is 1-1 against our 9th best championship team.
Oh, I see where you're going.
I see where you're going.
Which told you the same thing.
Byron's good with them numbers.
Yeah.
So, Dickie, yesterday.
By the way, does Byron have does Byron ever get? When I was glad to see him outdoors.
Okay.
Like if he gets them kind of numbers, does he ever go outside?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Road time.
Dickie, I have to ask you this. ESPN yesterday had a couple of segments discussing Georgia and how they've been recruiting and the fact that, that they've learned from the master, from the prophet himself. Do you think this is a changing of the tide? No pun intended.
If I had one thing to say today that is concerning to me, and this is going to hurt, and it's going to anger some folks, especially Phyllis. I've got her in the trailer right now, our RV, looking at a picture of Greg. That's all she can do.
I'm glad to help.
I don't like Saban's attitude.
Wait a minute.
What?
I've seen too much smiling.
Oh.
They was like, he's awful chummy.
He was a kid.
Oh, me and Kirby, we're chummy. It's okay, Bama fans. We lost, but we lost to Kirby. We're chummy.
You don't like that?
Laughing after the Auburn game, smiling, cutting up. And I don't like this new attitude.
Uh-oh.
It may be time for Saban to go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Nadmeyer.
Yeah, I know it.
You need to take that back.
That would be embarrassing.
I know you're upset, but
he can take Billy O'Brien with him. You got to be careful when you put an Irishman in charge of offense.
Dickie,
so you can take Bryce Young with you.
You don't like Bryce Young?
We done run off Bear Bryant's grandson.
Oh, well, I was going to ask you. Transfer portal heated up yesterday, as it does with every school. But a lot of players transferring, and one notable, Bear Bryant's great grandson. How'd you feel about that?
Well, why did he not get his shot?
Look at that. You talking about probably because the Heisman Trophy winner is playing in front of him.
Yeah, I would think that's why.
That might have something to do with it.
Hey, Greg, won't you go figure out where Bo Nix went?
We're looking for Bo. Can't find him.
Well, I saw y'all bought the kid from A&M. They better work out like 2010. But let me say this. We put all our eggs in that Bryce Young basket. I didn't like what I saw in the game.
I know.
Well, he had a lot of drops from some young receivers once Jameson went down.
But
is that
hit the receivers in the hands. What I saw.
Sound. Hey, our receivers can't catch.
Well, I mean, it hit them in the hands, Dickie.
Hey, this is Bama. At Bama, if we put you in the game, I don't care if you're 14, you catch a damn ball.
Well, in all fairness, too, Young made a couple of ill-advised throws into double and triple coverage. So, but again, it was kind of a rebuilding year, Dickie, right? I mean,
well, for us, it was a rebuilding year, which means we finished second.
Right.
That is a rebuilding year for us, and I acknowledge that. I don't like it. The reason why we're so good is because this is painful. See, a lot of people have more victories, and hey, we at least number 2, and hey, little Kirby won. That ain't the way Bama people operate. That's why we're good. That's why we're the best. And we were not the best. We don't like to be lumped in with the rest.
Dickie, let me ask you this: whenever it does happen at some point, and it may be 20 years from now, when Coach Saban retires, would Kirby be a suitable replacement now that he's proven he can win a national championship too?
Don't like that he's wore the other colors. Remember we tried to remember when Brother Oliver went over to Auburn? He was tainted.
Tainted, okay.
Banned.
He's tainted.
Right.
He's been somewhere else. He's tainted.
Well, Dickie, you've made it back.
Hey, y'all couldn't even beat Thompson High School down there at Legion Field, Part 2.
Hey.
Roll Tide.
All right, so Dickie, you've made it back to campus. You're in mourning. What do you do now? Where do you go? What's for the Nadmeyer family here?
That's a great question. What we do as Bama fans now, we ignore basketball. I know Auburn does that because they can't win the football. Hey, look, we're good at basketball. Who cares?
So that didn't bother you?
We're a basketball school. Well, you know what? You can be a basketball school, and you are because your football team. The only difference is Kentucky's football team's better than Auburn.
Oh, good night.
They got a little work to do for sure.
Hey, why don't y'all let Bruce Pearl coach football team? Roll Tide.
You probably heard that before.
Right.
You realize that Auburn went and got a coach from Idaho?
Yeah, that's right.
Idaho.
You know,
that used to be a phrase that Phyllis's sister used to say.
No, hey, Dickie Nadmeyer.
That's for Greg.
I like it.
I'm injured.
So you'll just you'll just take some time off, maybe?
Greatness. No.
What about any other sports?
Next year.
Any other sports at Alabama you follow, Dickie? The girls' softball team's very good. Baseball's good. You already said you don't care for basketball. Do you follow anything else?
See, that's the attitude of an Albie. They always have to look for hey, how about this? Our girls can ride horses good. War Eagle.
Not into the equestrian? You're not into that?
Not interested in other sports. It's football. We're a football school. Roll Tide.
So you just take off till next August?
Oh, we beat y'all in basketball last night. But who cares?
No, I mean, as far as what you're going to do, so you won't follow any other sports.
Spring training.
I'll be focused on how I'm going to get the money up to get out to California.
For next year.
Next year, I got it.
Yep.
Next year.
Okay.
So we focused on next year. So we're going to be there. I promise you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
we're
well,
going to be there.
I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
And Saban needs to get focused, and I'm going to tell him that man to man.
Are you really?
You
Okay.
Call him down?
Do you get to talk to him much?
I screamed at him as he was leaving.
Well, tell Phyllis we said, hey, Dickie.
All right. Phyllis says, hey, Greg.
Hey, Phyllis.
Dickie, you're going to be okay.
See y'all next year.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's what I'm talking about.
Frank, have you thought about adding Dr. Fauci to your lineup? Because we've enjoyed watching.
Do you have a Dr. Fauci?
Well, no, we've enjoyed watching it. We don't do a good one, of
For
course.
some reason, I don't know why. You know how things morph.
It's problematic, Frank.
My Dr. Fauci morphs into my former Aunt Martha from up north.
Yeah, it's very close.
It's problematic, and she was always smoking. Come here and give your Aunt Martha some sugar. You know what I mean? And
you gotta go a little less Aunt Martha. It's about 40% Aunt Martha.
It's problematic.
But you gotta scream, it's problematic.
But for some reason, I have to smoke, even as Dr. Fauci. It's problematic.
What's he smoking? A rolled up mask? Dr. Fauci somewhere. It's Dr. Fauci somewhere in here. He's got a little bit of New York. He's got something. He's almost Joe Pesci, where he's like, "Listen, I'm going to knock out this COVID-19. I'm going to take it down right now."
And he's a little scratchy. He's a little grovelly in there.
Yeah, he's got that. He's like, he does that thing where he's like, we decided there's going to be no masks, but wear a mask. Well, which is it? You should wear a mask with a picture of a mask on it, and then you'll be a lot safer.
Wait a minute.
I don't know why.
Hey, you're veering into it.
Getting close.
That was there.
Somewhere in there comes the finding of the Dr. Fauci. And I'm starting to feel like Aunt Martha.
So I'm going to the show, Frank. What am I seeing now? What's the new stuff you're working on? I mean, I'm going out. I'm going to see the show. Tell me about it.
Some of the Biden stuff. I'll do some of the greatest hits and stuff like that too, because people are paying, and I just have to do a bunch of different things to get working. There's some storytelling about my family, a little bit of that. Like I said, the Biden stuff. And it's just Biden and Trump going back and forth. That's the way it buys me a lot of time with Biden. And every time I start to talk, I look over and there he is, Sleepy Joe.
That's so good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gosh, your Biden's good.
Yeah, it is real good.
Come on, man.
Yeah, come on. You know the deal. That's the thing he goes to when he's trying to get out of something where he doesn't know where he's at.
Right.
So he'll say something. He's like, "Come on, you know the deal." No, I don't know the deal. What's the deal? The thing with the deal. The thing with the deal. Come on. Shit.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Location at the 2017 Regions Tradition.
Gary, I'm here, boys.
Couldn't find a parking spot today. Of course, we've done this 1,000 times, but all the parking spots had names on them, so I just parked in John Daly's parking spot. I figured, what's the difference? Just flies off like that and you're good with that? I mean, what if it don't come back?
Buddy, it's going to come back. That is so cool.
Gary, did they say you could have that?
I hope they do.
It's the Rick and Bubba Show coming to you today from beautiful Greystone Country Club, the Regions Tradition, the Champions Tour. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show to try to help you get the prescriptions you need at about 80% off. What? Yeah. Did you know that your prescription price could vary by as much as $100 from pharmacy to pharmacy? So GoodRx.com/Bubba, they go and they look at over 70,000 pharmacies, and they find you discounts and better prices in CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, and more. And many times, now they'll work for you whether you have insurance or not. But here's the deal. Even if you have insurance, sometimes GoodRx is getting you a better deal on the prescription that is better than even your copay. So go to GoodRx.com/Bubba. It costs you nothing to use it. Free service. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Savings up to 80%. See if they can find you a better deal. You could be throwing money down the toilet, or worse, not getting the prescription that you need because it's too expensive. GoodRx.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we talked about on the show about the ongoing COVID crisis or whatever. And one of the things that we have said where the big mistake by the Biden administration, and you even hear people that are not conservative saying that, the Trump administration did a better job of getting the vaccine out with Operation Warp Speed. And then what happened, the Biden administration seemed to adopt all the eggs in the vaccine basket.
Yep.
And even when monoclonal infusions showed great success, we have a pill now by Pfizer that in the test is showing great success on treatment. Today, we're about to tell you about a nasal spray that they think can prevent COVID infection, for up to 8 hours.
Yeah, they're saying it gives you about 8 hours protection. When all the COVID stuff was rolling out early on, do you remember there was one report that said that people who use a nasal spray daily for, whatever, either a steroid or some kind of salt solution to clean your nose out, that they had a less likely chance to pick it up just because you're washing out potential infection.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who has had all, is susceptible to sinus problems.
Yeah.
And they told us, look, it's nothing but salt water. I forget what it's called.
Saline spray?
It's available anywhere.
Yeah.
Say, look, if you use this as a treatment to keep that passage clean, it'll really help you.
Yeah, and a lot of people do that, and the saline is basically like tears. I mean, it's the same thing you produce naturally. And then they have some where you basically waterboard yourself, and wash it out the other side.
Right.
Well, they're saying that this treatment developed by scientists at the University of Helsinki, which has always been that's one of those words I like to say, Helsinki.
Yeah, right.
Has been able to block coronavirus infections for up to 8 hours in lab studies. Now, why is that important, or how would that help? Let's say you're going to work. That blocks it for the day. You're going to a sporting event or a concert. That would work. And it says that it has
family coming over.
Performed well. Yeah, it has performed well against variants. And some of the other treatments are not faring as well as the variants. Get further and further away from the alpha strain that we first had.
You mean like the vaccine?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Well,
so this is one of those treatments that could make a big difference. Along with antiviral drugs that they're coming out now that are targeting that class of viruses. So, there's some other things. And to your point, Rick, I heard yesterday that a lot of the advisors to the president is saying we need to diversify our attack. We put all our eggs in the vaccine and the vaccinate basket, but we have not used the same warp speed technology to get tests out there, to get monoclonal antibodies out there, to work on vaccine 2.0, which is coming, to get to all these other things, the antivirals, and they commonly called therapeutics.
Right. And here's what happened. Where the mistake was made is we let the government come in Pfizer develops a pill. Doctors want to prescribe it, can't get it. Monoclonal infusions were doing just fine until the government took it over and said, no, we'll distribute it. The private sector is not going to distribute this. Here comes a nasal spray that's showing great success. The government needs to get out of the treatment business, and they need to allow the free market to get these treatments to the doctors so the doctors can prescribe them to their patients. And I got another story here, and I had a friend of mine commenting on this, and I agree with him 100%. U.S. is brought to a standstill by Omicron after mild variant made up 98.3% of new COVID cases in the last week. Facebook tells workers to stay home till March. They can't come back without a booster shot, while United says 3,000 staff, 3% are off sick. Well, here's the thing. It really isn't anymore the virus that is taking our country and bringing it to a standstill. It really isn't. It's our reaction to the virus. It's not the virus anymore. The virus has gotten milder. It's turned into what we all had to do. Hey, man, what's going on? Man, I don't feel too good. I'm going to stay home today. All right, well, look, come back to work when you feel better. And just like we did with flu and sinus infections and all these kind of things, and God forbid pneumonia. And so, but what we're doing now, if I declare I'm sick and it might be COVID, then we do things that we've never done and we don't need to do anymore. That's what's causing the standstill. Perfect example, he was talking about his daughter who works, says she got exposed, but she has no symptoms whatsoever. Okay? He says she's told not to come to work for even longer than what the CDC says now if you have no symptoms. And he said then they put a sign in the door, sorry, we can't do this. We don't have enough staff. She has no symptoms. She's not sick at all. But because she might have been exposed, see, we never did that in the past. Hey, I think I might have been exposed to the flu. All right, well, don't come to work for a week. We never did that at one time, 14 days. And this is turning into I've got the flu. Now, is it contagious and do a lot of people have it? Yeah. But I mean, we've had seasons when all these different things are out there and people get sick more often certain times of year. And the way we ran our society said if you're sick, stay home till you feel better, then come back. But we don't do that with this. So it's not really the virus that's causing the standstill or taking the wheels off society. It's our response to the virus. Because the hospitalizations and the death rates are getting better.
Well, and, hopefully we're in the week right now of the peak of this, and we're going to see it start falling off next week. I hope.
But it's our reaction.
Rick and Bubba.
Today, the Celebrity Pro-Am. It's shocking that we have ever been allowed to return, even after the first time we were here.
Look, hey, there's Governor Tuberville.
There's no telling what's going to be happening right now. And a lot of you, again, when we talk about the reaction, we were just talking about it here on the show, to what's going on, man, there's a lot of uncertainty out there. And I know a lot of you are thinking about, what's going to happen to me long term. I'm concerned about the value of the dollar. I'm concerned about, they keep printing money and the value keeps going down. Well, right now, inflation is at a 40-year high. And it's going to be here to stay for a while because, the government and some governments, when they take over, especially an overreaching central government, they really don't mind it. So they're in no hurry to stop this. Think about it. Inflation rates are higher than the interest on Treasury bonds. So with every day that passes, the government owes less on its mountain of debt. Now, imagine if your mortgage had a negative interest rate, would you be in a hurry to pay it off? You probably wouldn't. Exactly. So our pain, in many cases, is actually their gain. So protect your savings now. Hedge against inflation with gold from Birch Gold because the government is sabotaging, as we mentioned, the value of the dollar. Birch Gold is the only company we trust and recommend for precious metals. They'll help you convert an eligible IRA or a 401k into an IRA that'll be backed by real gold. That's peace of mind. Thousands of satisfied customers. You can check with the Better Business Bureau yourself. A+ rating. So you can trust Birch Gold to help protect your savings. Text RICKBUBBA right now. Put our names together. RICKBUBBA. No need for and here. Just RICKBUBBA. Text it to 989-898. and get a no-cost, no-obligation info kit, this comprehensive 20-page guide. I'll tell you how gold and silver can protect your savings and how you can buy them under the umbrella of a tax-sheltered account. So, again, Rick Bubba, text it now to 989-898. Again, Rick Bubba, text to 989-898. Texted me and asked me if I had been in Odenville and thinks this is me, that the criminal they're looking for. I have not been around Odenville, Alabama at all.
You ran for governor?
Oh, buddy.
I dig everything up on you.
Yep.
What do you think I pulled that for?
We try to just kind of grab people as they go by, and Bubba, we saw Tommy Tuberville.
Or some people just call him governor.
Yeah, our governor Tuberville. Gov.
How are you, Coach?
I'm going to tell you, 24 years, you boys have made it. You know, I've been to this thing many times. Y'all know that, and I played with you.
Oh, yeah.
Del Greco's on the side of a hill up here.
Is he?
CBS is by the porta potty. Yeah. And you guys have got a level lie down here with a tent.
We've been blessed. It's it's kind of like coaching. I mean, if you can stay in either one of those businesses for any amount of time, it's difficult. You look so much calmer now. I bet your blood pressure's better right now.
Well, yes. My wife said, you've changed.
Yeah.
So you think?
Yeah.
You run me off at Auburn and you ship me to Lubbock, Texas. Now I'm gonna tell you what, that's like going to Siberia. Somebody asked me, so what's Texas? What's Lubbock look like? I said, look like Iraq.
You know you're broadcasting, right, Coach?
Huh?
You know you're broadcasting.
Well, I love those people out there.
Coach, thanks for being with us, and glad of all the places you've been, and you've decided to make your home in Alabama.
Glad to be here. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you,
all
too.
Right.
Thank you,
Coach Tommy Tuberville. From the SEC channel, ESPN, there's Booger McFarland.
I'd say you got a lot to get to. I mean, I've been sitting here 2 minutes. I was waiting to come on.
Man, you wouldn't believe all the stuff they have to do, man.
I mean, tell them just hey, listen, we're sponsored by X, and let's get rid of it.
Let's keep going.
First time for the Pro-Am. Looking forward to it. Now, I've been in Birmingham before, and usually when I come in town, I always try to find somewhere new to eat. And
well, we got the places to eat.
You think you look at us? You think we don't know?
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but since you did. The SEC West is a toss-up this year, and I know people in Alabama probably don't want to hear that. Alabama's going to have a very young team, and I know they're talented. I know they got a lot. They got 5 stars.
They always got players.
Yeah, they got 5 stars sitting in the bench.
I truly get that. But anytime you start hearing words like quarterback competition, we don't know who's going to play at that spot, that tells you got a young team. And I think it's going to be up to Nick, and he does it every year to get those guys to gel together. But if you look on the other side at Auburn, Auburn may have the best quarterback in the league.
Greg, please look at the guy over there shaking his permanent marker.
He's shaking it. First of all, have you noticed the people that are getting the memorabilia signed? There's kind of a trend, and I don't want to point it out.
You know what's funny is I'm like the Pied Piper around here. Every time I come to these things, it's like the Pied Piper.
Everybody expects it.
You gotta have it.
Listen to this. I just forgot about this. I still got your Gap wedge in my bag.
Do you really?
I swear to God, I got your Gap wedge.
Thanks, Taylor. I appreciate it.
From last year.
Thank you.
I still have your wedge.
I've looked all over for that thing.
So you gonna use it today?
I might, yeah, but you're left-handed, aren't you?
No.
All right, well,
no.
Somebody else is. Look, Bo Jackson is giving me a neck massage. Right?
That don't happen every day.
Bo knows. Bo knows massage.
He does.
These hands, these fingers work wonders.
I bet they do. Taylor, how old are you now?
40.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
He's 40.
Yeah.
That's young now.
That's young.
I mean, that ain't
well,
nothing.
at 40, you need eyeglasses. If you stick them all over the house.
Yeah. But
you don't want to know what happens at 50.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
No.
But with him being 40, with all that gray hair, he'd be hit down at the senior center, down at Shady Acres.
Yeah,
women.
Yeah.
Casanova. It'd be Casanova, Shady Acres.
You get that blue hair moving around.
I'm telling you.
From gray to blue, baby. Hey, if they're paying, I'm playing.
I know we're long. We're back 7 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. That feels good, doesn't it? Still to come this week, Will make its way back. So pay attention for that. Could happen at any time this week, today, tomorrow, or Friday. Also, don't forget that the Wednesday Bible study, back in its second week, we have the study of Genesis going on, which kind of you can walk through that. We're going to try chapter 2 today. From the No Name Studio. That'll be at 12 Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on our YouTube channel. Then it's archived soon after, if that's easier for you. And you can pick it up on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel later in the day, or just whenever it is convenient for you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here, and we welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey. Hello, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
I know that there's a lot of important things that we have to get right here in our move. I've talked to a number of folks, and we're trying to learn the lay of the land. And one of the things, and I know most companies struggle with this as well, is trying to get breakfast dialed in.
How are we going to eat?
Yeah, in the old studio, over years of trial and error, we went in when the pandemic hit. We stopped the intern program and the golden ticket seats, and that kind of left us in the world that we're still in now. We got to find a way. We don't have people to send for breakfast. It's got to be the someone on the team. We don't have golden ticket seats bringing in food. So we developed in the old place a deal that worked really good with a restaurant that we could walk across the hall, check on it, come back, even in a commercial break, and nothing really, no harm. This has been a little more difficult, but we're getting a system together, and I know that you and I made a move today to try something new. How did you like this? I really enjoy. Still got half left.
Yeah, I do too.
How did
Is that all you're thinking about right now?
How did you like it?
I
really liked it.
Mm-hmm. Contrary to what is sometimes portrayed, I like what I like, but I'm not that picky inside that window of food.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I get scrambled eggs and some kind of breakfast meat, I don't care if it's in a wrap or in a bowl or in a scattered all over a plate. I don't care.
You know what it is? It's almost like
just feed me, baby.
It's almost like what you've said for years, and I agree. It's almost like Mexican restaurants. I don't understand the concern about trying new things. Whatever it is, it's going to be meat and cheese, and you're still going to have the same sauces and the same. I mean, it's just going to come to you presented in a different way.
It's kind of like, when you have, I know Taco Bell or some of the others, and they have all these names of different things. It's kind of the same thing, just arranged a little different.
Well, that was you because
now the Crunch Wrap, number one.
When you're when you're doing a radio show then and you're from an engineer, which makes you almost a turncoat on this, but is that they don't really expect you to eat in your studio, but we do.
Right.
And so if you're going to do that, you need something easy to eat. And I saw Speedy with a handheld breakfast wrap, and to your point exactly, I said, "What is in that?" He said, "Well, it's just scrambled eggs and sausage." And I said, "Oh, so really I'm eating scrambled eggs and sausage. It's just going to be delivered a different way."
Yeah.
So I think that way will be easier to do while doing a show.
Yeah.
So,
it's a little warm when you unrap it. So warning on that first bite.
You kind of want that.
Well, yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But
do you know that's a big thing with
careful.
me? I hate room temperature or cold food.
My wife is the same way.
Some don't matter. I want it warm or hot.
I eat cold stuff right out of the fridge, and it drives my wife crazy.
It explains, I guess, why she married me, because she likes things to be hot. But my wife is. I mean, there's no food. Hey, you bring her food that you've let get cold. Oh, buddy, she wants her food piping hot, and it makes a big difference to her.
Yeah,
I'm kind of like Bubba. I really can eat it easier if it's cooled down a little bit. You know, I don't have
cold pizza out of the fridge. You know, it drives Betty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to take time to warm it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really more about being more hungry than the convenience of it.
Right. So you and I have talked a lot over the years, and you know, you and I both grew up liking dinosaurs.
Oh, love dinosaurs.
I did too. I had Dinosaur Mountain with dinosaurs and all this. I love dinosaurs. I don't love them as much now as I did as a kid for some reason, but you mentioned earlier on the kickoff hour, you know, Jurassic Park. I love all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we Bubba and I have talked, and look, we won't get into even with the study of Genesis. Everybody still wants to, and that's all right because it's interesting about age of Earth and what is, you know, we talked about last week. I mean, the Bible tells us clearly that there's something's already here because the Spirit of God is hovering over the waters of the earth. Of something. There's something already there, and then he says, let there be light, and here we go. Is that a reawakening of something, or is that are we starting at zero?
Are we going dinosaurs and Bible here? Is that where we're going?
Well, that's where I'm headed, because there is a story today. Nature Reserve workers discover fossil of sea dragon, they're putting in quotes, the largest ever found in England. So that may not be the largest ever found in the world, but it's the largest ever found in England. And they're referring to it as a fish lizard, and I'm not
Rick, the great fish lizard.
Well, I'm not going this far with it, but you and I have said on the show many times and in private conversations that it's clear to me now. Here's the thing. Now I have no idea.
Wow.
Whether when God is doing his resume to Job, I don't know whether he's only showing Job things that are currently in Job's life,
right?
Or he's showing Job things he's created throughout his whole existence, which is forever.
Let's remember that book is written on a timeline probably in the middle of Genesis.
Yeah.
On the time. So it's not, not exactly in a sequential order, but yeah.
And it is it's the oldest book of the Bible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the reference is made really to two things. One is the Leviathan or the sea monster,
right?
And one about a land animal that has a tail as big as a cedar tree.
Behemoth, something like that.
Behemoth,
something like that. And to me, that one, even on the Leviathan, to me, the one he is looking at with a tail that the water can't even move. It's like an oak tree. And then he's eating from
the top of the tree.
Yeah.
So it's a brontosaurus
type creature.
Right.
I've heard some people in commentaries try to claim like he's talking about an elephant.
No, the elephant's tail is tiny.
You ever seen an elephant's tail?
Yeah, it's tiny.
And then I've heard some real stretches that the Leviathan is just a crocodile, and I'm like, what? But anyway, so we think. I mean, I think it's easy to see.
It said nothing on Earth could control it.
Right. We control.
That's a big monster.
Just watch.
That's the Kraken right there.
Yeah. Just watch. Go and watch the gang down in Louisiana. They're conquering alligators all the time. So anyway,
I don't think it's much a stretch as what some people think it is. That dinosaurs were common during the time of Job,
or he's just showing him everything he can do throughout existence when Job may not have been there.
Right.
It can be either one. But what I'm saying is the point is God saying, in my resume, can you do these things? And he clearly shows him one, if not two, dinosaurs.
And the other circumstantial evidence for that, I think, is pre-flood. We know that the Earth's climate was much different. It was more of a tropical, heavy humidity. We know that the water came up from the ground every night. In other words, a heavy dew. And we didn't have rain prior to that. So that would have been more conducive to a swampy type reptile environment than what we had post flood, for sure.
Yeah.
So and you have to tie some of that together, but I don't think it's a straight. I do think the references in Job are to what we call dinosaurs. Now, why did he not call it a dinosaur? Because the word dinosaur had never been seen or used until the 19th century. That's a fairly new invention.
Right.
And it really plays into this story. If you go back to some of the oldest recorded U.S. history, world history that we have, we go to our friends in the Far East and into what is now currently China. And you know how big the dragon is in their culture.
Oh, yeah.
So very possibly that was what we knew as dinosaurs were referred to as dragons.
This one, 32 feet long, with a skull that weighed 2,000 pounds. And it's the most complete sea creature kind of thing they found.
That's a big old animal right there.
There's your big boy.
Look at that head.
There's your big boy.
Every time I see a triangle head, I know that's bad news. Rick.
Is that Leviathan?
In my mind, he's bigger than that.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking the same thing. All right, we'll come back.
I don't know.
Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big on any topic. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't want anybody to think it's necessary that I'm sitting between Coach Gus Malzahn and Coach Dan Mullen, and we're not to that place yet.
Overall, we had a really good spring, and we were injury-free, which is always very important, and, left spring feeling pretty good.
If you can leave spring with no injuries...
Well, it's you look. I mean, in today's game, you might be able to overcome an injury at certain positions, but sometimes it'll hit, and you just don't have the next guy. You're looking at developing players, and especially if it's a guy you're counting on that's been developed. The backup that's coming in might not be ready for showtime or right. as developed, and then the trickle down effect. That's what people don't get. It's not the one guy, but it's the trickle down. That's more reps on the next guy, and then you're going to not just the one goes down, but now that two becomes the one, the three becomes the two, and the trickle down effect.
Kirby Smart has joined us. Kirby, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to see Bubba play today. I'll tell you what, it's worth the trip over.
Do you know what you're getting into?
Yeah, he told me he was scratch.
He might scratch his rear end.
They told me how good he was at tennis. So they said that hand-eye coordination will carry over. He said it's easy to hit a stationary ball.
When you see Bubba, you think tennis, don't you?
No doubt. I'm thinking maybe I should start playing if he's good.
What in your mind though? What's the biggest difference about being head versus being a coordinator?
I'd say time management. I've told people that repeatedly. That's the biggest difference. Sometimes you get more time with your family because you're not allowed to go out and recruit as much. But the other responsibilities kind of weigh on you. The speaking engagements, raising money, and doing things like that, and being around your team.
You're in trouble with her anyway, aren't you? Y'all were married, and there's nothing wrong with that. She was wanting you to kind of whisper some sweet nothings to her, didn't she?
Well, she asked me. Here we go. She wanted me to whisper dirty things in her ear. I told her the kitchen and living room.
You ready? You focused? 2 years in a row to hit it down the middle, highly unlikely.
From the nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba Show, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Greg, you're drinking green tea?
That's right.
Get out of here, you hippie.
Slightly. I've never had that. Let me try it. I don't like the term green tea. Who? It don't have no taste. It doesn't have any taste. What do you think, Gary?
I don't drink stuff like that. Don't have enough alcohol in it.
Not enough. Doesn't have enough.
Well, smooth broadcast went well. We've been doing this a lot of years. We stayed out of trouble.
Glad to be here. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, too. Thank you. Coach Tommy Tuberville, enjoy the day today, Coach. Thanks for taking time
Hit
to
'em
be with
straight.
us, as always.
Great. What time
We'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Booger McFarland
See you guys.
On deck
What
to
time
be
you
with
get
us.
up? What time you get up?
I had my headphones on. I didn't know nothing was going on.
He was getting louder every time she thought it was him.
Headphones on.
Rick,
I had the headphones on.
Rick, then you got frustrated with those stiff necks.
What time you saying off? You see, you're in my blind spot. Final time over here. Bubba. You know how many times Bubba, his fourth time he asked, he was standing by the table. He doesn't ask the first time. Bubba, listen to me. What are you seeing off? What time?
Have a good day. Love you.
Thanks, buddy.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alrighty, we're back. Your phone calls coming in 22 minutes past the hour. For those of you that were asking, did we hear from Dickie Nadmeyer? We did not yesterday. We did today. So if you missed that, catch that on your archives, or your podcast archives, your YouTube archives. It'll be there when the show is archived today. All right, so to the phones we go. 866 We Be Big, and we've got a caller standing by. You can get in right now at 866 We Be Big if you would like. We could chat with you. So let's go to Mike out of Huntsville. Mike's got us on 100.3 The River. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing well, and y'all?
We're great. Fantastic.
Good. I called up there last March, and me and Bubba got into a short debate about the length of Joe Biden's term in office. I said that by September he would be gone. And when the Afghanistan debacle happened in August, I thought I was a genius. But apparently Bubba was correct when he said that it would be sometime after the midterm. So I bend the knee to Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we hadn't had the midterm yet, so you're not officially out. You know.
Yeah, well, he said he'd be going in September.
Yeah,
so he missed that one.
All right.
Hey,
I'll give you that.
Hey, he missed that. To Jody. Greg. Jody's in Pleasant Valley. Jody, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What up, Jody?
Hey, just busy out here. Hey, Bubba, have you caught any of the greatest decade of the 80s shows that's running on cable television?
I saw that.
No, what's the name of it?
It is wonderful.
Oh, who's running it? What channel's it on?
I want to say A&E. I don't think that's it either.
I think it's Nat Geo, which I don't know why it would be on there.
It is Nat Geo.
What's it called?
But guess
the greatest decades ever. The greatest. They break it down.
Guess who's hosting it?
Silly me for thinking it would be named something else.
Guess who's hosting it? Hey. Rob Lowe.
Well, he's timeless, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, thinking about the 80s, y'all got to use the flux capacitor in your new name of your studio somewhere.
That's funny. To Will in Pell City.
Yeah. Rick, I weep for the children. We talked about it over the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I really shed tears thinking that how great it would be for y'all to grow up in the 80s like we did.
Sometimes I'll have my kids just say, Dad, do you have some time? Oh, yeah, sure, buddy. What's wrong? Can you just sit down and tell us about the 80s?
The greatest decade mankind has ever seen. Really, I think we've de-evolved since then. It was slightly... you couldn't really pick up on it in the 90s, but after 2000.
Right.
It's like we're going down a snowbank now.
Yeah. Let's go to...
I'm sorry, kid.
Will in Pell City. Will, go ahead.
I'm going to have to go with your wife on this one. I'm the top. If I even make a can of soup, I have to have it boiling before I can eat it.
Really? See, I end up...
I don't know if it's like a thing where I feel like I'm killing germs when I eat it or something, but I got to see something boiled before I eat it.
I don't know if you know this or not. If you look at 1 and 2 here, the Rick and Bubba... We have a bit of a
head cost switch.
We're not real patient when food gets around. It's like putting down a plate around a bunch of dogs. And so what happens if it's boiling hot like you and Sherry and a lot of people want it? we don't have the ability to wait a minute. So what we do is we'll dive in. I saw it nearly happened to Bubba a minute ago. And we'll burn our mouth so bad, and we got skin hanging in there, and because we're trying to get that food. And I know we should just approach it and easy, guys.
Yeah.
But that's just hard to do.
Yeah, it really has nothing more for me than I'm ready to eat. And
That's
I don't
it.
want to wait to. As a matter of fact, like, let's just say you take something out of the refrigerator that's cold that should be warmed up. I will start eating a cold piece of that or a cold serving of that while the other is warming up.
Really?
It's just more about the speed of
Do you ever think,
getting
man,
it.
that's a concern?
Yeah.
About
Do you
what?
ever go that route?
No, I just go, I'm hungry.
Like, do you ever see a mirror and see
Right.
yourself doing that?
Well, look, when we come
No,
back.
I mean, I've got a mirror. I see what the end effect, sure. But
well, that's about to change, by the way. Bubba's got a diet he's about to start.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We're going to talk about it when we come back.
Oh, no. Another Bubba diet.
I don't know that I'm going to start it, but there has been some success with it.
Yeah. You're right, Michael. I'd forgot. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, lifetime listener. Good morning.
Thank you, buddy. Michael.
Hey, Michael.
The 80s program that Rob Lowe hosts is on Disney Plus.
That's right.
And they break it down where they got different topics like style and music and all these different, and they do a top 10 countdown, and it's pretty good. They fast food restaurants. It was a really good show.
Yeah, it is on the Disney thing.
Well,
I saw it being advertised on
Nat Geo. Nat Geo is actually doing it too. I'm wondering now if Disney and Nat Geo have a partnership, and that's you
it.
probably grab it at both
Adler's
places.
getting excited. That must be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the 80s, the decade that made us.
Oh.
The 80s. No.
That's what's on Disney Plus.
That's
the
the
old
80s
one.
top 10 is what the guy's talking about. The
there it
80s
is right
top
there.
10.
Yeah, Disney owns everything that is Nat Geo, Marvel. They own it all. There you go.
Okay, the one you're talking about, that's an old one that I've seen.
It's on Disney Plus.
Yeah, but I've seen it on CNN and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Disney
okay.
may have it now.
Yeah, that's
but
what's listed.
The 80s top 10, Rob Lowe takes us down memory lane with the top 10 countdowns of the most iconic moments of 80s pop culture.
Oh, man.
Bubba.
We're in.
That ought to be on primetime TV.
You've got commercials, fast food, gadgets, toys, there are all kinds of things.
I love telling our kids stories like no one had cell phones. There was no such thing as the internet, and they will look at you like you have a horn growing out of your head.
That will be in your top 10 gadgets.
Do you know what? You know what? Little Ellis, who just turned 3 and has his big birthday party coming on Saturday. You know what he says about it? Papa, tell me about the good old days.
Father.
But I will every now and then. Especially
Robert Townsend,
especially Brooks will look at me and say, "Dad, can you just talk to me about the 80s?"
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, and
Love it.
My kids get a story about the 80s if they ask for it or not.
No need to request.
I was just watching Cobra Kai yesterday, and one of my boys walked through the room and said, "That is the corniest thing I've ever seen." And I said, "I know that. That's not new to me. But it's stuck back then in the 80s, and it's got so many things that I enjoy."
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, he found himself watching it for 15 minutes. I said, "See?"
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It was
I don't know that we ought to play that.
I know it, Bubba.
It's just, y'all, it's
Bubba.
If we don't play that,
it's kind of like just,
If it was any other state, you'd be like, "How come we hadn't done that?"
You're right.
I mean, you would be like, "We gotta get Adler. Tell Adler about it. Ask if Adler can pull it up."
It's kind of like abuse of the elderly.
Oh my, Bubba.
Well, it's just a burp.
I don't know.
All right, well, here.
Hold on, I'm getting it ready.
So should I not do this either?
Yeah, because she's going to comment on it.
Yeah,
that's the reason she's calling.
Because I don't want to be mean.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Take her.
So is this making fun? Should I not do it?
No. No, go ahead.
All right. So Miss Kay called in. Hey, Miss Kay, go ahead.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Bill, Mr. Speedy, Mr. Adler, Mr. Helmsy, and Mr. Greg. I knew it was going to show up sometime, and here it is.
So what is that, Miss Kay?
Well, it's come to my attention that one of my friends contacted me last evening about how they caught me letting out a little burp on the TV.
Yeah. Miss Kay, we saw that video last night. I know you were in a very serious situation, so I hate that happened. Had you had something maybe for lunch or?
Well, I had down there a Philly cheesesteak earlier, and I had followed it with a pan of cottage cheese, and it just had cottage cheese just didn't settle very well, and it just wanted to pop back up and say hello.
Oh, right. Yeah, pop back up and say hello. Well, you know, it happens to all of us, Miss Kay.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
not usually at a press conference, but it does happen to us.
That is true. It's better that it came out of the attic than the basement.
That might be the line of the day. Yeah, so true.
Even though the mic might not have picked it up, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but
it's fine, Miss.
You know, we all have to let out some air every now and then, and it just happened. And I apologize. It was a very serious moment, but I just wanted to apologize for that. And if you want to share it with the Rick and Bubba world, that is just fine with me.
Yeah, well, we thought about we would play it, you know, because a lot of people may not have heard it, and but now you're owning it, which I think kind of softens the blow a little bit.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't?
Right.
Yeah.
Miss Kay, thank you.
I found it.
Thank you for clarifying.
Let's see here.
Philly steak with a little cottage cheese. Okay.
You should have just asked the guy in the mask behind her to pull her finger away.
I think.
And
Rick, I think I've queued it up.
I've never heard attic and basement. That's awesome.
Let's see. It's coming out of me here.
They are. We're getting a slight increase in.
I have to see that again. I know. I have to see it again. And those of you that haven't seen or heard it, we have it if Speedy can survive playing it for us. Bubba and Bubba, I mean, we're just reporting the news. I mean, this is.
I know.
What's
I know.
Bubba's?
It's
Bubba's
just,
don't want to touch us with a 10-foot pole.
It's a difficult situation on
try it
multiple
here.
levels.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I wouldn't play it. Cue it up,
Bubba. Go ahead, Speedy. But Greg, Bubba's trying to get back on the good side of things after going against Trump.
That's right. Right. He's trying to rebuild it.
All right.
Here it is.
Again, serious press conference. We're not
Hey,
going to
buddy,
focus.
we got
okay. The question was asked.
We're getting a. They are. We're getting a. We're getting a. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're getting a. Excuse me. A slight. They are. We're getting a.
Bubba wants help. Look, he's
stop a minute. Stop.
Who did that? And the reason why this is not something else happening, I mean, she says, excuse me, and the one I saw.
How about that?
The one I saw, she says, excuse me, and then keeps moving. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. There's an issue here, I think, at that's the 1920 mark.
Golly, buddy.
And at the 1911 mark, I think we had a small one. And we've all been there. And you go, I got a bigger one developing.
I think Rick's.
Hang on just a minute. I think
yeah.
What I did is try to grab it while you were while you were doing that. So let me see.
You're good.
Let me see if I have it.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
There it is.
That's so
there
it.
it is.
It's so it. Excuse me.
All right, so let me hear it.
They are. We're getting a.
Bubba's down. Bubba's down. Bubba, we've lost Bubba.
Yeah, he's out.
Bubba, if you're choked on something, just let us know.
Yeah, let's see if we
Okay.
can get this.
No, try
There it is.
They are. We're getting a.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. I do want to point you to O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, and I want to make you aware of something, and I hate it, but there's just nothing we can really do about it. The Man event on February the 4th with Hugh Freeze, Charles Billingsley, and Sherry and I are going to be there in Pensacola. We have, unfortunately, canceled that event. So if you, of course, all of you that got tickets, that information is coming to you, and everybody's being refunded. So I hate it. There were just so many mountains we were trying to get over to make this happen, and the problems you got with the shooting up of the cases again, and
And people, I'm reluctant, but of course, now down in Florida, they weren't reluctant, and the folks at Olive were not reluctant. They were like, "Look, man, we're all in." But they're just it just seemed to be one obstacle after another, and we want the event to be something that everybody will have a great experience. And it just kept, we just kept getting so many roadblocks. So we just all agreed that are involved, it was better just to cancel it, refund everybody's money for tickets, and then maybe we'll try that format or try to get that event back on the calendar in a different setup and maybe with everything possible to do it again. Probably won't be this year. It definitely won't be this year, but maybe next year. So remember though, even though that has been canceled, as far as the guys are concerned, and even the ladies, if you'll go to rickandbubba.com and burgessministries.com, you'll see first of all that Sherry and I will be together doing a marriage gathering down in Panama City coming up in April. So you can go look at that and start getting all the details are not there yet from the church, but it'll be at Highland Park, and you can make plans to be with us there. And as far as the men, we've got the Pursuit Men's Conference with Jonathan Evans, Charles Billingsley, he'll be there, and Andy Blanks coming up there in Dothan, and you can get tickets to that. And those and that is barring something beyond our control, it is going to happen for our third year. So there's really some events that are already on the calendar that you really could almost say, all right, I got my money back on that one. I think I'll just go to this one. And you pretty much end up, other than Hugh Freeze, able to get a lot of the same elements in some other events. So our apologies to everyone, but we were going to wait and get down to the end and see, make a last-minute decision, but I started getting emails from people that were coming from Arkansas and different parts of the country. I'm like, well, these people are about to start book hotel rooms, or if they have, they need to be able to get a refund. We don't need to wait to the last minute. So we pulled the trigger and canceled it, and we think that's probably the best thing for this year in the situation that we're still in. But you will be fully refunded, no problem there. And hopefully we'll see you out on the road with some other events that are coming up. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. And you can find any of the events that are still on just by going to upcoming events. So, Bubba, you mentioned, and again, we're not doing this to try to be mean. Did this actress not refer to herself as Fat Amy?
Yeah, Rebel Wilson. She was known as Fat Amy. Previously
that
known
was
as Fat
in
Amy.
one movie. Well, two. They made a sequel.
Well,
her character was Fat Amy.
Yeah, but people kind of called her that.
Yeah.
She kind of took on that character.
Well, it's like people calling Jason Alexander George.
Right.
Once you declared yourself Fat Amy and you were good with it, it'll stick.
Well,
Trust me.
she has lost about 80 pounds. And if you have
good for
not
her.
seen her transition, it is quite amazing. And
where's it ranked? Mama June.
Here it goes.
I knew.
Scale of 1 to 10.
That didn't take 30 seconds.
I told you when we did this story, Greg needed to be doing
No,
fine.
you're right. You did. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
So a lot has been made about her weight loss. And there was a story about her management team concerned that she would not be as funny if she was skinny. There's a lot been made about the food she's eating and all that. But her exercise regimen has largely not been known and not been covered yet. Well, she did an interview with Apple Fitness Plus, and she is 41 years old now, and she admits that her workout may be a little less high-tech than what people think. Instead of going to the gym and doing endless high-intensity workouts, her secret weapon for weight loss has been she gets out and walks every day.
Yeah, that didn't surprise me, actually. Yeah. And
she said that a doctor at a health retreat had advised her to take up walking and said it was the best way to shed the extra pounds, and she's done that. She says she tries to walk about an hour every day, and said that was one of the main things that has helped her to lose weight. She's 41 now, says she wished she had decided to live a more healthy lifestyle about 30 instead of waiting to 40.
Amen. So what does she do on the eating side? Does it say?
Well, we covered that in a story we had before. This story really doesn't go into
for
it.
supper.
I really don't remember what it was.
I don't either. We did talk
I want to
about
say
it.
it was more about just cutting the calories back, if I remember right. Just the intake, just the numbers.
Dr.
That's
Birch
gotta be pretty
did the same
drastic.
thing.
And that grandmother enterprise.
Yeah, they all.
Yeah.
Walking, people do. That's the first thing they'll say. But they'll say, make sure you do incline. So get on a treadmill and incline that puppy a little bit, and that makes a world of difference.
She says not. She says she's just doing it on flat ground. She even dresses that. She says,
Well, what I'm telling you, if you want to take it to, and it's not that much difference. Just throw incline up there.
It does
work your
burn
way
more
up.
calories.
It burns
that
more
way.
calories for sure.
Yeah, I would. I'm one of those people, and I wish I could be a.
I can't do treadmills.
I can't do treadmills. I want to say when I'm on a treadmill,
it's different.
It drives me insane because of the just so mundane. I would rather go out with some heels, like you're talking about, and just walk a neighborhood or walk somewhere if I'm gonna walk. The changing of scenery is something I have to have.
I just use it as a moment to, well, here's what's weird, Rick, is I will not get on a treadmill unless I'm listening or watching something.
Right.
So it's just my TV
yeah,
viewing.
there you go.
But to your point, these treadmills have come such a long way.
They have. They really have.
I got on one the other day and was just simply walking at an incline like Fat Amy. And it was giving me like I was walking through this nature scene. Like I was walking through the woods and I was looking at mountains and going off cliffs, and it was interesting. I kind of got caught up in it.
Yeah, now see that something like that would really help. Yeah. And
it's almost like the they have those bikes that do that too, where you get on you trail riding.
If you had a virtual reality setup,
and that's what this was. And I didn't even know where I
was.
was going. Had this available, and I thought, well, how about this? It's free. I'm just sitting here on a little nature walk.
So they're saying they think Rebel Wilson is doing something called the MAYR method. Portion control, making sure that what she's eating is healthy for her gut, meaning her digestive system, inflammation reduction, foods that don't cause inflammation. She eats no processed foods, and she says that she reduces dairy and gluten intake, and has gone back to chewing her food slower.
That really does make a difference. We swallow our food half chewed all the time.
And set your fork down.
And the other one is she said
32 times.
Listen, vegetarians are gonna hate this. She said she wasn't eating much protein, just normal in her own life. She's now added. Now these proteins are fish, like salmon, chicken breast, and but she said I've added protein, which is something I used to never eat. So
good for her.
We wouldn't hate.
How long before she blows back up?
Greg.
Seriously, we've seen this.
There you go,
times.
Greg.
Mr.
We're
Possum.
gonna wager on it.
Well, here's what I will say.
Has she done any comedy, Skinny?
Yeah.
Do we know?
Well, here's what I will say.
Too busy walking.
And this is the problem. And Sherry and I have had this same discussion as we have worked on our weight on and off as well. Is one thing that you can't do is to lose a bunch of weight and then go, hey, good, I'm down to where I am, and then go back and start living the way you lived when you were heavy, because you will just be heavy again.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to make those changes and say, this is the way I live.
You have to replace your habits with something else.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that you can't be at somebody.
Yeah.
That means it has to be sustainable. That's the thing.
Right. Exactly. It has to be something you can live with. Yeah. And so, or to never work. That's why these fad diets, they work, but if it's something that you can never live that way the rest of your life, it doesn't do you much good. It will for a short period of time, or if you're a person they say you got to lose weight quicker, you're going to die. That's different. But I talked to a super, super incredibly healthy person, and they said even with that, he said, I had to give myself a check. He said, because I was going so far with it. Now, hear me out. He said, like I'm sitting there at my son's birthday party, and I won't eat a piece of the cake, and he's over there going, Dad, have a piece of cake for my birthday. And he said, I started thinking, well, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's okay for me to have a piece of cake with my son on his birthday, and then go back to what I was doing. So you got to get to a place, and look, from someone who has struggled with it and continues to struggle with it, you got to find things that work, and they're things that you're willing to continue to do. Like for me, and this is just, this is not a pat on the back. This is actually a detriment. I'm not disciplined enough to say I'll do the workout myself, and here's the things I need to do today, because I always cut myself and go, that's good. That's enough.
That'll do it.
So me personally, I got to go to where there are trainers that say, here's what we're doing today. Because if I don't do that, then it doesn't work.
Right.
So that's what works for me, and then I supplement those with like going and getting on the bicycle at home. Like if there's a day I can't get to the workout or whatever, but I'm not disciplined enough to say, well, I think I'll just do this bike and then I'll go out and do this walk, and I'm going to do that to the point that it's going to help me. I'm not disciplined enough to do that in the healthy exercise world. So I have to have someone else that says, now that you've come here, you're not leaving until we do these things. And then I've given them permission, to speak into my life because I know I need them. But so you have to develop what works for you and how you can live that way. And but you're right. It doesn't take, if you're just looking to lose weight and to be healthier, walking is fine. As long as you do a lot of it and do it consistently.
We are doing better since we've gotten here. It takes more steps to get to the bathroom and back.
It does.
Yeah.
I think I've lost 2 pounds just since moving to the studio.
Yeah.
Trying to go to the bathroom.
See?
And you're relieving yourself, so that helps.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, try take her away, and then I need you to just
I've got it now. You would just total substitute?
Just total substitute.
Okay, all right.
They are, we're getting a...
I got the face that go with it.
What's wrong with us?
I was maybe a half a second off.
So you'd like to work on it?
Can I try it again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Let's see here. We get this right here.
They are, we're getting a...
That was it.
His hand. What kind of people are trying to do this?
That was perfect.
I'm down.
That was good.
All right, let's stop one more time.
That's it. No, that's
Wait a
one more.
minute.
All right, am I going with original or am I covering?
I know I need that.
You need it again?
I'm down.
Okay.
We're getting a...
That was it.
It's called a wild moment involving a Trump fan, as America is still waiting for the next president to be announced that will be sworn in January, and there couldn't be any more confusion or chaos involving this. This is going to make Bush Gore look like nothing. But anyway, Joe Gloria's press conference was going on. This is the Nevada official that was trying to talk about, the voting and,
he's
and the
the
counting.
Register of Votings in Clark County, Nevada.
And then what happens next, we will now watch and listen to. Here we go.
We are not prepared to give that number
The
now.
Biden crime family stealing the election. The media's covering up. The Biden crime family stealing this election. The media's covering up. The Biden crime family stealing this election. The media's covering up. We want our freedom for the world. Give us our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
Shirt. Focus on the
What
shirt.
did his shirt
and then
say?
He, and then he
Greg,
left.
you're going to love the shirt. Let's freeze the shirt.
His shirt, I can read it for you. It says barbecue, beer, and freedom.
Greg?
The media's covering up. The Biden crime family stealing.
Y'all.
There it is, right there.
Let me ask you something. Was there any security anywhere around?
Apparently not.
Because he just gets to stand there.
This election. The media's covering up. The Biden crime family stealing this election.
Look at Purple Mask.
The media's covering up. We want our freedom for the world. Give us our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
Listen.
He just quits and leaves.
Where were we? What was the last question?
He's stealing it.
I love it. Stealing it. And then he just walks away. And then gone. He's
All right,
gone.
he calls
Beer,
it
barbecue, and freedom.
the barbecue, beer, freedom T-shirt, and he says the Biden crime family is stealing the election. And then something about the freedom of the world was thrown in there.
Yeah, I missed that part. And he's also in camouflage shorts. I don't know if
He
you can
is.
see
Oh,
it.
there's a good shot. Look, Greg, look at this shot.
Our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
Please focus on the person in the green. Did you see that?
Guys.
I like how he just.
The Biden crime family stealing this election. The media's covering up. We want our freedom for the world. Give us our freedom, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's covering up this election. He's stealing it.
He kind of looks like a.
That's fantastic.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All over me. Come on. Yep. I think they're on to us. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Go there. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let the meal planning begin. We're not talking about either just a service saying, here's the stuff you need to go to the store and get. No. Everything that you set up and some great meals are there. Their chefs are fantastic. They all come with a recipe card, but also the bag with all the rest, all the ingredients you need already in the bag. All you do is prepare it. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and you get it on the table in minutes. We'll get you 16 meals for free. And also 3 free gifts if you use the promo code Bubba. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the promo code Bubba, take advantage of these freebies, and let this meal planning game plan begin in your home. It's life-changing. Also, there is a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. First time ever in the No Name Studio.
The wheel of meat keeps on turning.
It's Wheel of Meat.
Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow.
It's Wheel of Meat.
Wheel of meat's got me yearning.
It's the Wheel of Meat, Bubba.
Whoa.
Light it up.
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful.
I look like electronic turkey now.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, Bubba, you look fantastic. The Wheel of Meat is lit, and it is spinning in the No Name Studio. And it looks like Bubba is the proudest peacock of all. So 866 We Be Big. It's brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com, 1-800-flowers.com on the wheel. Harry and David do the meat. Now, Greg's drums, he's now drumming inside of Adler's place in there. And
Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that?
We can absolutely hear
We
that.
can now.
I can hear it too.
He's got his own soundproof booth now to drum in. Rick, I think you suggested this.
Yeah, I did.
All right, so you know there's a first for everything, right?
Yeah.
And in this studio, this is the first time we have banged on those drums. So the office that's above us, they think that they're just going through their day, and all of a sudden those walls are about to start rattling.
Look, Rick, I am the Wheel of Meat.
You are the Wheel of Meat. All right, so Adler, is there any camera shot for you in there?
Yeah, here we go. So we got Greg.
Look at me. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
That is hilarious. How you like it in there, Greg?
How you like it in there, Greg? He doesn't have headphones yet, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
And then when I turn the mic on, it cuts him off. Anyways,
that's fine.
We'll
Yeah,
work through
yeah.
it. How you like it in here, Greg?
Let's go to Jason in Enterprise, Alabama.
Now, Rick, don't pot him down. We got to be able to hear him.
No, he's up.
Helps. He says he can't even answer the phone.
I think he's overrunning it. I don't know. All right, so
fire it up.
There it is, Bubba. All right, so Jason, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip, Speedy. All right, here we go. Look, how does it look here in the no name? Look at it there in the no name. But you get all the Bubba you want. There it is. All right, so let's see, Jason. Let's see. You got anything you pulling for?
Anything's fine. Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Oh, meat it is, Jason. You grab yourself a gift card from harryanddavid.com for you to get meat, and we will put you on hold. We'll get all your information and enjoy that meat.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling.
I'd like to give him a big go after that, Rick, for winning.
Hey, Greg, can we get a go for Jason? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! That was good right there. That's very good. All right, so let's go to Prattville, where Matt is standing by. Matt. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. All right, let's look at here. All right, Matt, you on fire for anything in particular?
It don't matter.
It don't matter to me. All right, let's see here. Matt. Yeah. Meat. More meat for you, Matt. It's meat for Matt.
Meat everywhere.
I say meat, you say Matt. Meat. Matt. All right, so meat it is, brother. I'm going to put you on hold, harryanddavid.com. We'll send that right out to you. And thank you for watching or listening or
Rick, I'd like
whatever.
a big go for Matt because he won.
Another go? Just a single?
Because he won.
Go! 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 I like that a lot. All right, let's see.
I think every winner ought to get a go when they get meat.
Greg, you good with the winner for every
meat
go for every meat, or just how about any winner at all? Or just meat?
Well, let's see how it feels for flowers. I don't know.
Great point. Drew in Andalusia, go. Let's do us on 107.7. Go! Drew?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, let's go, Speedy. Spin it. Reverse spin. Speedy, how's it feel over there? How you like it over there? How you like that spin over there? Yeah, I kind of like it. It looks so more stable right in there. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got for Drew. Yeah, oh, yeah. Moultrie. View it. Are we still?
I say go. I say go for that.
Is it just feeders?
Right now, still, yeah.
All right, so you got a feeder from Moultrie,
baby.
and I think Moultrie ranks a go. I mean, don't you?
I do too.
Drew,
Yeah,
congratulations, buddy.
All right.
Who is it? What's his name?
Drew and Andrew.
Drew.
All right.
Go, Greg.
Thank you.
Go! I tell you, I like the addition of a go for big wins.
I do too.
All right,
if Adler will get that mic on so we can hear it, it'll really
well,
be
you know, it was fine. He came in there late. I'm talking in there. Let's go to Wanda in Birmingham. Wanda, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip.
Oh, the change-up.
Oh, the change-up. It's got a little bit of English on it. Oh, look at here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Chord buddy, strum it. All right, you've got a chord buddy learning system. How about that? So, Wanda, what hand do you strum with?
Let's go with the right.
The right hand. Okay. All right. So we're going to put you on hold. A chord buddy will send you everything that you need. And thank you so much for listening to the program. Well, Bubba, how about that?
There you go.
That was our first wheel of meat.
number one.
First wheel of meat. Go! In the No Name studio. And congratulations. We had all winners.
I know.
Nobody was a dud today.
That's right. We love winners.
That's right. And look at you, Bubba. You look fantastic. All right, top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Let's stick together and continue a little more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's a big interview. It's the interview that people all over the country, shows everywhere, are trying to get, and we've gotten it. And that is to actually interview the fly that became the star of last night's vice presidential debate. A fly that flew in, rested on Mike Pence's head for an uncomfortable amount of time. And people don't know where the fly came from, why it wouldn't leave, why it stayed there so long. And we have the fly on Mike Pence's head on the phone right now. A fly on Mike Pence's head, how are you?
Hello, Rick and Bubba. Buzzworth here.
Hey, so it's Buzzworth? Is that your name?
Buzzworth's the name, and first things first, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
A lot of people think I could have been a tiny military surveillance drone.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
I'm just a fly. I'm flesh and blood, or should I say, I am exoskeleton and goo. People are also saying I could have maybe thrown up or pooped in Pence's hair during the debate.
Yeah, I heard that.
Not true. I laid eggs. You think I'm going to trust Kamala Harris with my unborn children?
Yeah, good point. Bad fly.
That's pretty good.
Legitimate point.
That's a good fly.
Also, I didn't land on Kamala Harris because I'm actually black, and I was worried she would throw me in prison.
Please listen to the buzz.
The truth is, I actually know Vice President Pence.
Oh, you do?
I'm his one and only black friend, yes.
This is so good. Well, it took him an hour, by the way.
No wonder. You actually prepared.
Seriously though, flies are attracted to dead things. And after working with Trump for 4 years, Pence is definitely dead inside. But I got to tell you, Rick and Bubba, last night was a rush. Ooh, it was the best minute and a half of my life. That's what B said. Sorry, insect humor, a little bit of insect humor.
I got that there. I got it, yeah.
I really didn't know I would cause such a stir by landing on Vice President Pence's head.
Yeah.
People were going crazy. People were going nuts. After the debate, Mike Pence's wife, Karen, said she needed to speak to the moderator.
What were they going to speak about?
Karen, moderator.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Karen,
I'm sorry, I got off the screen.
Sorry about that, Buzzworth.
By the way, Rick and Bubba, after the debate, Kamala Harris finally answered the question about whether she would pack the Supreme Court. She said, yes, I will absolutely pack the court. Turns out she was talking about the prison basketball court.
Oh, okay.
I'll get blamed for this, too.
Anywho, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go drink some coffee. Buzzbox. Gonna go read a book. Lord of the Flies. Gonna read that book and then maybe listen to some music. I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Thank you, Buzzworth.
And remember, kids, I want to say something to the kids out there. If you think you are too small or you think you are too tiny to make a big difference, just think about me. You hear that, Adler? All right, I gotta go quarantine for 10 days, which is the rest of my life. Deuces.
Buzzworth the fly that landed on Mike Pence's head.
Oh, way better than I thought it was.
Yo, my goodness.
It's a lot better than I
That
thought it
was,
wow.
And then, guys, that's an exclusive interview.
I know, it's hard to catch.
There's nobody. I wonder if he'll probably be all over the rest of the news media today. But we had him first.
That's right.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Come on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here from the No Name Studio. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
So, Bubba, we are approaching now. They moved it back a week, which was one of the things that we weren't prepared for in some of the planning we were doing. I mentioned that earlier with our February 4th event. In the beginning, we thought we would be on the Friday right before Super Bowl. And then they've moved the Super Bowl. It's now, February the
it's on back.
Yeah, anyway. So this thing with Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, it continues as Aaron Rodgers is being very, very adamant that this bizarro conspiracy theory about him is total hogwash.
Rick, I don't know where some people, sometimes these rumors are so ridiculous.
I know, yeah.
I don't even know how they get legs to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers has called the rumor that he would boycott the Super Bowl this year the dumbest blank thing he's ever heard.
Yeah, he's right.
And so ridiculously off base.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this all started last week on a segment on a New York sports radio station, WFAN, where the morning host, Boomer Esiason,
Oh, wow.
and his co-host read a text from another person who claimed that they had heard Rodgers say this in his direct circle.
Yeah.
And it was an elaborate plan that if the Packers got to the Super Bowl, that Rodgers would sit out the Super Bowl due to his displeasure with the league and its COVID-19 protocols, which he's got caught up in this year.
Oh, sure.
And this just seems, when you first read that, you go, that doesn't make sense. Look, all these things about how a team will throw a game or they, will want to tie so that another team will not go in or what. When you get on the field competing, you want to win the game. I don't care what it is. Aaron Rodgers, like him or not, is a competitor, and he wants to play in the Super Bowl and wants to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He ain't going to sit out to protest something. Are you kidding me? That doesn't even make sense.
Does this mean that you're dropping your conspiracy theories about them blowing games so they can take series and make them longer?
Well, no, that's orchestrated on a whole nother level.
Okay,
that's not just that's not the players. They're getting orders on that one.
Right, but then the players themselves, won't try to win the game.
Football's different. It's a lot harder to throw in because you're only playing one game.
Right. Yeah.
See, there's no way to extend it. You're not.
Yeah.
But think about what the NFL has done. They have extended the regular season.
Right.
This was the longest regular season we ever had.
Mm-hmm.
I started getting those notifications on this day in history. The Minnesota Vikings lost to so-and-so.
Yeah,
or on this day in
yeah.
history. I mean, we used to have the Super Bowl like this weekend. And now it's all the way pushed back to February.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So I don't know where that started, but you're right. If Aaron Rodgers gets the Packers back to the Super Bowl, he's going to be there.
Oh yeah,
and he's not going to throw it.
He's called it. He's called that a bunch.
Getting there, I would say, are fairly high.
Yeah,
y'all think all them sponsors he has are going to look at it and go, "Don't,
he's not
going
doing
to play."
That, y'all.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. I think he's even come out and said that's ridiculous.
He did. It is.
Yeah.
I'm tangled up.
I think Bubba started this. Bubba started that. Remember?
He did.
He did.
Yeah.
I think the now Bubba.
You're a Vikings fan. You ain't even worried about the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowls. You like to just get around it.
This is like being a Detroit Lion.
You like a wild
you
card.
Don't worry about it.
You just like a good wild card game.
This year's really bothered you with the Vikings because I've noticed that in past years you don't bring them up as much. This it's been a lot.
Well,
this
he finally
year.
got that fire and he's been pulling for it.
Right.
So he'll refresh.
Yeah, I'm just tired of it.
I heard the Aaron.
Did you try to pay a little bit more attention to him this year? Is that what it is?
No, not really. I really don't. I don't watch that many games, and when I do, I just kind of flip through and find something to nap on,
Yeah.
Good news, Bubba. I hear Nick Saban's name's coming up now. So.
A lot of rumor.
Yeah,
right.
Look, a competitor like Saban, the fact that he wasn't that successful in the NFL, he can't let that go.
I mean, he's going to be too old to make up for it.
Yeah, you heard. He needs to go back and correct that.
Because he's done all you can do.
Well, you don't want to go to the Vikings.
You're saying
that's
if you want to correct that, don't go there.
That ain't going to help you out.
So, I think what's happened, what you see over here, and we've all had a chance. You remember, you've heard the speech before. My goodness, are y'all tired of feeling this way?
I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's just
if you want to do something about it, then we got to change the way things are going.
It was somewhat tolerable when I was younger, even though we got killed by every dynasty at their peak in the Super Bowl.
Right, but at least you were there.
But you won a lot of games during the season.
yeah.
You won a lot of playoff games. It was fun to watch. Now it's just like, I'd rather go to Gitmo and be waterboarded.
Bubba.
I mean, it's just,
the world.
Bubba, you remember negative.
At least the waterboarding will end.
Right. Bubba's got a good
It's a lot of
memory
frustration.
on this stuff. You remember the one when Ahmad Rashad threw that Hail Mary and he reached back and caught it. There was a buzzer went out in snow. You don't
I don't know if I remember that play
he reached
particular.
back on the last day, he just
I
slung
don't
it
doubt it,
downfield.
though. He was a good receiver.
Yeah.
He was a good receiver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
that was a glory day.
It was. What's wrong with?
Well, to me, it was glory days when
Yeah.
Fran Tarkington was there. Fran the man.
So you don't acknowledge the missed field goal and that team, and everybody was loving.
When Randall Cunningham set all kinds of records.
That was a fun team to watch.
right.
And if the announcer hadn't jinxed us, they would have won
Right.
that one.
Boy, he
The
did.
announcer clearly blew that game. Clearly.
Oh my God! Oh, there's the Ahmad Rashad. Is that it?
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's Tommy Kramer. That was
Watch him
slightly
watch
after
him reach
Fran
back, get it,
Tarkington.
boom, Reach back.
John Gilliam was the
Cold
main
there.
receiver when Fran was there, number 42.
This is not helping.
No, it's not.
Yeah, right.
You see him outside.
That's like looking at pictures of your old girlfriend. If you want to quit thinking about her, you got to get rid of them pictures.
When they're outside, they just play better,
Yeah.
which had to be an
Cold.
advantage in the weather.
Right.
Yeah.
You remember Bud Grant wouldn't even let them have heaters?
Bud's tough man. He wear a
He
T-shirt.
was.
Yeah.
He was old school.
Would you eat
Well, you gotta
Vikings
love-
potato chips if Bud Grant planted them in his yard?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But how do you feel that I know you don't pull for them, but the college Minnesota, they said we're going to build a stadium, we're going to build it outside.
Yeah,
And they
I
built a
don't-
new one
Yeah.
a few years back, and they put it. They used to play in the Vikings indoor place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't get Bubba to row the boat.
He won't roll.
For some reason.
I like the colors.
Look at
of what they do, the college team, but I just
You
never
say
have
you like
really
the
followed
colors?
them.
You know,
I never have really.
There's always
followed.
colors.
I
with
know
him.
they're one of those college teams that I just can't watch.
I just don't see them a lot.
Yeah.
I thought you were all about Fleck at one time.
Yeah.
Didn't they play?
PJ Fleck, the head coach.
No, that was Helms, I think.
Yeah, but didn't you get on board a little bit?
Well, I mean, I was impressed with what he had done, the way he'd moved up the
Didn't they
ranks.
play Auburn in the Music City Bowl?
Yeah,
one time?
and I think beat them.
Yeah.
Didn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it was stadium.
Probably so. They played them.
Why is it that some of us pick teams that they always struggle? I wonder what it's like for fans out there that they're fans of teams that win all the time. And they don't know what it's like.
I hate to say this. You know how sometimes, and it's not funny. It's very, very serious. But that people almost have this attitude that they want to harm themselves.
Yeah,
and self mutilation and things like that. You've got your people that are kind of masochists, and when it comes to sports, I think we have a little bit of that.
Yeah.
It's like we want to be with some struggle. I don't
I don't get it.
It's almost Munch.
I'll tell you this: Speedy's Kansas City team is fun to watch and has been for the past 2 or 3 years. They're just a lot of fun to watch. Their offense.
Speedy don't like them anymore.
What? I do. I like them.
What happened?
Never really understood why
Nothing.
he was a Chiefs fan. That's
It goes back to childhood. See, there's certain things.
I
we
know.
can't-
I like the Steelers, so explain that.
Right.
Well, Birmingham was the Pittsburgh.
Right. I like the Cowboys too.
We'll be right back. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's like an assassin. He's going to grab his other sleeve. Whoop.
Oh, no.
And then wham!
Rick.
Y'all don't want none of this.
It's Elvis. The T-shirt he has on under it is Cartoon Network. Don't miss that.
Y'all don't want none of this.
All right, so you
Look out, Rick.
You're finally rolling again, sparring. And
rolling.
sparring, and this is when you don't strike, you don't punch, you're trying to submit people. You're trying to, put their arm in a bad spot or choke them out. And I get choked out a ton. So here's the video. So here I'm at Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
You're gonna wrestle that guy?
That's the guy I got to fight.
Goodness.
Oh my gosh.
He's pairing up everybody.
He looks like the guy that beat up Chuck Norris.
Yeah. Here's the other guys. And there's me.
Here at Lionheart Jiu-Jitsu Academy, and we're going to have the black belt instructor George Webby go against me, very white, almost clear white belt. Should be good.
All right, here we go, guys.
Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Oh, here it is.
So you slap and then you go. You slap hands and then you go. And now we're going. We're rolling, guys. I'm trying as hard as I can not to lose.
He's just playing with you.
Look how unconcerned George Webby is.
Like he's with his little...
Uh-oh. Where's that foot? Where's that foot?
Oh, my God.
What do you call something to get him off?
And
of
then
you?
boom, did y'all see that? Yeah, you tap. So
you tap. What do you do?
He hyperextended my elbow there against his own leg. He
so y'all go right back at it.
So
I
you
tell
go
you, that
right
foot
back
in your
to
crotch didn't look like that was too comfortable either.
You know when your kids were little and you'd play with them, you're like, hey, I'm just
exactly what it looks like.
No, I'm an adult man who's doing well in jiu-jitsu.
You are. I tell you,
you're rocking it.
I'm getting choked.
Is that called the love cup?
And there he goes, y'all. Y'all see him hyperextend my arm like that? Like it was nothing.
Why he was spooning you?
And then we go again, and then we just go back at it again.
Why would you keep doing it?
Oh, no, there you go. You're fixing to ride a little horsey again.
Yeah. Oh, no. Gosh, he picked you up.
no.
He picked you up. Webby's got your toes. Oh, he's going to break your leg.
Oh.
Throw him like a rag doll, Webby. Throw him around.
He does right here. Watch.
Oh, no. Greg's face. Greg's face. I can't get enough of this. Can I just watch this in a loop?
Adler, you're going to have to kick him where it counts with your heel right there to get loose.
Why did you tap out that time?
Because he was choking me, yes. I couldn't breathe.
What are you trying to do here?
I'm trying to put him in an arm bar or choke him or something. But
you haven't threatened him yet.
No, I know, Greg. I know.
So he has not been in a compromising position. Go after you with his legs in a second.
Webby, I mean, here's the sweep. He just flipped me over. Now he's got me. Now I'm on the ground. And y'all, watch what he does here with his hands. He's like an assassin. He's gonna grab his other sleeve. Whoop.
Oh no!
And then wham!
I see what he did. Webby.
Y'all, I'm just playing defense. I'm just trying not to die at this point.
How tired are you right now?
Y'all,
you look injured.
It's exhausting.
Can you just take his toe and just bend it sideways?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, here he goes. He's got your head again.
Oh.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying real hard here.
Webby. Oh, no. Oh, there's that grip again.
That's it.
I'm out. Yo, get like Greg. Adler, please tap out. Don't get hurt. He can take your head off.
I know, y'all. And there it is.
Does it ever feel like that he's going to snap your head off, like it's going to squeeze off?
Yeah, it feels like that all the time.
Can you bull rush him and just jump on him?
He tried a minute ago. Did you see where Webby let him?
Where he flipped him?
Yeah, Webby let him go at him one time, and it didn't go well.
You ever thought about attacking him like as he comes in the door before y'all get started?
Y'all, I'm so exhausted. I'm like, please, bell ring. Please, bell ring.
All right, it's over. Oh, my gosh. All right.
Webby said that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
This is jiu-jitsu.
All right, now here I am going against a purple belt.
Wait, why are you wrestling James Spann?
I just got destroyed by a black belt, and this guy's a pretty high-ranking purple belt, and now he's just y'all, I think I do good until I watch the video.
Take this guy.
I don't understand the rules.
It's like you rolled back and said,
here.
"Get on me."
That's not what I did or said.
You could almost send out hashtag me too.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls shortly. All right, so, but as we make our way back, you were telling me about this story, Bubba. I mean, you know, on our show, anytime it approaches Father's Day or an anniversary or, hey, it's my husband or my daddy's birthday, and
And people will reach out to us and they'll say, "Look, what do you think about my gift? Do you think it's any count? Am I doing the right thing? Is this man going to like this?" Because we can give people, the perspective of looking through the lens of what men consider to be a good gift and not so good. I'm going to tell you what we have here. Wow.
Rick, I would caution you on the audio here.
Okay.
As we have begun to screen
must be
that.
really excited when he-
Very excited.
There's heartwarming footage out there of Jimmy Green, 45, from Centerton, Arkansas. He's left in tears when he discovers his wife, Amy, has bought him the car of his dreams, a Mustang, for Christmas. And Rick, he is excited when he sees
Now, should I not pot it up at all?
I don't know at what point
Greg,
this audio's on there.
Well, Greg's still living.
He's checking his stocking out here, and he gets some keys, and he can't figure out what's going on.
You're right. He sees the keys, but I should not pot up the audio.
I don't know where it is. Do you, Adler?
Okay. All right. So we're watching him right now, and what does he know now that he just has a car of some kind?
Yeah, he knows he's got keys, and he can't really process it yet, and he's asking her, is it outside? And here he goes outside, and he's digging now.
Oh, this might be where it is.
He's wide open.
He can't believe it.
Look, wide open.
Boy, he
is that Beaumont running or what?
Right, he hadn't run in years.
Wow. And she has a brand new Mustang in the driveway with a bow on it.
Wow, greatest gift ever.
How about we get that for a dad, for a grown guy?
Well, Greg,
that's his car he's wanted his whole life.
Greg, you're missing that part of it.
Oh, okay.
And now he's crying.
Wow.
Yep.
Was that his mother?
No, that's his wife.
Oh, it's his mother.
Greg,
That's silly.
Well, we're not sending this to them.
I can't see it. Oh, it was his mother.
Is that his grandma? Greg, you know what Bubba said, don't you?
I tell you what, she ain't bad. She's shining like a new Mustang.
Look at him here driving it.
There you go.
Now apparently she had she hid the car in the neighbor's garage.
She was in a lot of trouble.
That's cool, man.
According to the story.
Now
that's good of his mom.
Yeah.
She has done an interview, and she said that he is a great father and dad, and went without anything and worked 2 or 3 jobs so that their daughter could have amazing Christmases. So she just thought it was time that he had one.
How about that?
That is nice.
So
and then when he makes first payment on it, he's like, okay, that was a good idea, but
she might.
Greg, can we have this 5 minutes?
And then in 3 months they repossess it.
Greg, no, it'll be like that. Merry Christmas. What have I got? A car payment?
Yeah, he does. Right?
No, she might have bought it straight up.
You don't know, Greg.
You don't know her situation.
I know.
Pay cash money for it.
That's right.
Took a Dave Ramsey.
You don't know her situation.
Won money.
You know what she did? She might be a Ramseyite. She went to her drawer, put out her envelope, had her straight cash in there, and went and bought it.
Mm-hmm.
Straight cash.
It's like it's that.
Mm-hmm. If not, she just gave the family debt. Yeah. But still.
Yeah, when he gets that payment.
Right. Greg, you don't know I ain't yet. Come on,
Thanks,
don't be.
Look,
like
I'll
and
be
it's
honest
only
with you.
$620 a month.
Greg,
there's a lot of
He's gonna cry
times.
again.
There's a lot of times somebody can afford it with a payment, but they wouldn't obligate the family to have to pay for that. So now that she's done it, it may be okay.
Now
Even if that's the case, and I don't know that.
Right up till the lights get turned off.
Greg,
I don't know.
She might have walked up and said, "I'll take it just like it sits."
Like it sets.
Bubba, I don't know. There was that time we took you to a birthday lunch and you paid for it.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Remember that? The
But
company
you
paid
enjoyed the
for
lunch. But you
for
enjoyed the lunch.
I think we went and had
oh, you mean my birthday?
Yeah. We went to like Sticks or something like that.
But you enjoyed it.
Well,
you paid for it.
And honestly, I knew that some of the other people there wasn't going to pay for it.
Right.
But
So
we gave you a gift
eat.
and you paid for it.
Yeah, bad celebration we ain't eating.
Right.
I played on the best of the one when they charged you for your ice cream, for your birthday ice cream.
Oh,
you didn't say where it was. I think I know where it was. They brought you another ticket and they'd added like $1.25 to it. And you'd already paid the other one.
You thought they'd brought you out there because it was your birthday and they charged you for it.
He said, if you're in that situation, just go up a little bit on the other stuff and let the ice cream be on the house.
That does sound like something I said.
Yeah, it is. See, that was it. But I actually believe, and it's weird with me not being a car person, but I did tell you about the time that Big Love and I were on a father-son trip out in Cali. And I went there for the rent-a-car. And look, Jerry Seinfeld does a great bit about this, about I think y'all have lost the concept of what the word reservation means. You know how sometimes you can get there and you're like, well, I have this car reserved. And they're like, yeah, we don't have it. Yeah, but that's what I reserved. I mean,
so you would have it.
Pick one over there.
You ever seen that when he gives that speech? He goes, let me explain what reservation is. This is how we understood it. Right. Is that we go ahead and we commit to it and usually pay down and give you our credit card, and then that means we reserved it, so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And then
your money's guaranteed,
right?
my spot's guaranteed.
Right.
That's how it works.
And so anyway, they felt bad about not having it, and I said, well, that's the vehicle that we needed, and they said, well, I'll tell you what, we will not upcharge you, so any car you want that we do have.
Oh boy!
And I said, well, what's my options? And they said, would you and your son like to travel the rest of the way here in California to your destination, which was about a 2-hour ride? And they said, would you like to get in a Ford Mustang with the Penske package turbo?
Yeah.
5 on the floor.
Let her eat.
Oh. And I said, yes, sir.
Would you dump that clutch?
I said, sold.
Sold.
And let me
stay in it.
Stay in it. And I love having a little bark on the way out. It was that is a fine driving machine, by the way. And that's
you like that,
yeah. Mm-hmm. And then here we were leaving. I said, right here is this. I said, stay in it. Left a big tire mark. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, there you go.
By the way,
hit it again.
Hey, if you don't pay attention, you'll be going.
Oh yeah.
Got to be careful.
There were some long flat areas out there.
Really.
So, is there any car you would? I mean, what would be the ultimate gift like that for you? You jump up and down, cover
Buick
your
Grand
head, cry
National.
and all that.
Gosh, Rick, I don't know.
Doesn't have to be a car.
There's really no hope, so I have to think about it.
Rick,
I don't know. It
I
might be a Tesla now or something.
Yeah, Rick, I want the original Smoking the Bandit Trans Am.
Yeah,
I know.
Or
yeah.
Well, that was the car then when that movie came out. I thought if I just had one of those,
what are you talking about?
There would be no problems. Everything would be good.
That was I thought they'll never build a car
T-tops
any better
on
than
it.
that.
You thought
You got a giant eagle on the hood. How you gonna beat that?
How you gonna beat that?
You can't.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866 we be big. But that was we don't know the details of the gift, but we know he loved it. Watching those stacks out there get emotional.
He loved it.
He was jumping up and down.
Big men like that with no hair, they'll get emotional.
Oh yeah, he gets squalling.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour. 866 we be big. We chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna snap your head off like it's gonna squeeze off.
Yeah, it feels like that all the time.
Can you bull rush him and just jump on him?
He tried a minute ago. Did you see where Webby
Is that
let
where
him?
he flipped him?
Yeah, Webby let him go at him one time and it didn't go well.
Have you ever thought about attacking him like as he comes in the door before y'all get started?
Yo, I'm so exhausted. I'm like, please bell ring. Please bell ring.
All right, it's over. Oh my gosh. All right.
Webby said that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
This is jiu-jitsu.
All right, now here I am going against a purple belt.
Why are you wrestling James Spann?
I just got destroyed by a black belt, and this guy's a pretty high-ranking purple belt, and now he's just
my gosh.
Y'all, I think I do good until I
you
watch
should be able
the
to take
video.
this guy.
I don't understand the rules.
It's like
of
you rolled back and
engagement
said,
here.
"Get on me."
That's not what I did or said.
You could almost send out hashtag me too.
Get a little gropage.
Yo, he now puts his knee on my stomach, and that does not feel good at all. When a grown man, now his knee's on my chest. I can't breathe. All right, now he's gonna watch this move. Oh,
You got athlete's ear right there.
oh no.
Hey, how's that, Adler? Get you a look, Adler. Where you at?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is it for Snapchat? And she goes, yeah. She goes, he loved it. I said, sure.
Well, he So we're going to kind of recap Bubba and Adler's adventure up to we talked to the president, if that all works out the way it should.
Yes.
Now, this is sound check here.
Yeah, this is about 11 o'clock
we're,
or something.
We're watching, and Bubba's on the stage, and this is where they're just telling you kind of how it's going to go.
And I look like I'm about 9 months pregnant there.
By the way, a lot of people congratulating you on your twins, but but
that probably wasn't the best look for me.
Right. Well, it's so there you're in the VBC.
Yeah, this is Kristen Davis. She's kind of running everything and setting it up right there, and very efficient young lady.
Yeah.
And those are the two young ladies that did the Pledge of Allegiance, and their mom, and they're all getting some pictures.
Sound check.
Check. Hello. About it, Hudson. 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty.
Been good. And that's Luther Strange there.
Boy, the range that microphone had to be in.
You come right up to his shoulders. Look at you.
There's Bubba with Luther. And this guy brought it.
Yeah, Bob Smith.
Play ball.
I am officially on my way to photograph the President of the United States. I'm so sweaty right now. I'm so unbelievably sweaty. I just changed into my suit in that pizza shop over there. I'm kind of going for the Donald Trump Jr. look. Maybe Trump will adopt me. So sweaty right now.
Looking good. And there's Bubba in the uniform.
Hey, y'all doing? Hey, just good to see you. Good to meet you.
You didn't quite have the extender you were looking for, did you?
No, it worked out, luckily. But, I was worried it might, I get to jumping around chanting, it'll fly off of there.
Right. Yeah.
They made you go up steps. They didn't have an elevator for you?
No, it's just, this was kind of for everybody coming in. We were just kind of sitting watching everything.
Got it.
Here's
behind. I see flags and a.
This is when we're.
What's POTUS?
Caitlin doesn't know what POTUS means.
Okay, so we're here to meet what is Donald Trump?
President of the United States.
There we go.
No, you're really.
That's what she said. It's time to go.
So
time to go.
So you're about to go on. This is the pregame thing where you're going to work everybody into a frenzy. Is this where?
Do they know what's coming?
Oh, they said, "Hey, you got it. Do what you want to do." I said, "Okay."
Do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Boy, if only they knew what they were saying. If only they knew. You don't tell one of us go do what you want to do. You better tell us what our restraints are. We may disregard them, but at least tell us.
It was just a very electric atmosphere.
Oh, yeah.
It looked good.
Well, it's Trump Fest.
I'm Bill Bubba from this nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba show.
A lot of love in Huntsville.
Common sense, folks, has left the building. It's time for a change.
5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. A lot of firsts since we're making our way back, and we're only on day 7 of the new studio. So 7th show. They pick up momentum pretty quick, don't they? If you're looking to work with us on the Rick and Bubba show, I mean, I couldn't help but notice. There's a camera shot that Adler shows when Speedy's over here talking on his side. Well, there's a nice spot for a big old sponsor logo to go right there. You think we won't sell naming rights to the studio? Well, let's see. What are you thinking? Look right there. Boy, that'd be a good one. So anyway, you can contact our national sales team by going to rickandbubba.com, look under contact, or if you'd like to just go just directly to them, then you can use this email, rickandbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com. rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Also, the phone number can be found at rickandbubba.com by clicking on the contact, and we can talk about you doing a marketing plan with us on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Email us direct if you're thinking more local versus national, and we'll try to put you in touch with the local sales team as well. All right, so we do have, Bubba, a baby prediction standing by. So there's a lot of firsts. And it looks like Mama is Jessica. Jessica, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Now, do you have Justin? Is that Daddy with you?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Justin, how you doing, buddy?
We're doing good.
Now, y'all are not on the way to the hospital, are you?
No, they're actually on our way to get a COVID test.
Oh, no. Are you serious? I'm so sorry.
Unfortunately, I am serious.
Well, I'm sorry. So did you get exposed, or are you starting to feel a little rough?
I actually tested positive first this week, and so we're going to get her tested now.
Yeah, I know some. Just so you know, you certainly want to do what the doctor said, but there's a number of people and some that just gave birth, and Sherry and I went to see the baby, and they had COVID while pregnant, and everything went fine. So don't be. Hopefully, nothing to be concerned about. All right, so let's talk a little bit. Let's talk about
Jessica.
Jessica, tell us what Justin does for a living. What does he do?
He works as a salesman and a project manager for a fire alarm and low voltage system company.
Fire alarm salesman.
Now, does he get out and sweat a lot, or is he kind of a desk guy?
Oh, he definitely sweats a lot.
Okay. Is this first child together, by the way?
Yes.
All right, so no patterns yet, Bubba. Does Justin? You're there. You can speak for yourself, but we usually ask. We don't always have the dad there. What kind of underwear do you or Jessica does he normally wear? Is this loose boxers, boxer briefs? Briefs.
They're like the spandex boxer briefs.
Okay, so yeah, the tight.
Like the Under Armour stuff.
Understood. Yeah. Jessica, you're at 6 months now, right?
Yes.
So what's going on with your cravings? Do you find those to be more salty or more sweet?
Salty.
No doubt.
Like, give us an example.
Constantly asking for French fries and ketchup, salty pretzels.
I got you.
It's 100.
Yeah, salty all the way.
And Jessica, what about the hair on your legs? Is it growing more or less, or about the same?
More.
More.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What about?
I got hairy legs.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Is there any hair growing where it normally doesn't? Any kind of mustache, or maybe on your stomach or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
But she's got those. It is growing more on your legs, though.
Yes.
With a salty craving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, salty craving. That's sweet.
Well, that's right. You sure it's salty?
Yeah. Oh, she was absolutely sure.
Yeah, I forgot her list.
Yeah,
husband chimed in.
First of the year. That's right. We think that you're having a baby girl. Yeah, so that seems to be that's how your body's acting.
Okay. Well, we know what it is, but our family members don't yet. We were actually going to tell them this weekend until I tested, so now we got to figure out a different way of telling them.
Yeah, well, you don't have to. You should have told us that. We could have emailed the answer, but. Your doctors may agree or disagree, but we do have a success rate of about 98.6%.
Well, I'll definitely email you guys the answer just so you know where you stand.
Would you mind? Yeah, we need that.
That's when we get good information.
Yeah.
The one thing when she
congratulations, guys.
That worries me, and I just thought of it when as we were closing that out. He said French fries and ketchup. Now the ketchup would be the sweet part of that.
Yeah, but then he threw out salty pretzels.
Right, salty pretzels would be that all the way.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what it says.
Yeah,
it's what it is.
Yeah, so we'll see. And if they're not getting the gender, of course, the first time, there's no pattern, so it's a lot. But in the future, there's some things that we could help with, off air, of course, with just completely scientific. To try to have a little more shot at the gender that you're trying to have at any given time.
And we're showing little girl, but I think she will be very athletic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Probably more softball player than cheerleader.
Yeah. Probably so. 866
Not that you can't be both.
Yeah,
you
can.
What I mean.
You can. If you want to join us, there's lines available now. Logan's dropping in here. Hey, Logan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're great. Doing great.
Hey, Rick, just want to comment on your Wednesday Bible study. Like how you started in Genesis 1 this year, I thought you answered the time question. You kind of gave 6 different ways, the time it came about from verses 1, verse 2. Thought you covered that very good. But just want to comment, say it was good. And if anybody wants to join, I think we're going through another one tonight. So it was, I don't know, just really enjoying it.
Thank you. Yeah, we got Chapter 2 coming up today. It'll be live at noon, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube. Then it's archived and available whenever you can get to it. So, yeah, we go Chapter 2 today. That was, there were like 6 different views on, this whole creation setup, and they were interesting to go through. And, I know you and I, Bubba, are not very popular in some circles because I disagree that the age of the earth is a God exists or he doesn't, or has anything to do with whether redemption and salvation is. And I know there are some that are very passionate that it's one point of view, but the problem you run into on that is, and that was a point that was made by a lot of the commentary, is I can, the folks writing the stuff said that and I know personally this too, that I can show you men who are in all 6 of these camps, and I would be careful saying that they're not real men of God, because there's some pretty big hitters in here that don't agree on that, and they live their lives out and have the fruit that we should see. To be solid people, and it was fascinating. It was interesting.
I think there's some principles of Christianity that are non-negotiable.
Sure, no doubt.
And then you have areas that are more gray, and that doesn't mean the Bible is wrong or a belief is wrong, but I just don't think maybe we don't fully understand it. And I think sometimes if you declare you have it, that's kind of an arrogant position to have.
Yeah,
because you could end up with Genesis egg on your face.
You could, and but here's the thing too, and I've seen this.
I can debate 2 or 3 of those and feel confident about it. So really, I don't know.
Yeah, and most of the time, if you're looking for some of those areas, and I've said this before, and it hasn't been very popular sometimes in discussions, if you have a certain view and a certain theology, but there's parts of the Bible that don't line up with your theology, meaning it doesn't make it pure. And anytime somebody brings one of those up, instead of making it fit the theology or maybe to explain yourself, you just pivot to the verses that fit your theology. That's not really right. You have to make all of it fit for it to be pure. You can't say, well, now over here, I realize this verse is saying something different. And if you bring that up and say, well, help me to understand how this works in your theology. And I'm talking about the minors. I'm not talking about the majors.
Right, I understand.
Yeah,
I agree.
And then the person just pivots you to another verse that supports what they personally believe. Well, that's not pivoting to the other verses. You got to make them all work, and sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. Again, I'm talking about the minors. I'm not talking about the majors.
And I think really approaching that with a humbleness is a sign of maybe you have the other parts right.
Mm-hmm. And if God has not,
and it's interesting. I don't say it's not interesting.
And if God has not completely laid something out to you, that was His call too. And maybe there wasn't an intention, because we as humans sometimes obsess over things that God would rather we didn't.
Yeah, and it's interesting to study though too. I mean, you have a natural curiosity to stuff, and God's put that in us. I think that's a good thing. And I really enjoy hearing different views or things.
Oh yeah,
because like I say, on the time thing, I could debate about 3 sides of that.
Sure,
but even when you look at the other end, Revelation, which we have been talking about in our Sunday school class, there's different views on that, which I really was not aware of. But I enjoy hearing some of these and how they come up with them, because, again, you're studying the Bible and seeking God's face, and I think that's all good. It doesn't have to be a negative, right?
No, well, believe it or not, God is bigger than our finite brains can handle, and so sometimes He just talks to us on our level. And then when He, and sometimes we can grasp it, and sometimes it's bigger than us, but we believe it by faith. The Trinity would be a good example of that. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Repeal and replace Obamacare.
My goodness, you're running for office.
He is.
The people who have it now.
I can tell by the look on your face there's trouble coming.
He does have that look, by the way. That blank stare.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to feel that off.
Oh, here we go.
Y'all, he's got both hands in the air.
What did you do, Ray?
Did Auburn a score? Or are you saying Bill's wrong?
Wow. This is Bob Smith.
My goodness.
Wow.
I didn't know Bubba
Good.
could sing like that. What if that was Bubba?
Wow.
There's the Pledge of Allegiance, and that mom's real nervous. But,
they did so good.
And
Adler was looking sharp.
He really
Rick.
was. You were looking good. That hair slicked back.
I felt very out of my element. I changed in a pizza shop just
That's
right
fine.
across the Von Braun Center.
I
There's
tried to get him to come up to our room, but he was too busy shooting B-roll.
I was kind of just getting in my zone. Just
One shot
know.
at this. You got to get it all.
Yeah, just trying to get serious.
You change the same place homeless people do, but that's look. You got it done. So you just got your camera rolling. You think you're gonna capture everything Bubba's doing,
Right, y'all.
including meeting the president.
We are in a tiny little holding room about to be ushered out to meet the president of the United States of America. It's very intense. And
So we're first up. The buses are because we're
there it
bees.
is.
And there comes the president.
Watch his first look at Bubba right there. All right, here's Adler's gonna capture it. Wow.
I mentioned your daddy. It's my wife Betty and daughter. So we're in an all-out fight, but this is gonna make it's okay right here.
Oh, he goes, it's okay, thank you, I think he said, maybe.
In other words, turn it off. Is he saying turn that off?
When he put
Okay,
his
thank
hand
you.
up like that,
You're fired.
there was about 6 Secret Service guys took a step toward him.
But this is gonna make it's okay right here.
That's enough.
Oh, that's the wrap it up.
That's the old
Thank you. And then he's like, thank you for moving away and act like you stopped shooting.
I think so.
It's okay right here.
It's okay, thank you. Get out of my face. He took one look at me, y'all. He did not like the looks of me. The president of the United States did not like the looks of me.
You did look like some of them
Please look at Bubba's.
protesters.
Please look at Bubba's face like, oh no.
Well, see, Adler, you might look kind of threatening, but with me, he knows the worst thing. I'm going to invite him to lunch.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, if he's got a sandwich, you're an issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, but how about what's going on here is I love the difference in the reaction Trump to Bubba versus Trump to Adler.
Yeah.
It was just a little different reaction there. Isn't it? Who's this character?
So, y'all, the
this
room
cat?
is so intense. There's, like Bubba said, like 7 or 8 Secret Service guys in the room
But
with us.
there better be. Pretty volatile times we're in right now.
Sure, and if the president clears his throat, everyone goes, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone is that locked into what this man is doing, and it is so intense. I thought I was going to get tackled or something.
Look,
And
there's his face when he sees you.
I thought Adler's
there's
going to
his
be
face.
drug out, and I thought I'm going to spend most of the night trying to get him out of jail.
All right, look at that one right there. Look, that next one.
right there.
So you have the president, leader of the free world.
Right.
You also have a sitting senator in that room. No. Oh, wait a minute. We have 2 sitting senators. Senator Richard Shelby is also in the room. You have Chief of Staff there, General, and a whole lot of other folks.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense room for
And
security.
Adler. Yeah.
And then me.
And then Bubba.
And Bubba.
What are y'all doing there?
Y'all, what are we doing there?
And we had a little shuffle there to try to get everybody lined up for the picture.
So I was able to squeeze off a great picture of the bussies with Mr. President Trump here. I was proud of that.
President Trump.
Mr. President Trump.
Okay.
I was proud. I got a good shot.
That
You know,
is
that's
good.
what I
That's
was
really
supposed
good.
to do.
It's a good
Thumbs
shot.
up.
Got a
got
good
it done.
shot. Yeah, and
Got cold.
And
but
as we're walking off, Caitlin runs over to me and puts her phone in front of my face, and it is a selfie of her and the president.
Oh,
and
my
I said,
gosh.
Caitlin, you did not ask the president of the
Oh,
United
he's
States
grinning.
for a selfie. She goes, he loved it. He loved it.
So 9 minutes to the top of the hour. That means that your chance to be with us is wide open, and we'll do 30 seconds a pop. That's the largest number of people in the program and the shortest amount of time. And if you want to join us now, dial up, and we'll get you ready to go.
Did mention that we regret and unfortunate that the Man event on February the 4th in Pensacola has been canceled. But the good news is there's plenty of opportunities this year. Some of them, the opportunity to be there is already available to you, like if it requires a ticket or whatever. Some it's not because it's too far out yet, but you still can get on your calendar. And let me hit you with some things that are coming up here in just the month of January. Helmsy will be speaking at Enon Baptist Church in Morris, Alabama, at a D Now event. That's for the youth. And then on the 24th, I'll be speaking at a convocation-type service, but it is open to the public. They're at Truett McConnell University in Cleveland, Georgia. So that's on Monday night, the 24th of January. Make a note of that. Helmsy will be at Cash Point Baptist Church in Ardmore, Tennessee on the 28th. And then some things that you can look at if you had tickets and you were going to go to the Man event and you're like, well, now I've been refunded, it's been canceled. You could just go to Dothan, Alabama for the Dothan Civic Center February 18th and 19th because Charles Billingsley will be leading worship there for the Pursuit Men's Conference. And I'll also be there speaking with Andy Blanks and Jonathan Evans. So that's another option. And then Sherry and I, because Sherry was going to be part of that as well, we're doing a marriage event down in Panama City on the weekend of April 2nd and 3rd, but the tickets are not available yet or how they're going to do that. You can just get that on your calendar, and I'll let you know when that link is active. Man churches that are going on, you can go out and see Andy Blanks at Crossroads Church in Warrior, Alabama on the 16th of January, and then 3 different markets on the 23rd. You've got Rich Wingo in Troy at First Baptist Church at Man Church. You've got Mark Garnett at Landmark Church in Montgomery on the 23rd, and then you've got Andy Blanks at Bay Springs Baptist Church in Dothan on the 23rd as well. So make those notes either from themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Let's go to Brian. Brian is standing by. He's got 30 seconds out of Meridian. If you want to join us, you can get in now, too. Lines are wide open. Hey, Brian, 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead. Listening to the buzz.
Well, I hate to be a good one if you've already talked about this, but Rick, you've been a turnkey guy. I think you might be missing out on the opportunity for this breakfast to get one of these food delivery services.
Yeah.
To advertise with you guys, and then boom, boom, free delivery, free and breakfast.
Yeah, you know, the free part, I know it calls Speedy to look up, but it's free for him now anyway. But the if you look at that option, that is a good one. We are putting together a turnkey that is not free and doesn't involve a sponsor that I think will work. But you're right. I mean, somebody could be just a big sponsor here that provides breakfast for us every morning, and they make sure that's ready to go. That would be a beautiful arrangement. You know?
Yeah, boy, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just saying it's out there. 866 we be big. So good call on your part, sir. If you want to join us, you can. Thomas in Alabama. Thomas, go ahead. Thomas.
Hello.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello, testing 1 2 for Thomas.
Hello, Thomas.
And Thomas the tank engine.
So no. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh, do I remember?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you what is kind of heartbreaking? So we have a picture in our house of Brody when he was good night. I guess he was probably 4, maybe 3 or 4, and we took him to see Thomas the Tank Engine in person. You did that,
yeah,
too.
oh yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah.
Once in Chattanooga, once in Calera,
and in the picture he is pointing at Thomas with his Thomas hat on and his Thomas shirt on, and he's just coming apart.
Yes.
And I walk over and I look and I say, Brody, come here. You remember that? And he looked at me. He goes, no. I said, oh, wait a minute. You don't remember this at all? This.
So all that we did,
I said,
don't remember.
I said, I want you to look at this reaction. You got no memory of that? He goes, I mean, I know what happened. There's a picture. And I know that I like Thomas.
Do you think he's just trying to down the ball on it?
And I'm like, so you all we went through that day at 20 years old, you've already forgot it? And he's like, I'm sorry, Dad. I don't remember that. I mean, I know I went, but I mean, I don't know. I don't remember it.
Well, how does that make you feel when he didn't remember it? Like,
terrible.
Because you spent a lot of time and money to have that memory.
And you know what I said?
Now he doesn't remember it.
Well, I had to pivot real quick.
and go, he may not remember, but by golly, I do. Right?
And Hunter was just jumping up and down like popcorn. He couldn't hardly stand it.
Yeah, do yourself a favor. When you do these things, when they're little like that, and you think, man, they'll never forget this, don't count on that.
Yeah.
To Sue in Greenville. Sue, 30 seconds. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hi, guys. I was thinking about the breakfast thing, too, after the guy just called in. There's a thing called Take Them a Meal, which we do a lot for friends who are sick
No, wait a minute.
or have issues at their house.
Well,
And
Sue.
so you can sign up to take a meal every day. So if someone could sign up to take breakfast every morning, it wouldn't have to be the same
Sue.
restaurant every day.
Yeah, but Sue, that just sounds so wrong. I mean,
really, to me,
it's-
having the same
Meals on
food
Wheels.
is not a problem.
Did you just
It's
tell
just
us
getting here at a good time.
Did she just tell us to sign up for Meals on
I
Wheels?
think so.
Well, that doesn't sound. I don't think that's the way to go. Do y'all? That doesn't feel right.
If that's what she was talking
Well, they're going to pass us around to Sunday school class, and everybody's going to start bringing us. You're going to start bringing us meals
on the meal ministry.
I mean, guys. I mean, that's.
I don't know about that.
That doesn't feel right. I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right. That probably would work, but I want y'all to make. Does anybody in here dare this coming Sunday? Dare. So, if we got any announcements or anything? Hey, guys, if I just get that out there to kind of get the meal thing going. Okay, so if we could sign up to bring meals to us at work. What? Yeah. I talked to the guys. Yeah, I talked to the guys, could y'all just? I think if we've got a rotation going, probably wouldn't have to do it once a week each person.
Right.
Some of y'all maybe
who can take Monday?
May every 2 weeks. So
do we have a Tuesday out there?
Right. I mean,
you got Thursday.
Yeah. I just have a feeling the reaction from the actual class would not be positive.
Yeah.
So what's wrong? Nothing. We just cause of COVID. What? No, not really.
I can't believe these breakfast places wait till 6, 7 o'clock. To
I
open
know.
up.
I know.
mean,
Well,
crazy is that?
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, if you're not serving breakfast at 5:30,
I mean, what are you waiting on?
it's breakfast.
What are you waiting on, Rick?
Yeah, it's breakfast. Hey, I'm a breakfast place. What time you start? 7? 7? Yeah. Who can eat breakfast at 7?
I mean, these people must be catering to bankers. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, all of us ain't
banker
bankers.
hours.
Yeah,
Huh?
we ain't all in that boat. All right, thanks for being with us. Wrapping up another hour, for a lot of you, another show. So, top of the hour, whatever the case may be, we thank you. Don't forget the website. You can always stay in touch with us there. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And we'll talk to you on the next edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. For some of you, that's tomorrow. For others, you still got some more going today, whatever the case may be.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.